번 모두 들어가고 있는 상태에서 백수가 먼저 잡히고
자, 이러면 빠져야 됩니다.
문어킹으로 빠집니다. 문어킹으로.
자, 이거 시간이
뒤를 보이고 말았는데요.
아, 맹수에게 자, 그리고 파랑새로 오디세이.
자, 이거
오디세이
오히려
또
돈키호테가 빗나가면 잠시만요.
이러면
애매한데요.
이러면 터미네이트가 가겠다.
돈키호테 또 빗나갔어요. 이러면
마무리가 됩니다. 자, 어디서 많이 본 사람들, 나랑 같은 픽. 뭔가 익숙한 느낌이 드는 여기.
자, 이게 결국 리우리 선수의 경기가 얼마나 상대 레볼루 선수 쪽으로 잘 들어갔냐가 중요한 싸움이 됐거든요.
자, 그럼 화력이냐, 조금 버티면서 갉아먹는 유지력이냐.
자, 다비 선수가 좀 깊게 들어왔죠?
그렇죠. 자, 결속 쓰고요.
자, 이런 빠져주면서
흘렸어요. 빠지면서 흘렸고.
근데 아드리아나한테 딱 걸렸는데요. 와,
이러면
뜨거워요.
디나까지 잡아내야 되는데.
너무 뜨거운데요.
단검 쓰고 설다비까지 강도로 기절시켜 놓고요. 근데 리우리 자 모래바람 한번 피해내고 전략적으로 탄 거죠. 저 모래바람은
그렇죠.
한번 피해내고 디나
너무
잡아내고요.
좋았고요.
완벽하게 자 아디나와 쇼우의 스킬 피해낸 자 리우리와 더불어서 나머지 한 명 설다비 정리하게 되면요. 탱글다비 X 이번에 자 22점을 한 번에 가져갈 수 있습니다.
자, 이거는 웬만하면 가져가는 그림이긴 한데 결국 교전 구도에 있어서 다비 선수가 들어간 그 틈을 잘 파악하고 교전을 걸었던 탱글다비가 정말 좋은 교전으로 우승을 가져갈 것 같죠?
자,
그렇습니다.
마지막 설다비까지 잡아내고 탱글다비 X 체크메이트. 자, 이쪽 얼티밋 그리고 셀레스티얼이 만났습니다. 철기에서 먼저 내려오고요. 샬롯 그리고 뒤쪽 KCW 선수가 다르코로 다가가고 있습니다.
저희가 2대3 구도긴 한데 뒤에 또 있을 수도 있고
굉장히 과감하네요. 엘레나가 많이 먼 상황이고 철 선수의 체력이 부족한 상황인데 일단
바로 뒤에 있는 것처럼 오긴 합니다.
그렇죠. 근데 이게 다르코기 때문에 하트가 마음껏 궁극기를 쓰기가 애매하거든요.
네.
그렇죠. 자, 근데 하트가 칼팅이 잘해주고 있는데 어렵고요.
자,
연결 이후에 중부도 깔리고
그래서 구석으로
자,
딱 땡겨서 이거를 바로 반응을 해줘서 KCW 선수 완벽한 각을 맞습니다. 이러면
자, 그다음
이거 터미네이트 각도 나와요.
나오는데요. 에이스 어디 갈
빨리
데가 있나요? 갈 데가 있나요? 자,
빨리 살아야죠.
자, 에이스
살았어요.
네.
1차 낮이라서.
예, 빨리 나오는 시점이었기 때문에
불구하고 교전 자체가 좀 깔끔하게 흘러가서
와, 정 선수가 그냥 뒤에다가
독사이즈로 깔아놓으니까
빈결거리고
우리도 아프다라는 걸 알고 있어야죠.
자, 에키온 살아갑니다. 그러면 이후에 자, 울티메이트와 비행기의 피
안 하면 너무 큰 것 같은데요?
자, 다른 공격기
그런데
파란새로 잘 흘려주고
로즈너
패시브
여기서
패시브가 돈키호테 오디세이 돈키호테 파란새 아니 로즈너 돈키호테 오디세이 그냥
풀스윙 잠깐만 시간 똑같아요.
근데
물론 살리고
엘레나가 살리러 가면 시간도 부족하고요. 엘레나가 살려서 다시 돌아오면은
자, 시간이 서로 5초 4초 나가고
자,
이러면 POX가 여기서 마무리될 것 같은데요.
그렇죠. 로즈너
자, 이거 방망이를 썼지만 결국에는 이거는 어려웠어요.
마무리.
자, 초월 상자가 있지만 그냥 교전 걸려는 것 같습니다.
그렇죠. 빨리 다른 팀 오기 전에 뭔가 해치워 놔야 되거든요. 근데 지금 이러면은 니지 팀이 와요.
자,
이게 처형이 안 되게 되면서 시간 남았고요.
아바란치 비상이죠. 황 선수도 잡힐 것 같고요. 이거 자, 엘렐리 선수가 마무리가 되면서 아발란치도 여기 마무리 그리고 셀레스티얼도
위기거든요.
그렇죠. 이러면은 결국에는 초월보급 상자도 여기 떨어지고. 이러면 근데 결국에는 항공보급과 초월보급 상자 둘 다 먹게 되는
그렇죠.
니지가
니지가 그냥 슈퍼 하이퍼 이득 봤죠.
그렇죠. 얼티메이트가 VLS로 넘어온 건데 이렇게 되면은 얼티메이트도 싸울 생각 할 거거든요.
그렇죠. 다르코 숨겼죠.
병원이기 때문에
다르코 좀 숨겨놓고. 근데 이거 너무 갈렸다가 갑자기 화력에 터지면 위험합니다.
그렇습니다. 자, 쫓아가고 있는
잠시만요. 다르코 위치가 중요해요. 다르코 위치.
예.
다르코 위치. 궁극기로.
자, 궁극기 한번 흘려냈지만 그 사이에 딜로스가 좀 있었거든요. 그리고 늑대맹스 켜지자마자 바로 도망가는 얼티메이트.
네.
자, 블링크 빠졌습니다. 로마틱.
와, 바로 나딘.
완벽한
플레이스루시브.
하지만
넘어가고 철.
테오도르가 해준다면
테오도르가 뒤에서
테오도르가 해준다면
완벽한 연계.
자 나머지 와 저격을 끝거리에 모두 맞추고 자 단하나에 단 한 대 있기만 하면 단하나 마지막
자 드레이크
마무리
체크메이트 됩니다.
체크메이트.
그런 운영을 좀 취해주고 있습니다. 이거 자 카메라로
자, 네,
봤어요.
체크가 됐고 이러면은 QX도 싸울 생각 할 것 같거든요.
네.
자 오히려 이런 난전 구도에서 히스이가 힘을 좀 낼 수 있나요? 자 3스택 있는 난무.
자 이걸로 체력을 회복하고 다시 재교전을 보는 거죠.
자 이러면 맥주 선수까지는 죽음을 피할 수 없어 보이는데 이어서 자 여준 선수의 하트까지 BNK
와,
POX
자
시합
범!
버스
한 명을 보는 것도 아니고 정말 그냥 진영을 아예 붕괴시켜 놓으니까 그냥 뒤쪽에서 로지가 편하게 프리디라고 다르코도 그냥 후열 진입해도 무난한 상황 나왔죠.
자 그리고 이거 미라인 태종은 시야 다 따놨기 때문에 이제는 싸워도 된다라고 말하는 건데 발란체도 피하지 않는데.
와 이거 섬격각 진짜 안 줘요.
자 먼저
거리가
아드리아나
안
정리하고
네, 섬격각을 진짜
깔끔합니다.
안 주면서 그냥 뒤쪽에서 다 피해주면서 때리는 미래의 세종.
마지막으로 숲에서 얼티밋을 만나게 되겠습니다만은 자 먼저 덧쪽 확 깔아놓고 자 지역 정보하고 있는 얼티밋입니다.
그래서 이렇게 포킹되기 전에 뭔가 해야 되거든요.
이게 그리고 이 정도 되는 선수들이라면 엘레나 그래서 VLX로 들어오는데요.
와, 이거
들어버립니다.
먼저 로즈가 잡혀버리고 순식간에 자 다르코 잡아내고 남아있는 엘레나까지 잡아낼 수 있는 세이버 체크메이트 만들어내는 세이버거든요.
네, 위에서 오는 에이든의 위치도 좀 조심해야 되는 부분이고요. 자 여기 또
수처각 항상 생각해야 되는데 여기 지형 자체가
자,
피스메이커 타이밍이
피스메이커 너무
좋았어요.
잘
자
켰는데요.
근데 지금 얼티밋이 올라오고 있어요. 자 빨리 끝내야 됩니다. 빨리
그렇죠. 레이더가
교전을
보인
끝내야 됩니다.
타이밍이라
와
그리고
생명의
BNK도
나무만.
루프 탔습니다.
자
자,
이거
이거.
속에 이어 생명의
자
나무까지
우리
가져가요?
보라 색깔
지직
지지
빈결 콤보에다가 이어지는 28 선수까지고 지울크 잡지도 못하고 BNK 잡힙니다.
땡겨서 교전 번거 같거든요.
네. 자 이렇게 두 명을 잡아낸 세이버 이어서 유네오 눈치 좀벤 사병 JBS 그래서 위험합니다만은 다시
자,
한번 이말전시 오피 그리고
힘을 발휘할 수 있을 것 같은데요 이번에.
아
자
원포인트 원포인트
센트리건도 오래 살아있고요. 이러면 바바라가 한 건
자
해줬습니다.
맥도 선수 지금 자 리스펙트 선수의 엠마 쫓아가고 있기 때문에
근데 보라 색깔이
네.
지금 눈독 들이고 있거든요.
예.
하이퍼를 키고 팀과 합류했습니다.
자 에키온 와 터졌어요.
자 순식간에 이어지는
그래도
이지전용
수아가
콤보.
이조합 상대로 수아가 좀 나쁘지 않거든요.
그래도 이게 에키온이 터졌다라는 거는 에키온한테 많은 게 좀 빠졌다라는 것도 약간 반증하는 거다 보니까
네.
그렇죠.
수아와 이 이렘이 컨디션 높은 걸로 바탕으로 스킬만 잘 이렇게 밀어 넣을 수 있으면
그렇죠.
충분히 2대3도 가능하죠.
아니
자.
그리고 그 와중에 28 선수 무빙이 진짜 좋은 애로 미쳤어요.
자
와,
이러면요
2대3 해냈어요.
오히려 잡아내고
네.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Turnover Tour Masters Season 6 Phase number 1. It is day number 3, and now usually it would mean a finals, right? If you're used to the older style of Turnover Tour Masters, then yeah, it would normally be the case. But this time around, we're looking at the newer generation of this tournament. Today is going to be the first set of days for the knockout stages. It's going to be a great time. My name is Shuvi. I am still here. I still do exist. And over on my right side, I got Cast Cross back once again as well. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
Doing great. Excited to see how the format changed, spices it up for the tournament. I assume some of y'all were here with us yesterday and saw how eventful Group C and D were. So hopefully we see some very interesting eternal return.
Yeah, exactly. It's been an interesting weekend so far. I think interesting is a word that we've been saying a ton throughout the course of the weekend because that quite honestly is the only word that can sum up everything that's happened throughout the entire course of this phase so far. But we still have to talk about a few things, right? For those of you guys who are coming into the stream and looking at all of this new format stuff for the first time, let's go over it very, very briefly. We've gone over it several times. We will continue to do that down the road because, once again, this is the first time we're running this format. It might get a little confusing. For all of us who were here yesterday and the day before, the entire left side is done. We're done with the group stages. That is it. Today we are here for Knockout Stage 1 and Knockout Stage 2. We're going to be joined by each of the groups 7th and 8th place for our first set of 4 games, and the top 4 teams from there will move on into the second knockout stage, where they'll be joined by each of the groups' 6th place teams. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, Kaz.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because we saw some, again, we might have had some colorful language, or definitely outside of our usual repertoire of gassing up players for some of the performances last night. But I think they were bringing a lot of unique concepts to the table, a lot of unique compositions rather. So I really am interested to see what the level of competition will be tonight.
Exactly. It's going to be a long run for the teams that are going to play here today. If they do manage to make it into the finals, it is going to have to wait until next week. A total of 24 games the teams that are in 7th and 8th place are going to have to play in order to get to the finals, and then we have Checkpoint next week on Sunday. It's going to be a long run, but let's take a look at the teams that are going to be playing today. For the Knockout Stage 1, Freya, DHCNJ, and Celestial, alongside Jeju Darkströms, Epoch, Rump Rebels, and Team Avalanche. They'll be joining us for the first set of 4 games, in which we will decide which 4 teams are going to move on into Knockout Stage 2, where they'll be joined by Specialist, Bracket Buster, Succubus, and Team New Neo Nunchi.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. I think we are seeing some of the mirror matches coming out from DHCNJ and Rump Rebels maybe again today. I think, what are you thinking about the groups A and B players? Because I was not able to actually cast that with you.
Yeah,
Rhea was there, and I was only doing C and D. So, what was your opinions on the other teams we're seeing tonight?
It's a great question. I think it was really surprising for me. I talked about this a couple of times yesterday, but there were a lot of teams that we would normally expect to at least do decent that actually couldn't do well during groups A and B. And it's really interesting because in Group D, we actually got a little bit more of a feeling where the teams that we would normally expect to do good did end up doing good. And I'm generalizing it because BNK Fearax unfortunately did fall down a couple of pegs towards the last stage of the game, but it doesn't change the fact that we had our top 4 teams, the previous teams that we've seen before in ERM. Group A and B, however, was completely different because even if some of these teams are not exactly team names that you guys might be familiar with when it comes to the team names alone, the players are all very high caliber players. If you've been paying attention to the KR ladder, or if you've been watching Eternal Return Masters, ERL, ERC, whatever you want to call it, for a very, very long time, you would recognize those names. So across the board for me, it is very surprising. I think today's set of games are going to be extremely fun, despite the fact that it is just the first set of the knockout stages. So let's take a look at what the character select is going to look like for game number 1. We are going to get straight started. Nobody's late today. That's a first.
Yeah, definitely great to see all the teams showing up. No Magnus Carlsen cosplays coming out tonight. So, we're looking at some of the similar compositions, I think, right? But I think also we're seeing again the Hisui coming out. I'm glad to see some false oaths. You know, I'm not a capper, but we're also seeing Yumin coming out. 2 of them actually. That's kind of surprising. Well, never mind. We're seeing also Celestial going back to this Camillo comp, but instead they're having Dong9 on Camillo and ASD on Ekion. There's no Charlotte coming out tonight, which I think might be in their favor.
Yeah, for sure. This is a lot better, right? Because one of the things that we talked about yesterday with Celestial composition when they did end up running this Camillo was that running a Heart and a Charlotte in the background doesn't really help you in the long run. Camillo is really good, but a lot of pressure needs to be away from him in order to for him to be effective, right? He wants to create chaos either in the mid line or the back line of the enemy team. Ekion has the leniency to give him that space to do it. So Celestial, they may have been a little bit iffy during the group stages, but I think they figured out a little bit more when it comes to the comp side. Very excited to watch their composition exactly as you said.
So I was hearing whispers of this from you on the cast last night. Does Jeju Darkströms play Tank Abigail, or is this like a Revenant build?
So Looking at the roster, it might not even be the Tank Abigail, because I think that might have been done by a different team. I can't remember off the top of my head because it was 2 days ago, but we'll take a look, right? The Tank Abigail was running the, the Quake version at the start of the games, at the start of the series for their own individual groups, and then for the last game, they opted to change over into the Blade of Truth, and it actually did win them a game. So I don't think it's them today. They actually had a solid game during one of the games for their group stages. It might not be these guys, but the fact that we're seeing another Abigail, I'm interested in this one. Why are we going with an Abigail, especially in a lobby like this, right?
We didn't note it earlier in the character selection, but we will be seeing a My Ban. DCNJ
True.
pivoting a little bit. We were seeing the Ekion, Lenny, and Jenny comp, but now they're electing to go with a much more traditional Theodore Mai plus AP carry rather composition with the Razi. I think that's quite strong, and we are seeing a fight breakout between Rump Rebels and actually just one Rump Rebel and the rest of Team Epoch. Actually, that is unfortunate. It was a good attempt at the turn. Honestly, there might have been a world where you're able to finesse a kill, but honestly, without the ultimate, it's going to be very, very hard for the Laura to turn that and get one for herself.
A lot of the cool plays we've seen with the Laura so far has been with her Twilight Heist, so without it, you're absolutely right. It was a very, very difficult fight and an uphill battle at that point, quite honestly. A couple of picks here and there. It's actually not as aggressive as we've seen in the past couple of days. We're about 30 seconds into, well, not 30 seconds, maybe about a minute and a half into day number 1. We haven't seen too many picks so far. We are going to get a small team fight inside of Hospital where we will see one of our Williams fall. Team is going to lose their William 4 at the time being, but of course being level 7, it's not going to be that long of a death timer. It's all good.
Absolutely, and we are seeing Team DHCNJ actually able to pick up a kill on Mojam, and now Yona is in a fight, but actually Cho is going to be able to pick up the third fight. There's a lot of going on, and it's 3 different teams in this. Ali and Fire Station? Is it Fire Station? I always get confused with the Avenue area, but ASG is going to be getting caught out. That's going to be pretty good for Team Freya, I think. Actually, possibly not. You do have some chickens to dash through. I think the resets will be available. I think you're going to be able to get out of this. A miss, actually, oh, never mind, but Mojam is actually on the flank. Really good spawn decision to actually decide to not spawn on their team, but rather in the cutoff so that the Ekion was not able to get it out.
I think it was a little bit awkward for ASD because even though his exuviation timing was done, he still didn't have his dry bite available. He couldn't actually dash away from the rest of them, so he was trying to buy himself a little bit of time. It will not matter as he will fall. Lily actually does get caught out with the Twilight Heist, and once again, these Laura players using that Blink Twilight Heist to actually catch some people off guard. Nicely played. Although this is a couple of resources invested, but Dotato gets caught out, and he will get taken down. Nice play from Bear to lock that kill down.
I love when we discuss the, the cost of using a blink early in the game, because sometimes you don't have that cooldown up for a fight. I think it won't actually be up for Team Rump Rebels for their objective fight if they want to contest it, and that does matter quite a bit, right? That is a very impactful part of the ability for Laura to engage. If you aren't able to blink onto the backline, the ult might not find as much value because you lose so much effective distance without that blink up.
The thing is, I actually think they might, because do remember that Executioner cooldown reduction, it does actually affect tactical skills. They got the kill at around the 1 minute and 15, 1 minute and 10 second mark until day number 2. They might have it just barely in time. I think the bigger thing that I'm looking at is how many of these teams are going to be level 10 by the time we hit objectives, unless a fight like this begins. Down goes the Theo. Once again, White Lily taken by Team Epoch to get themselves on out of there, but that's a couple of deaths going into the hands of their Theo. Another fight on the southern side of the map. DHCNJ loses Minshik Park. This is going to be a bit rough for these players. It's 20 seconds to go until objectives are going to spawn. Death timer's not looking that great for DHCNJ. They may have to give up the pressure as Cubic is going to look for a flank. Is this actually going to work out in favor for this team? They're just looking for even more pressure on this western side of the map. Cubic pushed away from the boar. Might actually give them a little bit more space to work with. DHCNJ looking for some freedom. I don't think they're going to get it. White Lily taken away too. Early game Mai does not really do that much damage. On the right side, Isana will get taken down right before they are able to use that V-pad to jump across. Bin in a whole heap of trouble himself too. This might be problematic. No, they're just going to back away. So a lot of interesting shenanigans happening so far in this game. It's actually ASD that picks up the Tree of Life. He's going to be able to upgrade his Black Mamba King. Jump pad used by a couple of these players. All of a sudden, as soon as we hit day 2, we are seeing swords fly everywhere on the bottom side of our screen.
For sure, and we're seeing another fight. Bear is getting caught out so quickly, not even able to actually unstoppable through the taunt, and now we're seeing Min possibly giving chase to the rest of the Jeju Duck Chimps, and they are down there Abigail from that tree fight, so you really do have to take your time and back off a little bit. You're gonna have to good seeds and farm, but it's better than losing any more tempo by losing the wave.
I think the fact that it was this chaotic to begin with was actually helping some of the teams get away, or at least stave away some of the pressure too. We saw, especially inside of Cemetery, a bunch of teams being too distracted by all the third parties that were hanging around did actually buy enough time for Team Celestial to pick up that Tree of Life. We can see the Black Mamba King upgraded with the Tree of Life upgrade. He is going to have access to that Blazing Dress effect. It's going to be pretty cool. Probably waiting for some of those force core call-ins. The timings are about right. I think they're going to start heading down towards maybe the Chapel call or something like that. We'll take a look. Credit counts are good for a lot of teams across the board at the moment. We've got about 45 seconds to go until night number 2. You're going to want those transitions right now.
For sure, we're seeing the Duende coming out trying to buy some time from Pexu's engage, but Pexu is actually very good. We didn't get to see that come out last night, but we are seeing it tonight and already having so much impact. And we are seeing Team Rump Rebels and Team scrapping it up, but the Twilight Heist from Galora was pretty good to deny the Isana. I wonder whose box that was.
I don't think it was Team which is lucky. Their credit counts are actually looking pretty good. Look, I don't think they called anything just yet, which is really lucky for them. Losing a credit call, especially at this stage in the game, it's probably going to be a force core loss. A lot of teams are waiting for those nowadays towards the middle of day number 2 calls, and then they use that lead to get those night 2 transitions. Losing 350 credits sucks, man.
Absolutely, and we are seeing the team starting to get their call-ins. A lot of these teams that were waiting on their force core call-ins, Celestial hasn't actually been able to yet, and we are seeing that these are probably both the Guardian Suit and the Raider coming out. As Raider the Vampire Queen, onto Quebec coming out from Wackel, but Huang was able to trade out on Bear, and this is just a really good fight for Team Avalanche. They're looking really strong tonight, after maybe not the best performance last night, but Wackel gonna get kind of denied the ability to channel the damage reduction from the Coffin by the Alpha. And that will be the Alpha going over to Team Avalanche. Very well played by Team Avalanche.
Yeah, nice vision play from both of the teams too, right? They were just hanging around each other and not even walking because you can hear the footsteps even if you can't see them. It was a good attempt, but in the end, it will be Rump Rebels that takes the fall. As you said, Mithril picked up by, I think that was Team Avalanche. We'll pick up a couple extra items as they are going to call some of those inside the kiosk. I did see the Astrape picked up for the Adriana. That's going to be the Spirit Harvest set up early and good. There's the jump towards Huang. On the other hand, though, Avalanche will lose out on one Narahara once again with an incredible play on this Laura. But as she gets frozen, will get taken down. A 1-for-1 trade. Unfortunately for Narahara, will take the fall and also eat the entire death timer.
Yeah, I wonder where the rest of Narahara's team was, though. It was solo engaged from the Laura. Very well played to get one, but... Oh, and look at this. Oh, wait, this is not good. Pexu able to find an engage. Quebec didn't cut out. This is an Elena, so you're not going to be able to actually chase that. But that was looking a little dicey for a second for Team Avalanche on a lot of low HP bars.
That's brutal. Honestly, coming right out of a fight and then it's a nighttime vision too, you walk up and it's the Mai straight in your face. And the Dean, I think, was also ahead of their own Mai on the side of Team Avalanche. That's, yeah, no, not good.
Oh wait, I think that was Team Epoch actually, was it? It's so hard sometimes when you have actually the same comms coming out from DHNJ and Epoch to know who was who.
Oh, no. I mean, the Nadine on Avalanches was ahead of their Elena. I said Mai, didn't I? You're right, I think.
No. I was saying, I said it was Pexu, but I don't think it was actually Pexu.
Oh, we're getting mixed up all over the place. There's too many of them.
Yeah, so we are seeing Team Freya contesting this purple box. There is a lot of teams in this area able to secure that, and it does look like Team Jeju Duck Chimps will be able to pick up the tree for themselves, as we do see maybe an engagement between Freya and but never mind. We are going to see it's really hard to engage on an Elena team. There will also be an Elena band coming out. I can't believe I didn't note that before. There's 3 Elenas in this lobby, which is slightly surprising. But I think with these very mono-red, very hyper-aggressive dive comms, it does make sense for some. But maybe Team Avalanche, I'm a little surprised to see the Elena be the elected team.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it seems like the Theo completely caught off guard once again. He will get taken down. Sapphire Protocol not going to be enough to keep him alive. And you're right. But the fact is, we have seen these bans throughout the course of the weekend, right? It's not something that's completely new to us. We saw the Elena ban yesterday. My ban is a dime a dozen at this point. There's a lot of them. the Elena ban on the flip side, a lot of these teams have played the Elena throughout their group stages, so not too surprised about it. And this right here is the reason why. Quick cut is good. Damage output onto the Bianca is incredible as well. AoE damage stacking all over the place. Down goes one, down goes two in just a second, unless that's a Sua div. Yes, it is. Bear looking for a little bit more to keep himself alive. Lasita wants to chase in. Can he get this is the question. Dodging out on the Odyssey. He is trying his best, but the healing is there. The blinds are not there, but the auto attacks are. There it is. Bookmark left and right. That's the power of the Sua. Res will come through, but Bear taking two with him.
Very well played by Bear to turn it, and this is awful though, because this is going to possibly be a full wipe. Yeah, this is going to be Rumble Rebels going down. The wind flow coming out from the... Wait, never mind.
Narahara self-resed.
Oh, great play from Narahara. Just buying enough time. Actually, great play by Bear, honestly. It's Bear who carried that situation. Being able to turn the fight, rather, and able to save some time. But now, Jeju Dopshoots is... Oh, and... right into the DCHA. It will be a full wipe for Team Rumble. It was very unfortunate, because Bear was really doing quite well for themselves. Just unfortunately walking into another team, and then the Lore, who was able to self-res, went down as well. And as we do see ASD going down, and actually... Was this a third party?
I think
Failure? Or maybe
yep.
Avalanche was the third party? But it does look actually like Team Epoch is going to full wipe as well, as Team Up is also here. Wait, and Team Celestia Lovely actually able to maybe pick up the kill. No. And that's going to be the kill onto Kachu. Oh, wait, no, it's like Quebec. It's so hard to follow with all these names layering on top of each other. That's what, a fourth party, fifth party coming in on this archery range area, as Dong9 is actually looking to engage on Huang. Looking lovely, getting the slow off with the guitar skill. Actually, probably going to be able to secure the kill. No, never mind. Reaching a little too far. Peacemaker coming out. That is an overcommitment coming out from the heart. And Dong9, ill-advised, probably walking away. I think they might have been able to secure the kill if the Camilla was willing to commit.
It's fine though. Luckily, Avalanche, they are able to get themselves away. Though this is a problem for Team Celestial, because there's another quick cut in. It's another ultimate coming from the Elena, and she just straight up solo kills the Heart. This is problematic now for Team Celestial. They don't have the damage. They don't have any ways to kill everybody else. It's another third party. Once again, Team Avalanche now looking for a little bit of revenge. This Felix in a little bit of trouble. Adriana looking for the jump in. Does he get it? Yes, they do. Adriana is about to get taken down. No, the trade is not going to be there. Team loses to Avalanche in the end, is the one to win it out in archery range. 10 total kills right now for that team. It is a fiesta in game one.
They are absolutely running over the lobby, which is really great to see, because when teams are coming out on the knockout stage, you want to have a strong start, because you might have been a little demoralized from getting into the knockout stage in the first place. I did want to note that Team Freya is looking incredibly strong. I did see the Deathcraft. I believe it's the Death Dawncraft coming out for Mojang. So there are other teams that are looking very strong outside of Team Avalanche. Oh. Yeah, look at this from Team Freya. Such an insane build on the human. Double 4 score and a VF blood. Already online. Must have been getting funneled. Maybe the Williams taking a little bit of a backseat to the items. But look at Team DHCNJ. They're no slouches themselves. Dotato sitting on the red shoes.
And he's ready. He is so ready. Look at his positioning right now. They know exactly where Team Freya is, and they know exactly what they're coming for. Dotato going to reposition himself a little bit. The Think corridors are going to make it nice for the Theo, but they don't want to fight it at the moment. I think this is a pretty good call. You know, you never know exactly what's going to happen. You see the items on the flip side. Mojang sitting with the death is not something you really want to fight. And even if it's Think corridors, sometimes Theodore doesn't have a good time up against the William, because you are still an immobile backline damage dealer. William can take advantage of that if he wants to. Isana trying to get himself away. The crescent sweeps looking to get himself out. He will, but his teammate of Min actually uses a signature fireball, and he gets stuck in the middle of nowhere. There's a fourth party. Alphabet Soup once again inside of Uptown. The 8CNJ trying to recover, and they will. Positioning is actually not bad. Team Celestial not able to capitalize on that much, whereas Team Jeju Duckstrims, they do get the res back over onto the Subame. Can they capitalize on anything here? I think they're looking for Peksu splitting away from the rest of his team. This could be kind of bad.
Exclusive coming out, but there's a decent amount of chase coming out from Team Jeju Duckstrims. It's going to be very rough. Yeah, look at Bell. Already looking... Never mind. Never does not decide to commit. Maybe the cooldowns are not here for them. But we are seeing a fight maybe between and Celestial breakout. Dong9 trying to get a craft off, probably completing maybe another item. We'll have to see. Yeah, that will be the Alexanders coming out. You're looking at a very strong Camillo and hopefully a very strong Heart at this point. I assume at least they got some 4-score call-ins. I know ASD was sitting on at least the Guardian suit plus the upgraded Black Mamba. So they definitely had the potential to fight, but electing not to. Maybe the positioning is just a little rough, but that is Wickerline posturing going over to Team
I also think that ASD popped the overflow even though he didn't mean to. He needs that if he ever wants to get an angle in on towards the William. He needs those cooldown resets, he needs those dashes. Will not be able to do so. But in the end, BLS taken by this team on our screen will actually not have to fight for this wick line. There's too many teams here. And it was a good choice. They would have been sandwiched. But for now, DHCNJ getting a free wick line thanks to that. Team Avalanche just a step behind of Team DHCNJ. Blood sample going on the hands of this team too. We'll see what item they build up from it. Outside of that, the map is still extremely quiet. There's a ton of kills across the board, but I don't really see this game as chaotic as some of the other ones. The fight begins down in Beach. Beal trying to get himself away because and Abigail is never going to be able to kill Felix. Either way, it doesn't matter because Kachu is already taken down on the ground. Elena is dead. Min trying to recover a little bit, trying to poke away with those fastball auto attacks. He's trying to get the flings, but the quick cuts are there, and the Tsubame chases down. Isana, can you recover from this? There's a double knockup coming through. A lot of damage exchange is good, but the freeze is there from the Elena. Tempest Hydra used, but I think it might be over as Min will get prioritized first. Everybody on the side of Team is going to have to try to run. There is Lumi right here, so the res can come in. The question is, does Team Jeju Darkshrimps actually know that this is happening?
We are going to see an SSM craft, I have to assume, coming out for the Elena. That is quite the spike, but Kachu's getting a pretty great engage. Look at the freeze. Lucida is... Never mind, Lucida is able actually to kite back a little bit. Is able to actually turn the kill onto Kachu. Does Isana and Min have enough gas in the tank? There are quite low HP bars. Look at that turn, but no, there's just not enough damage. Beal's just able to have their cooldowns up to be able to get the kill off, and that will be a wipe, I have to assume, coming the way to Jeju Darkshrimps on Team Up. Oh! Wait, great turn by Isana, actually. A little bit of an overcommit by Lucida, but luckily Beal is able to get the trade-off, and that is a wipe going to Team Jeju Darkshrimps. Really well played. This comp is very, very strong at isolating the target and killing them. And you saw that even though Kachu had a pretty acceptable engage, the turn is just too strong. There's so much damage coming out.
In the end, I think the Elena value was just better on the side of Team Jeju Darkshrimps. I think the Elena was able to buy a lot more time for their backline on this team specifically, more so than the one from Team William and Felix has a lot of good damage, but if the time isn't bought, it doesn't matter. Whereas on the side of Team Chapel, they are looking for a fight. That is an extremely early Peacemaker. Will actually snipe the heart down with the laser too. She walks straight into that one. It's not looking good for Team Celestial at all. Ekion looking for a kill over onto the Razi. They do get it, but the fight is already over. They got the Semtex on them. No shield means they are down and out. Well played to DHCNJ. Loses the wick buff on the Razi, but I don't think that's going to matter.
It absolutely does not matter because the best applicator of Wicked Lion buff is still on Dotato because the Theodore is just going to get the most efficacy out of it. You definitely will probably be hitting the same targets as the Theodore and Razi in most cases, and if not, the Theodore just has the extra range. So no harm, no foul. You definitely will take a free team wipe because that was a really one-sided fight for Team DHCNJ onto Team Celestial.
Now the game starts becoming a lot more interesting. Night 5 is going to hit. We will see our temporary zones being guaranteed at this point. Final zone will be Chapel. That's actually not going to be great for a few of these teams. We have an Adriana still alive. It's thin corridors everywhere. Zone control is going to be the name of the game. I wouldn't even count out the possibility of a timer scam if this Adriana makes it into the final zone. She is so dominating inside of areas like this that we'll see if Team Avalanche can actually get the heads up and a good play inside of Factory. They are holding this line at the moment. A couple of teams inside of Chapel considering moving in towards Factory. A lot of these teams should know that Freya is on the southern side. They saw them move down towards the bottom side of the map. HCNJ considering the entry into Factory. Good damage coming out from the Adriana, at least for the time being. An auto attack coming out from Huang as well. Let's see. What can they get done? Minshik Park, he is only a Razi. They're going to have to rely a lot on this energy blast field to get the range back in towards the Nadine. The only question is, can they actually do that without getting punished hard? From the looks of it, absolutely not.
Vexen may be looking to trade back, but yeah, it's just so hard. Your team is so separated from you. Even if you get that taunt, you're going to be taking so much damage in exchange. We do see Team Jeju Darkshrimps trying to maybe look to engage on Team Freya, but look at the damage coming out from the Yumin and the William. It's absolutely insane. Just the wind flow on top of themselves to maybe give themselves a little peel. Beal's ultimate goes wide. The exclusive coming out, this comp gets pretty hard countered by the Mai. You're forcing too much, and then as you see Team DHCNJ winning out on the other side of the fight, trading out on Huang, but able to get the reds on Pexu rather. this is going to be really favorable for Team DHCNJ. Look at Team Avalanche. They're down to just their Adriana. Beal's going to be trying to walk in. Maybe, yeah, they're going to be walking directly into Team DHCNJ. That's going to be another kill going over to Team DHCNJ. Freya gets the free zone, but the kills are going towards DHCNJ.
I think if the Abigail had ult there, maybe you get a kill onto the Razi, but it's just not even close. Adriana, considering the VLS, they will take it down towards the south side of the map, but yet again, there is going to be another team. Adriana should figure this out. Actually...
You got locked out. Okay. Very ill-advised pivot towards Chapel.
This is good. You should take the point. Yeah, there you go. Okay, you should take the point loss here. Good play from Cubic. He does end up getting caught out. Nicely done. No -1. It does give a kill over to Freya. They will have to wait for the time being for this temporary zone to end. But this does give the teams a little bit of time to strategize, right? It actually goes in favor of Team DHCNJ because they never invested any timer to get the kill. They might actually get positioning inside of Chapel before Team Freya does.
I think you're right, but like, look at the pathing, right? It is still a pretty long walk to Chapel from the factory final zone compared to this warehouse final zone where it's kind of a straight down path, right? So I think actually it's going to be pretty even between Team Freya and Team DHCNJ, despite the fact that they have the timer advantage. The terrain is not in their favor, and I don't even know if they actually want to tank the timer to take this long walk through factory. You have to just look at how long it is to get to that Chapel final zone. That's a lot of timer invested. So Freya might be able to not actually lose out on positioning because they really don't have the timer to go for it. So they would have to just hope that the Team DHCNJ is not looking to go a little early, but they are actually.
Yeah, this is quite impressive from both teams, actually. They're both not opting to lose timer. I think they've seen that timer scam has been an actual issue in the past couple of series we've seen so far. They're going to opt to save as much as possible. We're going to go into our final zone of game number 1. Again, it is Chapel. Now, look at this. I talked about the Adriana earlier, but Theo is a whole different beast inside of this area. I think Team Freya, they're going to have to eventually send it, because slowly but surely, they will lose positioning and they will lose space if they let this Theo just do whatever he wants.
For sure, and even though you have some of the cooldowns coming out from the Yumin that denies some space with the Mystic Gale, it's just not going to match up to the sustain that the Theodore offers. You cannot play a solid neutral game. You will eventually lose out on neutral. Even if you throw out the poke, this will get mitigated at some point. So you have to send it at some point, because otherwise you're going to end up having the Theodore send it on you, like we're looking right now. The catch onto Cho, possibly Peksu getting caught out. But look at the windfall. Actually, huge 3-minute windfall coming out from Mojang. That's so big, but it does not matter, actually. Yona's trying to turn it, but Minsick Park able to actually blink away. Great turn from Dotato and Minsick Park to actually focus down on Cho and then get the turn onto the William.
16 team kills in first place. DHCNJ is going to start off game number 1 of the knockout stages with an absolute banger of a game. Very well controlled final zone. That is just how Theo works inside a Chapel. Very unlucky for the other team, but it is going to be the way that it is. Team Freya will take the fall. Team DHCNJ with the win. GG's.
For sure, the value of the Theodore was just so pronounced, and you called it, right? Just on right before the fight breaks out. And also, I feel like Team Freya really needs to take the initiative there, because the Theodore's composition, especially with Peksu on the Mai, is a lot better at sending it than you are, right? So you had to take some agency, because as you start to give up more and more of the final zone, you are just waiting the Theodore ult rush down with the Mai that will be accelerated, and being able to get full access to the backline to land a taunt or just create way too much space, and then you end up having Cho on the Mai isolated by themselves, which is exactly what ended up happening in that fight.
The only problem that I would have to say with Team Freya's comp, though, is they only have a Mai, and it's up against the Nalena as well. I think it's a very difficult task for a Mai, because you're walking into both I think it was a Razi and a Theo. They're not easy targets, especially if you're a Mai. You have one way in and you only have one way out. Shawville will help, but there's a lot of crowd control on the side of Team DHCNJ that if you mess up your initiation, you are almost as good as dead, right? So I do get the slight hesitation part, but I do agree with you there. It's what I mentioned earlier. They do need to take the initiative. The situation just was not good at all. As I said, again, it is what it is. Sometimes you just get unlucky with the final zones. Chapel final zone is just unlucky for a lot of these teams that have very one-dimensional characters without that much range. If you go up against things like the Adriana, as I mentioned earlier, if you go up against things like the Theo from earlier, your life becomes hell.
It's so hard. You're so right on that. And when you're contesting final zone in Chapel, you have to also maybe look at off angles, right? Maybe Mojam needed to play a little more pokey with the Mystic Gale on an off angle. We were talking about how neutral might be hard because Theodore is mitigating some of that poke, but you just can't play an honest fight in that choke. You're never going to win out on that. So maybe in the future, obviously, final zone has variance, right? You're not always going to be playing in the same final zone, but that might be something they want to look at in the VODs in the future. Should they come out of this knockout zone on how they want to approach fights like that? Because there's a lot of characters that really do abuse those choke points. And I think that comp is acceptable in that checkpoint, but definitely so outclassed by DHCNJ on that choke point.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the scoreboard after that one. DHCNJ, as we're talking about, they did incredible this game. 24 total points for them to land themselves in first place after game number 1. Avalanche in second place with 15. It's not that far away, 9 points, not that bad. But right behind them is going to be two different teams, Jeju Darkstrims and Freya sitting at 13 points. It is a very, very close series as of right now. But as I mentioned, only one game so far. By the end of the series, this scoreboard is not even going to matter, right? The one that we just saw, it will be completely gone. By that point, you just have to keep making sure that your games are good, and you have to just get yourself in the top 4. That's the main thing that we're looking for today. Which teams get in the top 4? Everything else doesn't matter. Just get yourself in that top 4. Continue on to knockout stage 2.
C's make degrees. Sometimes you just take whatever you can get.
Oh,
You
yeah.
get that 4th place, it doesn't matter, baby. We're trying to graduate into the next part of the knockout stage, get into that stage 2 lobby. So again, like you were saying, who cares? You get 4th, you get 1st. It really doesn't matter as long as you're performing well. 1st is great for
Confidence.
kind of confidence, exactly. It didn't matter in the last lobbies, your placement, because that affected where you place in terms of the knockout stage. But at this point, it's more about momentum, right? If you are performing well, that doesn't mitigate, just because it doesn't count for anything doesn't mean it doesn't mitigate that you're feeling well, right? And if you're feeling hot, you'll perform better. So you still want to give these games your best shot. But 1 through 4 is all that matters. And so if you're making it by the skin of your teeth, that doesn't matter. You just got to get there.
Something you do also have to remember that for the players playing in this lobby, if they do move on, they have to play a set another 4 right after this. So any kind of momentum you can get going, any kind of confidence you can get going, any kind of practice with your composition you can get going. Because you and I did talk about this at the start of game number 1. A lot of these teams are running things that are pretty familiar for us from what we saw in the group stages, but I'm seeing some slight mix-ups to the compositions that I saw from these teams during those group stages. It hasn't been the exact same for a good chunk of them. Most of them are going to be playing exactly what we saw, but there are small, slight change-ups for some of these teams. If you're looking for these variations on your team composition, maybe because you thought it didn't work too well, which theoretically would be the case because you are in the first knockout stage, adding these variations at knockout stage 1 could be good preparation for you going on to the future stages if you are planning for the long run.
You hit the nail on the head. I think also when you're going into the later stages of the tournament, understanding maybe that you have to make adjustments per lobby is really important. So if you are actually actively testing out new compositions or using even these earlier parts of the stage to get a good read on the meta, you can actually. We were talking last night about how you want to play as little Eternal Return as possible, but if you're coming into future lobbies with the advantage, like we're seeing some composition pivots already, like we're seeing Jeju Darkstrims possibly going the Garnet, Hisui, Charlotte. That's kind of crazy. I don't know. That might be a little bit too much of a cook, but who knows?
There's
so many options.
This is what they ran on.
That's so exciting.
Yep, but I don't think they're gonna go for it. Hisui, especially when you're in brink of elimination, it's way too much of a toss-up, especially with the composition that you were looking at before they locked it in, before they locked this specific composition. And I'm sorry, Hisui solo DPS. We talked about it yesterday. Very risky. Very risky, and it's really just all comes down to, can the other team make the mistake? And usually in ERM, that's not gonna happen.
I really love that you highlight that the onus is actually removed from the Hisui. I think that's what we were seeing a lot, we were seeing Bum and Huang trying to pilot the Hisui, and sometimes it looked really good. Huang had that brilliant 1v3, but that really was more on the enemies messing up than I think.
Yeah.
I mean, Huang played fantastically, but you need to be given those windows, and you want characters that don't need to rely on opponents misplaying and have a little more agency. Some of these melee carries are really reliant on positional mistakes from these more honest front-to-back compositions. You do kind of have to see positional mistakes, and when you're playing against a lot of these top Korean players, that's just not going to be given to you.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, game 2 for the knockout stages is going to be underway. We did see Team Jeju Duckstroms move away from the Hisui, but we will see Hwang back on this character once again. Are we going to be able to see something cool, or is it going to be a flop? That is the big question we're going to be asking ourselves with this Hisui, who is going to be sitting on the totem once again, which was by the way, the tactical skill they were using yesterday in the game. They were successful with this character, so quite excited about this one. We will see if that team can actually make things happen.
The interesting thing is we said successful, but like successful for the Hisui pilots last night. It wasn't actually. They got some kills that game, but it was not a fantastic placement by any means. I do really think this Avalanche comp is quite cool. I love watching some of these more unique comps. Like, who else has been busting up the Garnet other than Team Jeju Duckstroms? I really don't think anybody else has. And we're also seeing Nikki coming out a lot more. I think Nikki's a fun character to watch just because she has so much sending potential. Wait, actually, I think Team Celestial's gonna win out on this. Even though Team Jeju Duckstroms was the one to take the engagement. ASD also being able to come in, giving the cage. There's no way out for this Garnet. That is going to be an early 2 kills going over to Team Celestial, and that's really good because they were having maybe some rough starts. Now Team DHC and J is actually getting into a fight with Team as Hwang is actually fighting on the... Wait, Hwang actually... No, Hwang was not able to finesse any kills for themselves, but Cube C is going to be able to pick up a kill for themselves, and now we do see Kachu on the right. That's going to be the Nimrod's Gate. Peace! I'm out of here. Minsik Part is trying to run away from Min's William. That is a lot of damage coming out, but overall, that was just a really hectic contest into this cemetery zone, rather.
A bunch of teams around this area. You saw what you saw what Hwang was trying to do. It just didn't work out. Cubic in a little bit of trouble himself as well. Will use the blink across the wall, but it's going straight into a couple of people. Bloodletting auto attack, not going to allow Cubic to get away that easily. There is the Nimrod's Gate, but straight into yet another team. It will be the Twilight Heist, actually. No, not the Twilight Heist. The Slice Step, I think, from Narahara that does end up picking up the kill for themselves. Outside of that, Kachu and Min looking for kills. I don't think they're going to find it unless Isana lands a Thunderstrike. Let's see. Nah, it's not going to matter because... Oh, actually, the follow-through is there. Tempest Hydra comes through as well. Another Thunderstrike lands after the Tempest Hydra, and they do get the kill. So well played from Isana.
Great buffer coming out from that to be able to follow through actually on the circulation coming out from the Bianca. The Unstoppable didn't really matter because if a Theodore's on... not Theodore, sorry. If a Felix is on top of you, you're dying as a Bianca if you don't have the cooldowns to turn it. And they didn't. So we are seeing a Lele getting collapsed on by Team Freya. Team Freya, probably not Yona. Well, it's actually great. Great little fancy fooker from the Lele. Again, I wanted to mention, I do think this Tenkyon move is quite strong. Actually, Team DHJ is going to get engaged on Team Mintic Part going down to Team Epoch. That is their first kill of the game with some great momentum. We are again seeing Theodore plus another auto-attacking carry plus at the front line, but instead of the Mai this time, it's gonna be the Jukai coming out.
Split farm actually being punished this time around, right? Knockout stage 1, a lot of these teams have already seen this kind of strategy. They're going to be much more prepared for this now. Luckily for team, DHC and J, everybody else on the team isn't actually that pressured at the moment. The top right side is kind of empty, at least on the hospital side of things, so that's a good thing for those players. Nadine down is going to suck definitely, considering it is early game. She's going to miss out on a lot of those stacks and mastery, but she will come back, and I'm hoping that DHC and J has an opportunity to fight for objectives. 40 seconds left until those are going to begin to pop, but here we go, a potential fight starting inside of stream. That is a blast wave, that's not going to do too much. The Nikki will follow through with the Pure Rage uppercut. Minshik Park on the backside, he's went a little bit too far. Auto attacks from the shield is good. Down goes to Nadine. Dotato is also taken down too. This Nikki is in a whole heap of trouble. She's gonna get her Q canceled. She held it for too long. Garden Reverse is good, but the knockup is there. DHC and J are first place winners of last game, taken down in a snap.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Actually, I can't even say unfortunate. I feel like they just really overreached on that fight. a little too aggressive of play coming out from the Nadine, and then they get punished accordingly. Great blocking. Oh, but we do see the Reign of the Vampire Queen getting blinked out by Min. Min will be able to maybe turn this with the signature fireball, but look at the damage on Isana. Actually, Isana doing a great job turning damage onto Bear. Bear might be going down. The blind coming out. Knockups, they end up trading out, but Wacko is very low. Min is probably going to be able to secure the kill, if not the space. Secure this tree for Team
It was a really good Reign of the Vampire Queen, but I think Min had a fantastic response to it. Sometimes those Reign of the Vampire Queens, you just want to split the fight up, and it did that perfectly. The main DPS damage dealer of that William wasn't there for a majority of the fight, but I think the signature fireball usage was excellent from the side of Min, who was able to rejoin the fight immediately. Alele will get taken down. Unfortunately, the Haymaker not going to push people back away enough. Jenny is right on your tail. You are going to die. One member from Team Avalanche down. Huang, on the other hand, he's just so sitting inside his stream. He wants his animals, man. Let the man do what he wants.
Let him cook. And we are seeing Jukai absolutely at 100 stacks by now. So they're probably finished cooking. Probably have a lot of sweet potatoes for themselves. Always going to be taking that camping kit. And we are seeing Team Freya looking pretty well for themselves. Able to get a is it the Iron Fist on Yona? That is a pretty strong spike, and they will have their 4-score Collins. I think right now it might even be another funnel towards the Jenny coming out from the Charlotte. You are seeing 335, absolutely. We are seeing another 4-score coming out. Jenny is one of the more expensive auto-attacking carries in terms of build. Can be looking at upwards of a 3-4 score build. Usually it's going to be the but reducing ult coming out. Look at that, and then the Aiden ult layered on top after the Nikki ult. QBack had no chance at getting even the Nimrod's gate out. It was just too much CC lockdown.
That the center hit of that ultimate from Aiden too, right? It actually does stun you for quite a while. A lot of people forget that that thing does have a stun, because the utilization of Aiden just makes it so that Aiden players I've seen just throw the ultimate in an open area so they could use it to teleport. No, guys, that thing still has a stun on the center. It hurts quite a lot if you do end up beating it. It's a good kill across the board for some of these teams. Celestial also making a little bit better of a showing today than yesterday, right? That's a good sign and a good thing ahead, especially with an Aiden too, man. Aiden's need to snowball. This is a great start for that team.
We've been talking about the glass cannon nature in terms of just viability for these melee carries, and yeah, you're absolutely right. Aiden does need to snowball, just like we've been talking with Hisui. You can't actually play these characters if you're not looking to take some proactivity in the early game. You will end up getting outscaled by these honest front and back comps, unless, again, your opponents make errors, and you don't want that. So you want to give yourself as many windows to have agency, which means you need to make proactive plays and get leads so that you have these item leads that lead to you taking these very unfair fights.
Unfair fights indeed. It's going to be a situation where you're trying to avoid those for the entire game. A lot of teams had some unfortunate fights yesterday, and even in game number 1 with those third parties and fourth parties coming everywhere, I think unfortunate fights can be a term we can use very loosely for game number 2. You don't want to get caught in those once again. A lot of teams seems to have learned though. If a fight is dragging on too long, you usually don't want to chase. You usually don't want to over chase, because things like what we saw in game number 1 can happen to you very, very often if you don't have any information of anything ahead of you. So love the way that a lot of these teams are playing right now. Macro gameplay wise, it's looking pretty solid. Micro gameplay wise too, it's better than yesterday. You can't ask for more.
For sure. There it is, third count, but we are seeing Huang getting the Nimrod's gate out. A turn coming out from Alele actually getting the stun onto Natsune, but I don't think you actually have a lot more gas in the tank. And we're just seeing Avalanche really struggle with this Hisui, Hyunwoo, and Arda comp. It's really hard to get the ball rolling. I think part of it is Natsune has access to the play dead, so even if for some reason Hyunwoo was able to 100-0 with a tank build, you really don't have enough damage, I think. And if you do, where's the damage to kill her again after the play dead pop?
If I'm going to be honest with you, actually, I don't think Alele meant to take that. Because the Arda used it to get out, and he was already walking away from the fight, but then he had to turn back because the Hyunwoo went in. So I don't think that was intentional. A little bit of a misclick, and sometimes the hitbox of that Nimrod's gate, if you played with an Arda, you'll know it's kind of big. Right, so maybe you're just trying to right click and trying to move around inside a cemetery, try to buy your teammates a little bit of space, and then you accidentally click it. You have to immediately go back into the fight. Weed in a little bit of trouble. He is for now going to be able to get away. Pure Rage uppercut is good. The AoE damage is insane. Charlotte will be able to knock down the Theo. Down he goes, and down goes Natsune as well. 2-0 in favor of Team Freya. And this is disastrous for Epoch, losing out 2 members at the start of day number 3. They got the credit for it, but they were building up for something incredible at this point for this team. 5 kills, but down 2.
That is pretty disastrous. And we are seeing the Wraith of the Vampire creating huge blink coming out from Wako, but look at the burst damage in return. The shotgun actually canceling out on the channel of the coffin, so the damage reduction is not there for Wako, and that's just an excellent turn from Team Chichu Duckstreams.
That's terrible, man. Okay, here we go. Monohoshi's with the Subame Gaishi is good. Totem population is good as well. Nice buffer with that W2. He's going to be able to get the kill on top of it. Cubic in a whole heap of trouble. He's going to use the Nimrod's Gate to get out, but Lovely is there to intercept. I think that might be it for Team Avalanche. The Hyunwoo should get taken down. No, he's still alive. Oh my goodness. ASD trying to recover from this as well, but I don't think it's going to work. There's the W2 once again. Hwang is chasing this down. He's got the infinite chases. The rotation is there. Oh, Lele, can you get anything more done? Perry is there, but I think that's it for Team Celestial. Why? Oh, why? Oh, why did that go so wrong? Hwang, as well as Lele, taking down the members of Celestial one by one.
Yeah, like a shark smelling blood in the water. Hwang had the Nichirin cut prepared actually for the end of the Peacemaker from the heart, so it didn't actually matter how much damage they were taking or how much damage Lele was taking. You had to stand in that ultimate because the heart is 1 HP, which means you're also standing in the Nichirin cut. If you just started it before the heart ult ends, they will take that 1 damage and you will heal a little bit. So then they had the turn, and then yeah, you just don't. ASD does not have enough gas in the tank, and at this whole time Hwang is stacking up the flash cuts to keep the chase. You just can't turn in the 1v2.
Yeah, that's devastating too. You're not going to even have something like the Darko that we saw yesterday to use the intimidation tactic to bring people out of the Peacemaker. You're not running that on your comp. So you have to stay inside of it, otherwise you're probably going to die, whereas everyone else is going to keep themselves alive, at least not get executed, right? Nichirin cut, AoE, not exactly the same radius as Peacemaker, but big enough. And that's all you need from that character. Well played from Team Avalanche. They're still continuing to make this Hisui look pretty solid in a lobby like this. We'll see if it's going to work out a little bit more. I think Cubic can definitely work on a little bit more of his micro. His Arda usage has been pretty interesting, but I definitely think it can be a little bit more optimized to work alongside the Hisui and Hyunwoo, more so than trying to keep himself alive throughout a lot of these fights. The big part about Arda is making sure he can actually use his kit for his teammates. I don't think I've seen too much of that just yet, outside of using some of those Nimrod's Gates. That's typically not enough.
And we are seeing the early Garnet ult commitment from Team Chichu Duckstreams on this contest, which means it's not going to be available in the front to back. But look at the damage that BL is able to actually take. And look at the turn, actually, another overreach from another player. Isada just going a little too far out. And the damage from Newmind and Lichetta is good enough. And look, Kachu making a lot of space. But Min is absolutely pumping. But I don't know if there is enough range maybe for Min to zone off Lichetta, but you are going to probably see Isana getting the rest, and this is looking pretty bad for Chichu Duckstreams. Unless Min just agrees on the spacing. Walk back with your Jukai. I think you had the win on the fight there.
He greeted for the baseball. He was 2 stacks on the fastball. He was looking for 1 more, but it went the wrong way. And by the time he turned around from stepping one step was all the Rozzy needed. She blinks in and immediately uses a Semtex. Well played from that team. It's unfortunately going to be a 2-for-0 exchange in favor of the Rozzy. Chichu Duckstreams will be able to utilize it, even if they used that Garnet ultimate early and didn't get that much out of it. The damage is still there. Haze plus Rozzy. It's day number 4. They have transitions.
You're so right. When you're a Felix committing that hard, you do still have the shotgun coming out from Haze to stun you a little bit. And that's enough of a window where there's that much damage. Wait, oh, wow. Okay, that was a little scary from Win, actually. It looked like they might have actually popped. You were absolutely on microseconds of timer, because that one was getting dangerously close to 0.
Yep, they're still fine though. Needs to make up that time, right? That's the biggest problem about utilizing this much of that restricted area timer. You're gonna have to make it up somehow, sometime. We've seen too many timer scams throughout the course of this series already. I should say not series, but the phase already. I don't want to tag anymore because that is just one of those mishaps we've been talking about so many times throughout the course of the weekend, Kaz. I'd rather not see these teams have to deal with it anymore. You see Team Epoch jumping over the wall in towards Cemetery. there are a couple teams ready and prepare. Specifically Team Freya. This Jenny and Charlie combination did do a lot of work during the knockout stages, but I don't know if it's going to do too much unless this fight specifically works out. Nachune on the backside trying to get some damage done, but the Charlotte Divine Intervention is there. Yona is going to be able to pop the play. That is amazing. Theo now getting caught out by the Jenny. You're not running away from that one. 2-for-0 in favor of Team Freya. Oh, they were so ready for this.
Really well played, and again, I feel like this Nikki go button coming out from Yona is just so good. Every time that they're able to, they've been isolating a target, they've won the fight, right? And they've been able to get that Nikki ult engage to start these fights, and that is a lot of Wicked Line control. But look at Team looking to contest, but they did just, I don't know if you want this. Wait, Kachu being sent as a sacrificial pawn, maybe. Min and Isana looking to go in afterwards, but you don't have the timer to go back. Wait, look at the damage on Min. So much damage coming out. The Divine Intervention also coming out. Kachu's gonna have to disengage. Isana's gonna disengage. They do have the White Lily. There's setting Kachu. I feel like Kachu. Was Kachu not able to get out there?
No, I think he used his E in. There was miscommunication, severe one at that. Team Avalanche looking to fight it as well. Ichirin Kata is going to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. The shield! Oh my god, is it enough? No! The damage just isn't there, man. It's so close for Hwang. He stayed alive a lot longer than I thought he was. He will self-pop, unfortunately. Weed is going to get taken down. There goes Natsume. 5 seconds left on Junragas. It's just, dude. Misfortunes everywhere for these teams. Why does this happen over and over and over again, Kaz?
This is the punish on Team Epoch for that timer commit they had on that TP and pod. And look at the ultimate coming out. Are they the burst coming out before the Nimrod gate is even able to be taken? And I think actually really well played by Yona. I think they were kind of standing on top of the Nimrod as much as possible to make it hard for the Arda to be able to click and take it. Actually, I think that might have caused an auto that wasn't supposed to be given to them, and that does end up denying the TP out. Very well played. Team Freya is taking over the game after collecting the Wicked Line.
Only 8 kills though. There's so many more left in this game. Freya, they need to be proactive. A lot of teams are going to try to avoid them once again. We talked about this before, although, whoa, this is a little bit awkward. Wait, they just saw the Hyunwoo walking up. Wait a sec, Team Avalanche, they're in a little bit of an awkward situation right now. Luckily, the zone will open. Do they want to take this fight? Hwang is back alive. Alele looking for a disengage. He actually does end up getting it. The Dice and Cube combo is good. It cancels out the initiation from the Bianca. Is that going to be enough? Nichiren Cut doesn't save him. Down goes Hwang. He didn't have the totem, or he just didn't use it. I think the fight might be over. Team Avalanche will most likely fall. No, Nimrod's gate this time around is there, but I don't know if he's going to be able to stay alive against the Bianca. Sanguine Javelin is going to miss, but he should have that Bloodletting auto attack. There he goes. Cubic will take the fall. Team Avalanche, unfortunate as they are going to fall down. Third party right here for Team Rump Rebels, sitting on 9 kills. They need to get themselves out. They have the mobility. Thunderstrike there once again. Is that going to be enough? There's the healing from the Don Quixote. No, it is not going to be enough. Down goes Bear. 2 members alive now for Team Rump Rebels. Third party yet again.
Yeah, it's been a lot of Campbells today. We've been seeing a lot of third parties, and it's been really unfortunate. Are you? Oh yeah, Yona just not able to actually had the rage ready to deny the VLS. That is going to be the team VLSing into Chapel. We do see Rump Rebels sitting on a Stray Bianca and Stray Laura, and they're going to be walking towards the team of Team Freya in. Is coming and walking towards, and now they're going to corral them into this terrible choke point.
But this is exactly what we want this to do, right? Just constantly push out until they get more information, get more space for themselves. We've seen this throughout the course of the weekend again. Teams are just learning from one another. I love this. It might be boring just watching the same idea happen over and over and over again, but this is exactly the strategy you need to utilize in order to win the game. More information, the better you're going to have of a chance to win the game. 2 members alive for Rump Rebels. They're stuck inside a chapel right now. Team Freya, they know exactly what's going on around here. They see the camera. Are they going to check the corner? I don't know. Oh, they're actually going to utilize the White Lily over the wall. Wako is in a whole heap of trouble. Divine Intervention just completely nullifies the pressure. Reign of the Vampire Queen is going to put down. Wako still trying desperately to get away. White Lily is going to get cancelled. I think he's just going to pop the timer. -1 is not going to happen. Oh no, it's not dispelled. -1 going into the hands of Team Rump Rebels. He tried, but the Charlotte damage just did not pop.
Yeah, I don't even know who's to blame there. Was it the Charlotte for not throwing out an auto maybe to deny? The res actually going off, but you're not going to be able to get both. And then we do see the... Wait, actually great! Unstoppable coming out from Bear. There's no way they're going to be able to finesse this Lumi res, right?
Are they going
Are they?
to?
No,
Oh,
there's
they
gonna be another
got
fight
it.
breaking out. I think they have. No, they don't have the timer.
It went to Sam. It went to Sam. That's devastating. Narahara looking for a fight. He's not going to be able to get it. I think the Diamond Shard just was a little bit late. Bear's going to try to fight this out, but there's too much crowd control. New Mind is so good at timing those shotguns up against these initiators, and we've seen it one more time.
Yeah, I think the haze value has actually been pretty insane from Chichu Doctrums. I think
Yep.
New Mind has been playing very, very well. Honestly, kind of carrying a lot of these fights with the usage of the shotgun to deny any kind of threat onto the backline, because Beal, while very tanky on the Garnet, is not the same as an exclusive coming out from the Mai. You do actually have to rely a little bit more on your backliners to peel themselves, because the stun, there's a micro stun and then just a lot of space made by the Garnet, but not necessarily the immediate safety coming out from the exclusive from the Mai,
Indeed.
for example.
Yeah, we'll see if that shotgun is going to be enough, because Isana is quite strong. Min is also keeping his spacing perfectly this time around. Hopefully he doesn't greed too often for those baseballs. He is sitting on 3 of those balls at the moment, but no more animals sitting around. He's going to have to try resetting this. No, just going to let it go down to 0. Fight is going to start out at a complete reset for both of these teams. New Mind getting some damage down over onto Kachu. Isana is actually going to be the first target of both of the teams. Kachu about to get taken down at half HP. There's the damage over onto New Mind, but the shotgun is good once again. What the heck was that from Lasita? He just walked straight into a fastball prop. Min, I don't know if that's going to be the right play. One member down for Team Chichu Doctrums. I think this will be it. William has the pumps. He's got the auto attacks. He's got the pitches, and down goes 2. Chichu Doctrums will fall against Team They need to start looking for positioning inside of Factory now.
Unfortunate, the Razi just not really understanding that they don't have the range to actually contest Min.
Yeah.
And there was a pretty great shotgun and burst coming out from New Mind. They might have been able to actually burst down the Felix if they decided to maybe miscommunication on target selection. But if you actually commit to fighting the Felix, I think you might have had a better chance of winning that fight. But now we are seeing Team versus Team Freya in the final zone. Team Freya posturing a little bit forward. I like this from them.
They know the timings. Team Freya sees the teams hanging around. That recon drone should signify, and with Mojum seeing the Shukai, you know exactly what the angle is coming from. Thin corridors everywhere is also not exactly going to be the greatest, but Team Freya is not a comp that can actually capitalize on this, right? Thin corridors are fine, but Mojum's red carpet is on a pretty long cooldown. You can't use that every single time, and we do have Isana starting to come around from a different angle. Yona looking for an angle in, not just yet. Pure Rage Uppercut not going to be there. Do they see the flank from Isana? I don't know. There's the blink on in, but the signature fireball was already prepared and ready to go. Divine Intervention has already been invested. Damage output from all of these teams are looking good. Look at this. Yona gets an angle onto Min. Is the damage output just there? Stun's not going to come through. Charlotte's still alive. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Never by Mojum is already dead. Team will be able to pick up 3 kills. They're going to be able to take away first place for game 2 with 10 total kills. GG's.
Huge knockup coming out of Isana actually right after the end of the Divine Intervention from the Charlotte, getting both the Charlotte and the Jenny incredibly low, popping the play dead, and then the fight is really hard to win from that point. When you're in play dead, you're not pumping autos, and guess who is pumping autos? Min and Isana. So the damage output is a lot higher because you have the dual carries coming out from the Felix and the William rather than just the Jenny, and you're putting a lot of the eggs in one basket. And if the Jenny isn't able actually to maximize her damage output through the Charlotte and the Nikki's peel and healing, then you are actually probably going to lose out on most of your fights. And that's exactly what happened in the matchup between Team and Team Freya.
I think one of the biggest differences for that fight as to why Team was able to win is because Min preset the signature fireball so that even if he did get Pure Rage Uppercut, he still has a way out. Those baseballs were prepared for an easy way out for him too. And the crazy thing about this is, we talked about this yesterday with some of these comps trying to invest a little bit too much. We talked about, I think it was the Kathy Fiora that blinked in trying to kill a Razi inside of archery range. They used everything to jump onto the Razi, or whoever it was. I forget who actually it was inside of archery range. We saw almost the same thing here too. That Nikki went all the way trying to get in on towards the William, and the Jenny did the exact same thing. If they layered the crowd control a little bit better, then maybe, yes, it could have worked. Because I saw the acceptance speech angle. If it popped in time, they would have killed the William. But those baseball setups that I talked about just now actually allows the William to get himself on out. And he had like 2 or 3 extra set up right along the path he was trying to escape to. He was so free from that point, dealing so much damage with no one to actually pressure him.
yeah, once the pure rage uppercut is committed, there are 2 carries, right? So you were mentioning Isana's flank, right? Isana was able to output the damage even if Min wasn't able to, and then Min is able to pick up the slack after the engage from Isana, and also after the divine intervention comes down. Just really well played by a team. Understanding the mission assignment. Freya's bags are in a lot in one basket, so we do see the scores coming up though.
Thanks to the fact that the first place team from last game ended going 8th, a fast 8th in this game, we're going to have a very close score sheet after game number 2. Freya both sitting on 27 points, DHC and J 25, 22, 21 for Jeju Darkstorms and Avalanche, even 18 points for Rump Rebels. It is a 9-point difference from first place to 6th. That is not that far of a series, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. And even the teams on the bottom, like you were mentioning, it's not that far. Like there's so much room in this series specifically because I think DNC and J ate that 8th. Now the lobby is a lot less top heavy, and there's a lot more openings for teams to snipe those top 4 positions going into group stage 2 of the knockout stage.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, though, that was game 2 of Knockout Stage 1. That means we're going to go into a break. So make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch, because we'll see you guys back here for the last 2 games of Knockout Stage 1.
잠시 후 최종 안전 제가 해제됩니다.
어디 재미있는 일 없을까요? 저만 믿고 따라오세요. 제가 즐겁게 해드릴게요. 함께 하시죠. 금지된 타락의 유혈 속으로. 고통은 한순간이겠지만 안식은 영원할 거예요. 고통을 끝내드릴게요.
도망칠 곳이 없을 때 사람들은 솔직해지자. 숨을 시간이 아닐 텐데 피가 끓지 않나.
벌써 내가 나설 차례인가? 죄다 시시한 애들 뿐이네. 인간은 결국 힘들의 존재야. 그래, 이제 좀 마왕 같아 보여?
이번 경기도 가볍게 금메달을 따주겠어. 이 정도야 가뿐하지. 새로운 재능을 찾은 걸지도 모르겠는걸. 노력은 배신하지 않아. 이게 그 증거다. 이제부터 경기 시작이야. 금메달 리스트를 얕보지 마. 나약한 정신은 버려라. 얼마든지 덤벼라. 자, 내게 덤빌 녀석은 누구지? 그나마 숨 트이는 곳이군. 내 눈을 피할 생각은 마. 아무리 노력해도 피할 수 없을 거야. 자신 없다면 얼른 루트로 도망치는 게 좋아. 승리의 광경은 이런 거였지.
내 소속? 그런 걸 알아서 뭐하게? 모든 것은 그분의 뜻대로. 빛보다 빠르게. 아, 미안. 다신 안 뽑기로 했었지? 눈에는 눈, 이에는 이. 그걸로 부족한데? 주범의 갈시! 기억할 수 있다면 모든 것을 기억해 주십시오. 내 눈이 저지른 일들을, 내 손이 저지른 일들을. 손재주는 나쁘지 않답니다. 찢고 가르고 뚫어볼까요? 제가 말끔히 고쳐드릴게요. 환자가 있다면 어디든지 가야겠죠? 움직이시면 안 돼요. 치료할게요. 당신이 죽더라고요. 맥박이 안 잡히네요. 부르셨나요? 병들어 죽는 것보단 나았겠죠. 전 최선을 다했어요.
눈을 뜰 시간이에요. 제가 길잡이가 되어줄게요. 당신이 상상하는 모든 게 현실이 될 거예요. 영원한 행복의 세계로. 당신의 꿈에 날개를 달아줄게요. 현실을 넘어 이상으로 당신들의 모든 것들을 제가 기억하고 있을게요. 절 막으실 건가요? 잘 쉬는 것도 중요해요. 그렇지? 제 날개로는 모두를 품을 순 없었나 봐요. 기다리고 있어줘요. 그 세계에서 새로운 세상을 보여줄게요. 지켜봐 주세요. 모두가 평화로운 세상을 만들어 볼게요.
서큐버스도 살짝 간을 보고 있습니다.
네, 폭주가
근데
꺼졌지만
이건-
금방 또 채울 것 같기는 합니다만.
자, 변이공은 선 넘었다.
자, 근데
이죠?
뭔가 나오긴
먹어야
했어요.
돼요.
자, 이거
니키가 먹었어요. 포스코. 그러면 여기서 이기기까지 해야죠. 아니면 나가던지.
자,
이러면
일단은
니키
니키가
그만해 포스코.
잡혔고요. 이어서 엠마까지 쫓아갈까요?
자, 죽음의 연기.
자, 놓치기 싫은 서큐버스인 것 같습니다. 어떻게든 일단 니키
자, 이거
이어서
이러면
한번 더.
결국에는 3대2 구도로 갔기 때문에.
그렇죠. 스프링 트랩까지 이어지고요. 엠마 잡아내는 대전 하나 CNJ 두 번째 킬 가져가고 이어서 아까 곰에서 나왔던 포스코어까지 챙겨가겠습니다.
네, 이럴 때 중요한 거는 EMP 드론과 한 방의 그 스킬 연계 틈을 놓치지 않고 돌파를 해주는 게 중요한데.
자, 일단 큰 피해를 입힌 건 현재 경남
자,
스파클이고요.
이런
자,
빈틈
빈틈.
선수가 어디로 찌르느냐.
그렇죠. 이거 근데 빈틈 선수를 오히려 잡으면서 승전보라도 받아야 되는데 안 죽어요.
와.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. Hope it was a good one. Hope you guys did what I say all the time. I say it very often, so it's become like a little tongue twister on my mouth that I'm getting used to now. I hope all of you guys actually got water. Please keep yourselves hydrated. I hope you guys got a snack. It's a bit late night, but you know, sometimes like you get popcorn all the time at a good movie, you gotta get some snacks and a stretch too, please. I don't want your muscles to tense up watching Eternal Return Masters. We're gonna go straight into game number 3. For the knockout stage number 1, Nikki is banned. I actually didn't catch that, Kaz. I don't think either of us did.
Yeah, you're right. I did not realize that, but Elena and Mai are going to be coming back on the table. And a lot of these teams that did go to the Nikki were playing either the Elena or the Mai, so I don't think it's any harm or foul. We are seeing Team Celestial go towards the Alonzo maybe. And yes, we will be seeing Mai back online for the bans coming into games 4. And do we see an Elena ban coming out? It does not look like it this time.
You're right. No Elena ban for game number 4. She will be back on the table, although we did get one person increasing the count for the Mice, right? There's 4 this time around instead of the 3. So, yeah, we shall see how much of a difference that's going to make, at least in game number 4. Are we going to be seeing a lot more Nikkis, or are we just going to go back to what we saw in game number 2, where because of the Mai ban, we saw some teams maybe playing a little bit more aggressive, right? That could be a possibility. Either way, the picks are locked in. We're going back to the Abigail for Team Jeju Duck Shrimps. Cool. See if this actually does work out a little bit better in this one, right? We saw some really close fights. Talked earlier about how maybe if there was an ultimate timing here and there, it could have been better. Game 1 was just way too chaotic for all these players, so maybe this time in Game 3, it'll be a lot more different. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the first of the second game, the first of the 2 games that is going to determine these players' fates in this phase will commence. If this game doesn't go well for you and you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, well, you're aiming for that 4th place spot, and that's not a good position to be in.
There is a lot. So we were talking about lack of stakes coming in yesterday night because they were looking at maybe just going into the knockout stage. Now this is for all the dollars, right? If you lose or if you bought 4, you're out of the tournament. Now it really does matter. It doesn't matter if you're 4th or if you're 1st, but you got to get into that top 4 like you're mentioning.
It's for all the marbles, at least for these 8 teams. For the top 4, of course, they're going to have to play another knockout stage right after, so it's not like they can let up on the pressure on themselves or anything like that, but it's going to be a rough one. We shall see. The score sheet is really close, though, right? We talked about it before we came into this game, or I guess I should say after, before we went on to the break. because the team that won first place with such a dominating performance went fast 8th in game number 2, you can take a look at the leaderboard at the bottom right. It is extremely close for a majority of the lobby. Only a 9-point difference between 1st and 6th place. That is absolutely nothing. So really, really good chances for a lot of our teams here. Whereas Isana gonna get taken down. A couple of picks here and there once again, but it's not the fast pace that we saw yesterday or on Friday either. It's the same thing as what we saw in games 2 and 1.
For sure, and that's number 4, but we are going to be looking at Team Chechi, looking at Team Min, but Min being able to turn a kill and getting out. Wow, well played. Well, like dang, well played. Wako gonna be doing a bit of a, honestly, I didn't know that they are gonna get Lasita here. This Rump Rebels comp is a very BNK FearX kind of beat, as we do see Newmind getting caught out by Team Epoch. But yeah, I feel like Rump Rebels comp looks a lot like something you might see coming out of BNK FearX.
It's very similar. I will say it might just be a bit of that Rosner Sua effect. As soon as we see a Sua inside of KR, we're just like, BNK FearX. I will say it's not exactly the comp that they would run, but you're right. It is reminiscent of it. The idea is there, especially when you try to compare, for example, like the Irem with the Laura. They tend to have a similar playstyle where you're looking for these pick opportunities and you can single target out somebody extremely well. But yeah, it is a little bit different. I do see where you're getting the idea from, though. Team and Team Tijutakshrims, on the other hand, might be looking for a fight. Min actually decides to split apart, and this is going to give the go-ahead for Tijutakshrims to actually start the fight. Kachu is going to jump over the wall. Not too many players on the side of Tijutakshrims has the ability to do that, so they're actually just going to capitalize on the animals here instead. Although the Felix is kind of ahead of the schedule, they're going to be able to steal away a bat and a bear. Huge value for going into Temple on the backside of a fight.
And Team Freya is also walking into Temple. Temple's very active. This top 7 map is getting a lot of attention from different teams. And Cho is trading out with Min. It's kind of funny just to see the Might throwing out the shawls and actually trading pretty decently. But obviously, when you have the ability to trade out with the William, you are going to lose out. So walking back, we are seeing a decent amount of posturing towards different quadrants of the map. We did see Temple pretty active, but now we see Hotel. Right before, I mean, this fight is not going to come for the tree, but it is going to be a fight breaking out between Team Avalanche and Team Rump Rebels. A great stun coming out from Alele, actually, to deny the circulation from the Reign of the Vampire Queen. That's going to be a pretty heavy disengage, I have to assume, going out for Rump Rebels, unless Bear disagrees with me. But yeah, there's too many cooldowns committed to this. I don't think Narahara is going to be able to turn. That's the Twilight Heist and the Reign of the Vampire Queen down for Team Rump Rebels. But Bear is still looking and actually does see the window on Alele, but the engage coming out from the Lord is going wide. Oh. That is actually damage coming out on Alele going down, but the consistent damage coming out from Wong on this Nadine, it cannot be ignored. And yeah, that's the advantage of having the marksman in this fight. You committed all these heavy ultimate cooldowns from your mage and bruiser characters. You just have the auto attacks coming out from the Nadine this entire time. I was assuming that that fight was going to go in Avalanche's favor, but honestly, it looked a little more competitive than maybe I expected.
I think Bear is still a little too used to having Sebi on the roster, right? He's going in extremely aggressive even without the support on the Sua. You need a little bit more of that, especially this early on in the game, right? We're not seeing those late game Suas just yet where she's going to be able to heal up about a quarter of HP per Don Quixote. She's also going to teleport into a whole middle of an entire team this time around. Inside of Beach will get taken down, and another pick on the north side of the map as ASD and the Fiora will get caught out again by multiple players inside of school. Unfortunate hyperloops across the board for some of these players, but it is only day number 2. Death timers, while they are long because it's past level 8, it's not going to be as long as something that would happen maybe at like middle of night number 2. It is recoverable.
And as you look to recover, you do want to try to look at the zones of the map that might not be as contested. You don't see as many players because you do want to get your farm back online. And I do think with 8 players in the lobby, it's going to maybe be hard, and that's why it matters so much not to take these early deaths. But it's not unsalvageable for these teams. Obviously, we do actually see a lot of proactivity in the same areas of the map, so there might be maybe factory or something that might look a little free for the teams that are falling behind.
Yes, sir. Day 2 It's about time for some of these players to start calling in the force cores. We see a couple of them already being called. Celestial calls one, there's the second one, DHC and J just called two. Theo's about to build up another one potentially, or are they going to get something else? Nope, force core right again. 3 force core calls for DHC and J, there it is. A ton of transitions, and right here, this is the value. Right here is around the time teams are really looking for a lot of these calls, and you can see the reason why. Value is absolutely bonkers, especially when you have the Mai too. Right, there are so many good force core chess pieces, and if you start upgrading them with David, that's even higher value going into night number 2.
Slot efficiency is the name of the game in competitive eternal return for tempo, and yeah, you were mentioning the David upgrades with a force core chess piece like the Holy Orders, or maybe... Oh wait, we do see an engage coming out though. Hog getting taking a lot of damage from ASD, but able to return even more so. The Amtro getting pocked, but the damages was not enough, and now we're gonna see the Alonzo ult coming out from Dong9, but that is just not going to buy you any more time other than the ability for your third to escape. Celestial taking another rather unfortunate fight.
A little bit unfortunate. It's all good though. People can recover once again. The Celestial still keeping themselves alive. 3 kills. You know, once again, they're in a pretty okay spot. Just maybe taking a little bit of an unfortunate fight for themselves. Continue to move on. Team Epoch looking to fight it out up against Sage's Doctrines. They will hold control of Cemetery. Whereas on the flip side, DHC and J, they're in a whole heap of trouble. Third party coming in from Team they're going to switch their targets right over onto Team Freya, as Yona will take the fall. Cho as well as Mojum will have to back away from this one, going potentially into Temple, which is close because the Tato starting to lose their timers, will have to step into stream to get out of that little conundrum.
And you really hate to take these early timer taxes. We've been mentioning it a lot on the cast tonight, especially because we've seen it already happen in this ERM stage, the timer scam. So if you do have a slow start, you lose out on your timer because you're getting pushed out. That can just end up losing you the game on the spot if you're not able to catch back up and find some kills for yourself to get the timer back online. And we do see some posturing between and Min sending out the signature fireball, and the Tato just getting immediately caught out. That's really unfortunate. And it looks like Peksu might actually get picked out too. The Tempo Central going a little wide actually might not be able to get the catch onto Peksu. But DHC and J losing more time or losing more tempo. Quebec is getting engaged on by New Mind. And look at the fight between Lucida and Alele. That's going to be a solo coming out from Alele maybe. No, actually the turn, no, yeah, the Montel was actually able to pick it up. And that was really well played by Alele. How insane is Elena able to 1v1 this bombing?
It's the reason why she was banned in game number 2, right? She is so good. Look at her live. The defense scaling makes it so you can actually build tank on this character while still being a threat. Huge value coming out of that blazing dress for Alele as well. Nice play from the Elena. That is exactly, once again, why we saw her being banned for game 2. So many teams are looking for exactly that kind of gameplay.
I feel like, again, we mentioned it on the cast last night because I do believe Elena drew a ban last night as well. Nobody does in the tank row what Elena can do. She just nonchalantly 1v1 the Subame. Like, how many tanks can actually do that and actually give enough kill threat? You might lock them down, but Elena's able to isolate a target and kill them, and that was brilliantly played by Elena, because not only did they get one, they baited out so much from Beal that they ended up getting a second just because the IB thought they could see the kill, but they couldn't. And now we do see posture being between Team Freya and Team Eco. Oh, but a great Gust Surge coming out from the Yumin to disengage, or rather deny the engage, and then the exclusive coming out. Look at the trades between Yona and Natsune. A very ill-advised blink towards or monkey wire in to try to get the kill secure, and now Mojam can give a little bit of chase. I don't know if the Empress is online, so maybe not enough slows coming out from these Mystic Gales, but look at the value that the Yumin offered. Actually, the Gust Surge just denying the taunt entirely from the Mai, and that was basically what won them the fight.
Yeah, I don't know what's with a lot of these players just walking into a William that has fastball fully activated thinking you're going to be able to out DPS it. No. You know the other teams are going to be prioritizing the William for a reason. That right there was it. You can't just willingly walk up to a William that has that skill activated and think that you're going to be able to kill them without getting punished. Like, what was the plan there? Right? You can get the kill on the William, but the Yumin is still full HP. I don't think your team's going to be able to respond to it, so let's be a little bit more careful, guys. There's still plenty more time left remaining in this series to try dealing with the William. Let's not make those kind of mistakes one more time, because it is going to start becoming much more catastrophic later down the road. It's at least only at the start of day number 3, so map is still available. right? You can get the calls back, but if you start making those mistakes later down the road, it is going to be heavily punished.
Yeah, these Williams have been providing so much threat, so much damage output, and yeah, you hit the nail on the head again. What are we doing dashing into the William with that small? This is a second time we're seeing one of these marksman carries doing this, and Quebec is in a terrible position, by the way. Look at the rest of the Avalanche. Gonna have to blink out. Lasita putting so much pressure, but don't walk back. You might get caught out. Yeah, Lasita just gonna take the trade. Hello? What are we doing, Quebec? That is not what you want. The Dance Macabre is coming out from New Mind. Really well played. Alayla trying to peel, but why would we... Wait, Wang actually doing a lot of damage in return, winning out after a pretty catastrophic blunder maybe coming out from the Adriana, but just carrying the fight single-handedly. The wind flow coming out from the Yumin, not enough. Look at the catch on Mojang. Exclusive pulling them right back to the Felix. That's not where you want to be.
Yona is just being outclassed by Min today. I think throughout every single game we've seen so far for the knockout stage, it's been just a Min show. You don't see Yona almost ever beating out against Min so far in these 1v1s whenever the William comes through. I just don't know what it is, but Team just always taking the one-up against one of their counterparts. The My William mirror matchup going in favor of one team only throughout the entire course of the series, whereas a lot of other teams now, they are also in shambles. Look, 3 teams missing members. Epoch down 1. Teju Duckstrom's down 2. Their credit count is terrible right now. Epoch's about to step into another team too. They are in shambles. Natsune about to run away. The expulsion shot is good. Never mind. It's going to be the Love and Peace to take that down. I think we'll see our first team gone. Epoch will get eliminated. Well played from Team Celestial. Now this is their time to shine.
This is big for Team Celestial. They've never really had this great of a start, and this is huge for the tempo, huge for the motivation, because they are at the bottom of our leaderboard. They need this game, and they need it to be way more explosive than any other of our winners so far to have a chance at winning out on this lobby.
This is a much more traditional comp that Team Celestial can actually play around, right? We saw a lot of funky comps yesterday that this team was trying to mess around with, and it didn't exactly work out. But once you start snowballing on a traditional comp like this, you're going to be able to scale extremely well into the late game. I love the position they're in right now. But I'm seeing some funny shenanigans again happen for this game. I don't want to be pessimistic, but sometimes as a caster, you have to be realistic. Macro plays are being really weird, man. Micro plays are also kind of strange. It looked good for the first 2 games. Game 3, you guys are going to have to focus again. There's still a bit left in this game. For the teams that have recovered, let's not make these mistakes anymore.
And we are seeing the signature fireball coming out from Team Freya into Team and look at the damage coming out. Kachu, you don't want... Oh, wow, actually a great dodge, but there's just too much damage coming out from this William. You exclusive through the wind flow, and then was able to dash out of the second proc, but that doesn't matter. Yona is pumping.
Finally, Team Freya is going to be able to one-up Team Kachu will be brought back immediately, minus 200 for that team, but they're still relatively ahead. Both of those 2 teams running the Mai and the William will be sitting on 6 kills, both on hand. Seems like the Williams are both fed up pretty well, right? They're going to be able to use a lot of their damage. Fastball damage output onto a Mai was also extremely solid, outside of course of those Shaw Veil windows. I'm liking the position that a lot of these teams are in right now. Once again, just don't make any mistakes, and we should see some very, very high quality fights from all of these teams that are live in the lobby.
I wonder if Wacko learned their lesson about maybe sending it onto Min. I think Min had a pretty excellent blink on the Reign of the Vampire Queen. So do you actually want to take this fight? But they're corralling them into a fantastic spot for this Reign of the Vampire Queen. Blink coming out, but look at the damage coming out. Min gonna be able to return with the signature fireball. That's a lot of commitment onto the William that isn't down yet. Bear trying their best. The exclusive coming out to pull out Isana, but look, Isana's turning it, and look at the damage from Min. As I just mentioned, I don't know if you want that. I don't know if you want that smoke. Look at Min, absolutely frying on the turn. And now we do see the Dance Macabre, a huge engage coming out from Bale, but look, wait, we're so deep. I don't know if the timer's there. We do have the Peacemaker coming out from Lovely. Look at the damage from Lasita. Lasita able to try to turn, but another wipe coming out from Team Celestial as Team Avalanche is picking up the wick line for free.
They do manage to get the res back onto the heart too. They actually end up getting the, I think it was the clutch. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but the res timer was much shorter for Lovely. That is a really, really big advantage. And they get the Gamma loop as well. That is so huge. This is going to be a big advantage going to Team Celestial at the perfect time as well. Look at the credit count. Look at their timer right now too. They would have had to use the hyperloop to risk it, but no, you get the gamma call, and now you're going to see a lot of value coming in for this team. 9 kills on hand for Team Celestial. They need to take advantage of this. I think we'll see more of this comp for the remainder of this series alone. And if we do see Team Celestial move on to Knockout Stage 2, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this comp again for that series.
Yeah, we do talk about maybe not relying on results-based analysis, but sometimes if something works and nothing else has worked, that's a clear sign that maybe this is your best option.
Yeah.
Now, Team Rump Rebel was able to get the reses off, but that's the second time they've tried to send it on a team with a William and just got absolutely blasted for it. And Min was just so good on the turn. You'd commit so much to getting this William, but if you trade the blinks, William still has the mobility to re-enter and dodge out on the fight afterwards. It's not like once the blink is gone, you don't have the signature fireball and all the dash resets for the William to still pump out a lot of damage and also have a decent amount of safety.
One of the biggest reasons why these Williams are faring so well against teams like Rump Rebels is that their positioning is so good. They're spacing extremely well against a lot of these teams that only have a one-dimensional initiation. Take a look, man. Laura, Bianca, you know exactly what they're planning on doing. As soon as the fight began with the Reign of the Vampire Queen, William was completely free, man. He was untouched throughout the entire fight, save for a little bit of that extra damage that was tagged from the beginning initial damage of Reign of the Vampire Queen. After that, he was not touched. This is not a team comp that if you miss out on initiation up against the William, you can't catch him anymore. It just doesn't happen. The only way you're going to be able to stop him for at least a little bit is maybe the W from a Sua. That's not consistent at all, man. You need more than that.
There's no other way, really, to deal with him unless one-shotting the William, because you're playing 3 characters that need to kind of hit a skill shot to kill you, and William is way too mobile to deal with that.
That's what I like. That's what I sometimes don't like about the skill shot characters, is that eventually later down the road, if you make one small mistake, those right click characters are just going to be way better, right? Because they don't need to miss. They don't miss anything. All you have to do is just make sure that you're right clicking something and you're auto attacking something. You're gonna get your damage down. But you start missing skills like this on crucial targets on these skill shot characters, you've invested a ton in order to get that done. So let's see, can they recover? Rump Rebels is alive. They've spent a lot of credits trying to res people back. We saw their transitions also slightly on the backside, but it's not bad. It's not bad. They can still do damage. We know what they're capable of, but we are seeing some fights starting out. This time around, it's going to be in Chapel. Team Freya looking to fight it out up against Team Avalanche. They are going to use the White Lily to get themselves on out. Yana taken down to about 1/3 of their HP. One of the reasons why they are backing away. Plus, it is a Wickeline team down there in Chapel. You do not want to be fighting that right now.
And again, there's just too much damage in general, so when added a Wickeline on top of a very fed team, that's a recipe for disaster. Freya's gonna look to disengage into Cemetery, but look how many teams are in the Cemetery area, and then look at the posturing towards Pond. Oh my goodness, Potato just getting absolutely fried, and Celestial's doing really well for themselves. Now Rump Rebels might be seeing DHC and J bleeding out, and can you... Wait, there's no way, right? There's no way they're gonna look for the Lumi play. Just
this is terrible!
No. Oh my goodness, Team Freya not getting what they want. This is terrible for them. Yona getting caught so quickly, and now the Reign of the Vampire Queen on the third party. Team Celestial, look at the blind coming out from Bear. The Peacemaker coming out, but you cannot turn this 1v3. There's no chance. The blind's coming out from the Sua. Lovely, dodging out on a lot of abilities actually, but just the Don Quixote's coming out. ASD is able to retreat into Cemetery, but that's a solo now.
That VLS was not it, Chief. It really wasn't. But they had nowhere else to go, right? The fact that you were falling down that much already to begin with, I think they barely caught the vision of all the teams hanging around that area. It was too late. It was way too late for that team. That is such a terrible spot to fall. Oh, that's so unfortunate. They're still alive, though. That's actually something that's really impressive to me. Team Freya is still alive. Cho is holding in that little cubby inside of inside of Pond, excuse me. It's not going to help too much in the long run because you are going to have to walk into the final zone, and that's not really a corner that nobody knows about. Everybody knows about this corner. He's still alive, though. That's a big one. Will Kachu check this? I'm not entirely sure. He's still alive. There's 4 teams inside the zone. Let's see how it turns out.
The engage coming out from Pexu onto the backline. Reign of the Vampire Queen is actually going to look at the burst. They're dodging out for missing. Wait, pulling. No, whoa. Relax. We do not need to press that exclusive there. Okay, unfortunate pulling the Razi right back into the Reign of the Vampire Queen. And is Cho going to be able... No, Cho does actually only have 10 seconds of timer. Will not be able to stall any longer. Gonna have to run in. That is going to be another kill. A little bit of one, but not a lot of commitment coming out from Isana or Min. We still have all our ultimate cooldowns. Let's look at the Reign of the Vampire Queen about to come up for Wakal. They're gonna look for this. The taunt coming in from Kachu maybe, denying a lot of space. Reign of the Vampire Queen just to deny space. Twilight Assault also coming out, but look at the damage. Min does have the opportunity maybe to pop up. Look at him, he's absolutely pumping, and Asana is as well. Baron running away, but you're not gonna win this fight. The autos coming out, clutch coming out from Min. Very well played by Team Mom.
And it's again the William that is constantly causing issues for Team Rump Rebels. This time they actually managed to get a really good fight up against Kachu, but that's it. You can't just kill the Vi and expect the entire fight to be over. You don't have a disengage up against a William that is just pumping damage into you while you're in his range. You can't do it. Well played from Min. This guy is pumping hard on this William right now. He is almost single-handedly carrying this entire team. I will say Isana is playing out of his mind right now, but if it wasn't for this William, I think a lot of these fights would almost be unsalvageable. Let's see if Min can do it once again, because Team Avalanche's composition can deal with this front-to-back composition a bit well. Kachu investing a little too much into this fight too, and there's a freeze going straight over onto a Felix. Can they recover? Absolutely not. The quick cut is there, and I don't think that baseball slide was going to be enough. He has the fastball stacked up, but this Adriana can zone out a lot of what this William wants to do. Slight early engage coming through from Kachu, and the will punish Team
You gotta question maybe if there was a miscommunication because the rest of the team is just so far back. What are we doing? Is the mind going that far in? This is gonna be really hard. Maybe Min might be able to pick up a kill because the damage is really good. Isana looking for a play with the White Lily, but look how far back Min is. Min is trying to send the signature from Fireball. Huge knockup coming out. Wait, blink on the Toronto skill. Actually being able to turn 2 kills. Wow. Actually fantastically played from Min, all things considered. Trying to salvage as many points as possible for Team Really beautifully played from Isana and Min, all things considered. That's a 2 for 2 in a 2v3. Really well played, but obviously the advantage that Team Avalanche was able to accumulate by turning on the ill-advised engage earlier in the fight will allow them to end up closing the game for themselves.
The thing is, Team actually did this yesterday too. Remember that? How they were super ahead by day 3 down in dock. We saw their item, Spear of Longinus on Isana, but then they kind of sent it a few times in fights, and then they started trailing behind some of the other teams, and then it resulted in not a good result. It almost feels very reminiscent of that. Sometimes, even if you are ahead, sometimes, even if you are doing extremely good, you have to have control over yourself. Right? For Kachu, that was definitely not the case, right? He tried to look for a little bit more. Maybe the communication wasn't there, as you said. Either way, the 2-for-2 trade, I think, is one of the best case scenarios that Team could be looking for. Well played from both Isana and Min. The triple knockup, I think, from Isana using the Tempest Hydra and the Wind Scar in set up really nicely for the William. And the William follow-up with the signature Fireball was also really well timed. It's just, I really hope that these initiations are a little bit more together, because imagine if the signature Fireball was already being thrown when the Tempest Hydra animation was there, right? And that's a lot more time that the William can actually get the DPS down. And it's not like the Adriana and the Nadine are going to be able to single-handedly target the William only. They need to focus fire down to Felix because he's the one that's right on top. If these initiations are paired together perfectly on time, the threat level would actually be insane. I'm desiring just a little bit more in some of these fights, but it was a good fight from Team regardless.
Yeah, again, I think the main problem was that they were trying to salvage a 2v3. The fact that they even got 2 is pretty phenomenal. And you did point out, even in that 2v3, it felt like the communication was a little off.
Yeah.
Because Isana almost solo won them the fight if the signature Fireball was queued up, right? If it didn't come a little late, we mentioned it even during the fight that there was a little bit of poor spacing. What does that fight look like if, first of all, Kashu's involved, but also if the synergy was a little better between Isana and Min to get that burst immediately?
I get it though. right? Because for me, when I play Ekion a lot of times, and even if I'm in voice comms with people, there are times when I just find an angle and just instantly take it, right? Because if you make a call, then it's probably going to be a little bit too late, so you just send it. Sometimes you have situations like that, but in this caliber of gameplay, you have to make the calls. Even if you're looking for an angle, you should make those kind of calls to make sure that your teammate is ready for it. Either way, not that bad of a result for because they're actually still in first. That is a really, really impressive performance, so good stuff for them. 5 points ahead of the second place team, which is going to be Team Avalanche, good stuff for them as well. And 6 points ahead of them is going to be Team Freya. So I love it. The score sheet right now is definitely a little bit more different than what we saw in game number 2. Because now we're getting a little bit more of that spread between the first to 8th. It's like a little bit of a staircase down now with the scores. It feels a little bit more like we're in a regular series more so than something weird.
Well, I don't know if I'd be that generous. There's some very interesting decision making in the micro, I have to say still. We were seeing that at the end of the night when y'all were with us. Last night, we saw some interesting plays coming out. Again, I will use the term interesting because I think it is the kindest way I can describe some of the gameplay. But again, we just see some really ill-advised, especially regarding this William character. Whenever the William character is on the screen, suddenly it becomes a black and white swirl and people just start walking towards him and just challenging the fireball or the fastball uptime or deciding to send it while he still has signature fireball up. I just don't really get it. But there's some kind of hypnosis technique that these Williams are deploying.
They're doing pretty good though, I will say. Even if a lot of other teams are making mistakes into the William, I think the recovery and the response from the Williams have been incredible. I say that with Yuna constantly losing to Team I still think it's okay because he is actually dealing really well with everyone else in the lobby. Team is only one out of these 7 other teams that you have to deal with. And if you don't want to deal with them, we've seen Team Freya constantly running away from that fight. I think it's a great decision. They're making really good macro plays on it. And then whenever a different team fights into them, they actually handle that extremely well. Yuna is doing amazing against those teams. Both of our William players, in my opinion, are doing extremely good right now. And because he hasn't been banned for either one of the games that we played so far, we should be able to see it once again in the final game. And I'm really excited to see whether or not the other teams in the lobby are going to be able to deal with that William a little bit more effectively than they have been so far.
I think one thing is, again, communication has to be key. Because William actually has a lot of safety in his kit, if he gets the ability to maybe just blink out of the initial engage, they have a lot of abilities to duck and dive throughout the fight. So you really have to be consistent. If you're going to look to dive a William, it's got to be the whole game, right? It can't just be one player. It has to be basically 100-0, or there will be turn potential for the William.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's take a look at what's going to happen. Game number 4, our final game of the series. The final game that is going to determine the fates of all of the 8 teams inside of this lobby. 4 will move on and 4 will be dropped after this point forward. Let's see what the character picks are going to be. Lasita, considering the William, he's seen the power. He's thinking about it right now. We still got 20 seconds to go until these picks are going to be locked in. Beal, considering Chloe, hovering a lot of different things right now. Give us a solid game, everybody. Epoch, we considering the Hisui right now too. Dial in being hovered, don't play with me. There's the Adela coming through. Some of these teams are playing for desperation. Top 4 is the only teams that move on. Team Epoch is down in the gutters right now. I like this kind of change up. Adela plus the Elena, and we will have the Laura to round out that comp, whereas Team Rumpwebble is the same thing as before. Team Freya, they're back at it again with the Nikki, Jenny, and the Charlotte.
A lot of the similar colors, but we do see, again, a very burst heavy comp coming out from Epoch, and I'm concerned because, again, we were just talking about, if you commit a lot to some of these William players, that some have pivoted off, but it's just, or even Nadine has a lot of safety with the monkey wire and the blink. If you commit all that to one target, right, then you don't have a lot to deal with these consistent damage that comes afterwards with these auto attacks. So I'm a little concerned for Team Epoch. If the synergy isn't on point, you're not going to find a lot of value in this composition, I find.
The thing is, this is a really good burst comp and a really good pick comp. As long as you get the combos correct, even frontline is not going to be safe. But either way, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of Knockout Stage 1. Once again, top 4 will move on, and the bottom 4 will be eliminated for the rest of this phase. Top 4 is going to move on into the next series of 4 that we're going to be able to see after this one is over. So hopefully they get some kind of engine rolling, because Knockout Stage 2 is not going to be any easier than what we saw in Knockout Stage 1.
I do wonder if some of these teams will be maybe switching their comps up. I do have to say that it looks like Team is probably pretty safe in Team Avalanche unless they take the Swift 8th. So they should know in their heads they're not playing checkpoint format, guys. Let's just play it slow. Just don't eat an 8th. Just do not eat an 8th. Do not eat a 7th. You can play disciplined. You have a point lead. You just play with it now.
I like that idea too. I'm pretty sure all the teams have already done the math. At this stage in the game, Team already knows that they're relatively safe. And even for Team Rump Rebels, I think they're in a really okay spot. A 7-point difference between them and 5th place is actually a really solid lead, considering there's only 1 game left. And we know that Rump Rebels have been playing relatively aggressive with this comp, or a comp that's very similar of this nature. They're just looking for these early game kills. We've seen them getting a few in the earlier stages of these games. Weed looking for a kill on top of it, not going to find it with the totem available. Divine Intervention going to come through. It's just doomed for Team Epoch. Down goes 2, and the Elena is the only one left now for the time being.
A pretty disastrous blunder from Epoch. You saw the checkmate going into the Divine Intervention, and then the blink straight into the truck. Isana getting cut out by Team Chechu. Gonna be able to get the pick that is good for them. This is a team that needs to pick up as many kills as possible. Wackel looking to pick out Min, actually finally getting one on. It's 1 to 50, but you know, we got one. We got our one.
Exactly. Slowly but surely is the name of the game for some of these teams. Of course, you're going to have to look for a lot of points, especially if you're Team Epoch or if you're Team Celestial, but these kind of slow-paced snowballs is exactly what you're going to need in the final game, because it will matter a lot in the long run. Kachu trying to run away. Narahara looking to deny any escape attempt coming through from Kachu. I think it might be a bit tough though, the Shukai. It's a bit earlier on in the game. He only has what? I think those are single-digit stacks on the Iron Chef. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
We do see a good... Oh, wow, what a great Queen actually coming out from Wid. Looking to maybe follow up on that, but their Dance with Copy is coming out. It's actually, unfortunately, only 1. It looks like it could have been good for a lot, but did not want to invest the checkmate immediately on that combo. I think maybe if they did, they might have actually been able to pick up Lucida as well.
It was a good split from the members of Team Jeju Docstrums. You split exactly like that. It's going to make it difficult for all of your opponents to capitalize on just one specific person. So it's just a good recovery coming from Jeju Docstrums. Whereas DHCNJ losing their Nadine once again. We saw this happen in an earlier series too, where the Nadine falls down extremely earlier on into night number 1. She's not going to be able to look for a lot of these animal farms, nor the mastery farms going into day 2 objective contests.
We are seeing Narahara actually getting caught out by Team Epoch. This is great for them. They need this tempo, but there's a lot of mobility on this lore. It's kind of hard to lock her down with the Queens. Dance Recovery coming out though. Checkmate actually to deny the Ray the Vampire Queen, but I think that's actually going to get the second proc off. The Queen is available. Bear is going to get engaged by Junragas, but I don't think you're going to get caught out. Maybe, yeah, the knockout is going to get denied by the Unstoppable. They're giving chase. There are a lot of walls, so it's going to be kind of hard to Don Quixote out. Now the blink into the Twilight Heist is going to come out. We're going to see a lot of combos coming out, but a lot of things are whipping. A lot of whipping actually coming out from Team Epoch. But I don't think Bear is going to be able to. But look at Wacko. Do they have the Reign of the Vampire Queen to turn? No, just the Sacred Javelin. The circulation coming out, and then look at the fight breaking out in Chapel at the same time. Natsune going to try to get out, but I don't know if they have the ability to. Might be able to dash over the wall. Team Jeju Docstrums is fighting Team CTNJ. Bale is fighting in the 1v1 against Peksu. I think you can actually win out on this maybe in later parts, but right now Peksu with the full rage, and they got the HP. That is going to be probably the team tree going over to Team THCNJ, as we see a lot of action going around on the turn into day 2.
Night 2 is Night 1 was an absolute fiesta for some of these teams. We have another fight looking for the contest in the Tree of Life inside of Hotel as Dong9 is going to get taken down first. There's a great parry coming from the Fiora, but I don't think it's going to be enough. We see a lot of stacks built up across the board on Team Avalanche, but of course it's still an early game Fiora. Damage just not there yet. We'll end up taking the fall. Team Avalanche picks up the Tree of Life over on the western side of the map, whereas the eastern side, DHC&J are going to be able to secure the Tree of Life, at least for now. Expulsion shot is not going to land on anything, but with the jump pad, will be able to get themselves over into Pond. Very, very well played for Team DHC&J, although Team Freya is kind of hanging around in this area. Let's see if that's going to be a problem. Jumps over into the V-pad. That's not going to work because Cho is waiting right across the wall too. Mojom joining the fray, but I think Team DHC&J is just going to be able to walk themselves into Fire Station. Luckily, not too many teams inside of this area. They need to catch themselves a breather because they need to use that tree.
Y'all are lucky I'm on push to talk because I was actually cracking up a little bit seeing the Charlotte being able to just land the Q into the Arcana skill and securing the kill. How often do you see that? Actually, a decent amount of damage coming out from those two abilities. But we do see Mojam getting a great carpet into the acceptance speech, and look, now full HP basically from the Charlotte. Now Chichu Duckshims is not maybe allowing them to take this fight. The super rage fit's coming out and onto New Mage, the divine intervention, but look at the burst onto Lucida. This is bad. Can you get out? Actually, maybe the Nikki should be able to get out, but Mojam's gonna go down. It looks good and then it didn't.
I think the AoE damage coming from Chichitoxtrums was a little bit too good. Stacking both the Abigail AoE plus the Elena AoE made it very difficult for Team Freya to actually capitalize on this single target. One of the biggest things about this team is that the main DPS source is coming from the Charlotte. Maybe later on in the game, the Nikki can do quite a bit. She is sitting on the Iron Fist right now, but it's not enough. You need this Jenny to be constantly tagging some of these squishier characters, especially in the backline, while the Nikki buys her time to do that. Nowhere in that fight did Mojam have any leniency to get damage down on some of these important backline damage dealers. She was just pumping damage into the Elena the entire fight. Not a good target. Well played from Team Jeju Doctrums.
Especially when you don't have enough items, the Jenny damage on the front line is not as desirable. She is a pumper, but look at this engage coming out from Wako. I don't think Mojam actually has a playdead available, so that's going to be another 2 picks. And that's just a lot of tempo loss for Team Freya. They looked good, and then, again, it's just kind of falling apart for them a little bit. As we do see on our national team getting wiped 8th again, DHC&J. What a disastrous game for them. This is going to mean they're going to be out of the running for top 4.
Yeah, they're completely out. The phase 1 is going to be an end called for Team DHC&J. Will not be able to move on into knockout stage number 2. As you said, whenever a National League team is taking the fall earlier on into the phase is not something I think anybody really anticipated. Well played to the team up on the northern side of the map, but another fight now starting out inside of Beach. Min as well as Isana taken down dangerously low in this area. Will just have to continuously run away. Kachu looking to buy themselves a little bit more time for this team. Resting up is going to be Isana. Do they want to turn it? No, Kachu will just be a sacrificial pawn.
And we do see the tech skill sitting in the inventory of Wong for a little bit. I don't know if they're trying to give it to maybe their frontliner, but I assume the Quake has already been bought for the Elena, so maybe that's going to become an electric shift. We do see that Quebec is looking for the chase onto Min and Isana. A pretty heavy investment of the Blink, but it is just going to be a disengage. Oh, that is not good for Min.
No, he has a 4 score in his inventory, man. Is it even gonna matter?
Not... Oh wait, that's a wipe. Oh, that's so unfortunate, and that's a 4 score going over to Bear. Bear's like, thank you very much. And Team I think they should still be possibly safe, unless we're seeing some insane. Because Team DHC&J was the closest to them. But now it's on Chichu Takshim's court to maybe, but I don't know. I think with Rump Rebels also securing so many kills, I think top 4 is pretty static.
Yeah.
It'd have to be an insane performance from Chichu Takshim's, and I just don't think that's happening because you'd have to go from 5th to, I don't even know, like contesting 1st maybe now at this point.
Yeah.
Like 1st at least from this point, so you'd have to get close to 49 points, 24 points. is a very heavy ask when two teams are already wiped out of the lobby as well.
Exactly, and then the next one down the list is going to be Team Celestial. They have 23 points, which is not too far away from Team Rump Rebels, but exactly as you mentioned, they have 9 kills already, and they don't seem to be stopping at all. This is a comp that I mentioned earlier where you can actually get a lot of kills during the mid stage of the game, but snowballing with this composition almost feels like an unstoppable train later down the road. You have a Laura that is just constantly running at you. You have a Sua that is constantly running at you. You make a small misstep, well, the Bianca is going to use the Reign of the Vampire Queen and catch you out. Very, very difficult to deal with a composition like this. I don't think it's going to stop at 9 kills. I really don't think so. If I cast or curse it, well, my bad, but they're so strong right now that almost any fight, I think they could take at this point in this lobby.
And I do think the teams in the top half are very happy that two teams already took a pretty swift.
Yes.
Swift 7th and 8th, because that does mean you're pretty much secured, unless again like some egregious amount of kills come out from the 6th place team rather of Chichu Doctrines, because it's really the only chance any team has of contesting that top 4. As we do see a gauge coming out from Natsude. Wow, Huang getting caught out very quickly. A lot of bursts coming out. Win getting a pretty good combo on Alele as well. The Dance Macabre cutting off their way over the wall. Even if you do get over the wall, how are you gonna not avoid taking the death here? Avalanche straggling. They do have enough points for Collins, but that is a -400 going to Team Avalanche.
That's rough. Team Epoch fighting for their tournament lives as well. 8 kills on hand. That is actually a really, really good part and a really good place to be in at this stage in the game. They're at 20 at the moment. It's a long shot, but they could see the light at the end of the tunnel. They just actually have to keep trekking across that cave. It's still a long walk till the outside, but they're getting there one step at a time. They just picked up 2 kills. That's 2 extra steps. Gonna need a few more than that to make sure you can get out of the bottom 4 and get themselves into the top 4. But they are slowly but surely making their way up there. Team Celestial considering a fight up against Team Rump Rebels. Purple box secured. It is a red flare gun. That will be a red box secured for that team. Lovely. Considering the fight, a lot of good damage over onto the Bianca. My goodness. She's gonna get taken dangerously low. Nikki decides to jump in. Okay, not that bad of damage going down onto Narahara either. Is there going to be a turnaround? No. Team Rump Rebels will just back away, secures themselves that flare gun. I like the decision from this team too. They're not brute forcing anything that they don't have to.
And again, this is the risk reward. An immediate pop coming out from Narahara, maybe understanding that a fight was going to break out anyway, so you might as well buy the time. But that's kind of scary, because if a team decides to contest your red box when you have that and you're in the middle of a fight, that is a constant reminder of your position to the rest of the map. So if you decide to take fights, it's a lot of risk, because there is always the risk of that third party, because now they know where you are.
Yeah, Team Celestial really wants this. You can tell they are desperate for any points. They're desperate for any kind of leads in this lobby. Wako, Bear, and Narahara, they're looking to hold that top 4 position. They need to win this fight, and that Reign of the Vampire Queen is going to be a huge part of it. That is so much damage going down on towards the members of Team Celestial. Lovely, obliterated and taken down. Zua trying to do whatever she can. She will actually get taken down. Whoa, ASD doing a huge amount of damage on the backside too. Bear, he's going to get knocked up into the air. The damage is done. Rump Rebels is gone. Team Celestial picks up 3 and the red box on top of it. What a huge play from ASD.
Yeah, fantastic turn. You honestly had to give it up to Rump Rebels. Look how quickly the heart went down, but they really did deserve that taproots. They fought really hard for. A fantastic turn by ASD, really clutching up when the team needed them most. They need a lot more than that, though, if they want any chance of making it out of this knockout stage.
It's such a good start though, right? At this stage in the game, you get a red box and you pick up 3 kills against one of the kill leaders in this lobby. Quite frankly, actually, they were the kill leaders of the lobby. Rump Rebels. I thought that Reign of the Vampire Queen would have honestly been it, but that was a great reaction with the Peacemaker coming through from Lovely. They're making it happen. It's again small steps all the way towards the end. Team Celestial now sitting on 4 kills. They're at 27 points right now. Rump Rebels have raised the bar for 4th place, but I think Team Freya is taking it a little bit slow. They're at 39 points plus whatever placement they are. Team Celestial, as I mentioned, they're at 27. It's a long way. It's a long way. I'm not still gonna count them out just yet though.
You basically have to kill every other team, though, if you really want to be able to jump. Or close to it. I've never been that great at the head math for these. Sometimes I get relatively close, but I'm pretty sure you have to wipe every team. A strategy I think they could maybe employ, I don't know if they're going to like to, is don't go for full wipes, so you have a better chance of killing more players. But that is a high risk, high reward strategy, but you need to, because you're playing for your tournament life. We do see the engage going out onto Alele though, a huge commitment onto this Elena. The Elena is actually gonna go down, and Huang. I will acknowledge that that was probably not the best idea, but that is. Do we have enough credits on Team Avalanche? We do. We will have enough to get the res off, but that is another minus 400 that's going to another team in the lobby. This is pretty disastrous. You need these credits to scale into against these teams that are snowballing pretty hard, like Team Freya, Team Celestial, Team Chichu Doctors, and Team Epoch. All of them looking really strong. And are we going to be looking at pretty fast Wick take? I have to assume. There's a lot of damage dealers, and the checkmate is going to be confirming the Wick line take for Team Epoch. This is what they need to try to win out on the lobby. It's going to be so hard. Look at the point deficit they're in. They're at last place. They're going to need every kill and then some, I think. They're going to need people to respawn. Where's Lasita Boots? Okay. The red shoes. I was like, where'd those go?
Good stuff for Lasita. He is extremely strong on this Tsubame. We have 209 credits, actually about 400 on this Elena. The Black Lotus Shuriken is actually not that too far-fetched of an idea, but I think this Elena might want Hermes. Hermes is actually really important here. I think for this Elena, there's a lot of crowd control sources available throughout the map. Team Epoch can still blow up in Elena if they get an angle like a Queen proc on that, which is going to be relatively simple as soon as one source of crowd control lands on anybody in this game. So yeah, you gotta be a bit careful. Let's see if this fight's gonna work out for Team Celestial. They just explode Lasita. What happened to that Tsubame? She got the red shoes, but no value out of it. Team Jeju Dock Shrimps obliterated by Team Celestial, and that's 3 out of the X amount of number of points they need to get themselves out of this knockout stage. They're doing it, Kaz. They're doing it. I have faith.
The Nikki flank was fantastic. I mean, Tsubame was maybe on the screen for half a second, and then they were looking at the laydown simulator, you know, the rest simulator, and look at the sectioning that Team Epoch is able to get onto Team Avalanche. Look how far off the Adriana is. They might be able to regroup. Actually, a decent amount of damage coming out from Quebec. But do you really want to fight this team with the Wick line buff? Adela's pretty good at applying it. You have a very low cooldown on this Q cooldown, so they are looking into it. The Queen is stacked. Are they going to look for maybe a blink play? Nope. Full combo going wide, and actually every spell going wide. This is a little unfortunate. Wid will have to probably get the rest off. Does not look like Team Avalanche is going to give them that window, though.
They're still looking weed with, oh, that's a beautiful blink response coming through from Huang. A lot of damage down. Weed will get taken down first, though. That is not going to be enough for Team Avalanche, or is it? Wait a second. Team Epoch is still turning the fight somehow. Whoa! What the heck just happened? They invested so much keeping themselves alive up against Weed that they forgot that this Laura still exists. They forgot that the Elena still exists. Down goes the entire team of Team Avalanche. It looks so good at the start, dodging out everything from this Adela, but the recovery is there. Team Epoch now sitting on 11 kills. They are still praying somehow that there is a pathway back into this knockout stage, but it might be just a little too late. But still, this is the kind of things that I do need to see from a team that is desperately looking for points. It's coming from the teams that are actually looking to get themselves back into this phase.
Now Tsune just casually killing 2 people as Elena. I don't know what to say. That was pretty insane. Also, Huang didn't take the monkey wire, so got frozen and then got bursted by the Elena, and then the Elena still had ult for the Adriana. I know they were a little bit behind, but that's a pretty cataclysmic blunder considering Wind went down pretty early. We are seeing a huge engage onto Junragas. This Junragas is able to turn around with the ultimate, and now they're going band for band with Dong9. Look at that return from Wind, actually, and Celestial's gonna go down. We are talking about Celestial's dream play, but is the dream no, I don't think Epoch. It might be a little too late for Epoch, but this is huge for them. They might want to let Dong9 no credits actually to get this Lumi res. Do you try to give them the free zone so they can res and maybe get more people to kill?
I don't know. What's the map looking like for Team Epoch, man? Have they done the calculations? Do they know what the situation in this lobby is looking like? I'm not sure. Celestial, they are on their last legs. Maybe they can get something done, but the dreams, the vision is just not there anymore. You're right, the credits are not there. It doesn't exist anymore for Team Celestial. The only chance that they really have is maybe looking for an open temporary zone, but considering the situation that Team Epoch and Team Freya are both in, I don't think they're gonna let that go this easily. Dong9 might be in trouble, my friends. It might be dream over for Team Celestial. They've dreamed long enough, but it might be over. We'll try to take the White Lily across in towards Temple. No, they're gonna step back into Fire Station, where the entirety of Team Epoch is waiting, and that, my friends, is going to be it for Team Celestial. They tried desperately to keep themselves into this phase. With that, I think it will be it. Garner reverse is good, but blocked by everybody else. Down goes Dong9, and down goes Team Celestial for phase 1.
I hope they have the calculators ready, because that was a pretty big commitment, and that also means that you cannot try to get an extra, essentially 4 kills, or well, 3 kills, right, by the team's rezzing. So now you do have to close out this lobby, and hopefully that's enough. I do think it might have been ill-advised actually to give chase. You might have wanted to give Dong9 the free zone and try to fight the temp zone with Team Freya so that the res is available and you get 6 potential kills. Because you're playing for either as many kills as possible or you're playing to get out the tournament anyways. So take the risky plays. But we'll have to see.
I think it's impossible. I just did some really fast maths right now. The fact that it's Team Freya as the last team might honestly make it impossible for Team Epoch. But they're gonna go for it. Look at least for a win in phase number 1, right? Even if they go out, they're gonna go out with a bang. Looking for angles on the Queen. Weed is setting this up. Ojum sitting up in the front line trying to get a little bit of damage. The Night Fork is not going to land onto the Jenny just yet. Cooldowns are there. Weed slowly setting up his pawns once again. Nikki, Yona playing it out really well. This police station final zone actually does work really well in favor of Team Epoch. And there's the quick cut in. Natsune looking for an angle onto the backside, but it is going to be the healing that comes from this from the Charlotte. It's going to be too much for the Laura to deal with. There's a lot of good damage coming in from the Laura, from the Adela, but I think it might be a little bit too late. The Night Forks are good, but it's just not enough. It's a 2-for-0 trade in favor of Team Freya. I think they may have done it. It will be a Team Freya going into knockout stage number 2 with this victory. Let's see what we can do. It's not going to be much, but can he at least take 1 with him?
We're seeing Witted try to get the combo off. A good combo, but the checkmate is going to come out. But look at the damage denial from Charlotte. Just too much healing, too much shielding. And again, this is the worst possible matchup for a hyper burst comp, is a comp with a Charlotte and a Jenny. You one-shot the Jenny, she still has play dead, and then there's a Divine Intervention waiting for her, heals waiting for her, Nikki Peel waiting for her. This is just a really terrible matchup. Maybe it was doomed from the get-go, even if they let... But it was a great try from Team Epoch to close out for our Game 4 of Eternal Return Masters Season 6 Knockout Phase 1.
Exactly. That'll be it for our first knockout stage. The second one is going to be coming up after the break. Of course, we need to figure out which teams are going to be moving on. But what a devastating situation for Team Celestial. They fought tooth and nail throughout the entire course of game number 4, but they just weren't able to do it. Getting caught out and losing 2 members is just not the situation that you want to be in at all. GG's to all the teams that played, though. It was a good series. Very loosely stated, a very good series from a lot of our teams. We saw the potentials from the Williams. We saw the potentials with the Elenas. And we saw how these teams were able to use that Mai very versatilely throughout the entire course of the series. We saw some mess-ups, of course, from some of these teams, but that's okay. If you move on into phase number 2, who the heck cares what happened in knockout stage 1? You now need to start focusing on what is happening in the future. And for the teams that unfortunately fell, maybe you can start learning a little bit more on how to improve your team compositions by further watching the series that are going to continue in this phase, or maybe you can start rethinking about what kind of compositions you can have, because we still do have phase 2 coming up towards the end of the season.
Yeah, sometimes you have to acknowledge when your cook is just, burnt, but sometimes you have also more time in the lab to perfect it, maybe, if you really are confident that you had the right meta read. But metas change as well, right? This is one patch, this is one meta. they could come back into phase 2, and it looks a lot better.
I wonder if they're gonna do an interview with the winners, because I kind of want to watch it back later down the road, because it's exactly as you mentioned. We did have a really good result, I think, from Team today. Not exactly sure who's going to be able to take away first, because Freya did have a standout performance towards the final one, and they were actually relatively up there in the score sheet on top of it. If they do either interview or Team Freya, who ran 2 completely different compositions, by the way, very interested to see what their takes are going to be. Now, I'm not going to translate it here on stream, even if they do the interview, but maybe later down the road, I'll take a look at what they had to say. And if the casters over on the KR side does ask questions like that about the character selections they go for, what's their mindset throughout some of these games, it'll be good reference for me going later down the road. They did look extremely good today.
For sure. And we have to say that coming into the next part of the stage, or the stage going into knockout stage 2, I am curious if some of these team compositions end up looking different for different lobbies. I don't think so. Usually teams stay pretty static with what identity they've made, but we've already seen a lot of different flavors for different bands, maybe different flavors for different compositions they might be facing.
We'll see if that's going to be a factor for Knockout Stage 2. I actually don't remember all the teams off the top of my head that are going to be playing in it, so bans might be a little bit different. We might even get no bans. We'll just have to see. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the final score sheet for Phase 1 Knockout Stage 1. The 4 teams that will be moving on, as I predicted, it was Team Freya that ended up taking away first place. It's going to be Freya, Avalanche, and Team Rump Rebels. Team Celestial, they were so close. Look at that. 11 points away, even though they were super down in the gutters from that one performance in Game 4 alone, but they just weren't able to make it. Unfortunately, with that, the 4 teams that will be eliminated from Phase number 1 will be Celestial, Jeju Takshrims, Epoch, and Team DHCNJ.
But we gotta mention, I don't like spreading some negativity, but it is a real big surprise, I think, that DHCNJ, our national team representatives, ended up going 8th in this group.
I think one of the biggest things for Team DHCNJ was that they were a team that just liked to run their own main characters, right? Up until very recently, I think it started in Season 5 where they started to change things up a little bit. They always just played their own characters. We've had players like, I think it was Pubba on that roster. I'm not entirely sure. Pixu was just constantly playing the dial-in, etc., etc. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for Knockout Stage number 1. So for all of you guys who are watching, thank you very much. But we are going to start going into a break so we can get ready for Knockout Stage number 2. So make sure you guys go grab some water, grab some snacks, and go take a stretch. That's the word I'm looking for. We'll see you guys back here for Knockout Stage number 2, Games 1 and 2.
누군가가 연쇄 처치 중입니다.
상황입니다.
어디 재미있는 일 없을까요? 저만 믿고 따라오세요. 제가 즐겁게 해드릴게요. 함께 하시죠. 금지된 타락의 유혈 속으로. 고통은 한순간이겠지만 안식은 영원할 거예요. 고통을 끝내드릴게요.
도망칠 곳이 없을 때 사람들은 솔직해지자. 숨을 시간이 아닐 텐데 시간 끝이 않나.
벌써 내가 나설 차례인가? 죄다 시시한 애들 뿐이네. 인간은 결국 힘을 존재야. 그래, 이제 좀 마왕 같아 보여?
이번 경기도 가볍게 금메달을 따주겠어. 이 정도야 가뿐하지. 새로운 재능을 찾은 걸지도 모르겠는걸. 노력은 배신하지 않아. 이게 그 증거다. 이제부터 경기 시작이야. 금메달 리스트를 얕보지 마. 나약한 정신은 버려라. 얼마든지 덤벼라. 자, 내게 덤빌 녀석은 누구지? 그나마 숨이 트이는 곳이군. 내 눈을 피할 생각은 마. 아무리 노력해도 피할 수 없을 거야. 자신 없다면 얼른 루트로 도망치는 게 좋아. 승리의 광경은 이런 거였지.
내 소속? 그런 걸 알아서 뭐하게. 모든 것은 그분의 뜻대로. 빛보다 빠르게. 아, 미안. 다신 안 뽑기로 했었지? 눈에는 눈, 이에는 이. 그거는 부족한데? 지범의 갈시! 기억할 수 있다면 모든 것을 기억해 주십시오. 내 눈이 저지른 일들을, 내 손이 저지른 일들을. 손재주는 나쁘지 않답니다. 찢고 가르고 뚫어볼까요? 제가 말끔히 고쳐드릴게요. 환자가 있다면 어디든지 가야겠죠? 움직이시면 안 돼요. 치료할게요. 당신이 죽더라고요. 맥박이 안 잡히네요. 부르셨나요? 병들어 죽는 것보단 나았겠죠. 전 최선을 다했어요.
뜰 시간이에요. 제가 길잡이가 되어줄게요. 당신이 상상하는 모든 게 현실이 될 거예요. 영원한 행복의 세계로. 당신 꿈에 날개를 달아줄게요. 현실을 넘어 이상으로. 당신들의 모든 것들을 제가 기억하고 있을게요. 절 막으실 건가요? 잘 쉬는 것도 중요해요. 그렇지? 제 날개로는 모두를 품을 순 없었나 봐요. 기다리고 있어줘요. 그 세계에서 새로운 세상을 보여줄게요. 지켜봐 주세요. 모두가 평화로운 세상을 만들어 볼게요.
서큐버스도 살짝 간을 보고 있습니다.
네, 폭주가
근데
꺼졌지만
이건-
금방 또 채울 것 같기는 합니다만
자, 변이공은 선 넘었다.
자, 근데
이거.
뭔가 나오긴
먹어야
했어요.
돼요.
자, 이거
니키가 먹었어요. 포스코. 그러면 여기서 이기기까지 해야죠. 아니면 나가던지.
자,
이러면
일단은
니키
니키가
그만의 포스코.
잡혔고요. 이어서 엠마까지 쫓아갈까요?
자, 죽음의 연기.
자, 놓치기 싫은 서큐버스인 것 같습니다. 어떻게든 일단 니키
자, 이거
이어서
이러면
한번
결국에는 3대2 구도로 갔기 때문에
그렇죠. 스프링 트랩까지 이어지고요. 엠마 잡아내는 대전 하나 CNJ 두 번째 킬 가져가고 이어서 아까 곰에서 나왔던 포스코어까지 챙겨가겠습니다.
이럴 때 중요한 거는 EMP 드론과 한 방의 그 스킬 연계 틈을 놓치지 않고 돌파를 해주는 게 중요한데
자, 일단 큰 피해를 입힌 건 현재 경남
자,
스파클이고요.
이런
자,
빈틈 선수가 어디로 찌르느냐.
그렇죠. 이거 근데 빈트 선수를 오히려 잡으면서 승전보라도 받아야 되는데 안 죽어요.
와,
잡히지 않고 결국에는 먼저 성남 락스가 자 이렇게 경남 스파클에게 마무리가 됩니다. 자, EMP로 일단 더블 교전 한번 무력화시켰습니다만은 버티고 있는 대전 사이버즈.
결국에 상대의 좀 이런 주요 기술들이 빠졌냐, 뭐 이제 선체가 어떻게 돌아가고 있냐, 이동기가 빠졌냐,
자,
이런
도구
거에 의해서 교전이 열릴 거거든요.
그렇죠. 방금 아디나의 도ብል 타이밍에 맞춰서 파고드는 사이버즈. 지금 구도가 좋습니다. 이대로 쭉쭉 들어간다면 스파클 입장에서도 좀 위기인데 이거 핑퐁이 되나요?
자,
그리고
한수
좋았던
물론
건
안 해요.
페나 선수의 이동기가 빠지는 걸 보자마자 레볼루 선수가 바로 진입해서 니나부터 잘라줬거든요.
네.
그런 부분도 상대방의 이동기를 체크하면서
자,
교전을 연 거고요.
일단 자 상대방의 마이 변이 맞았지만 그래도 살아가고요. 오히려 안쪽으로 더 파고드는 대전 사이버즈.
그렇죠. 이게 마이가 결국 변이를 받아내줬기
네.
때문에 질각이 열렸고 그 질각 바탕으로 지금 도깨비불에 죽을 수 있죠. 죽었어요.
자, 일단 클로에 다운되는 순간
자
2대 3 구도고요.
2대3. 자 이러면요 대전 사이버즈가 크게
자, 근데 송하람이
웃을 수 있을 것
송하람.
같다고 이야기를 하는 순간
자,
바로
캐더크를 한번 피해줘야
레볼루가
되거든요.
잡히고 스칼렛이
자,
한번
이거
익스프레스를
내룡격이
버티고 변이
결국에는-
니나 잡히고
송하람.
와, 반월참이 결국 폭탄은 못 맞거든요.
그렇습니다. 자 혼자 남아있는 설담이 정리하기 위해 올라가는 송하랑의 셀린 경남 스파클입니다.
네, 서로의 전술 스킬이 소비된 상황에서 사실 이동기가 없는 아디나는 이 셀린에게 굉장히 취약한 면이 있다 보니까 그 부분을 정말 잘 노려줬습니다.
와, 자 이렇게 다시 한번 큰 승리를 만들어내기까지 얼마 남지 않은 경남 스파클인데요. 설담이 자 시간 없지만 마지막까지 갈 수 있는 최대한 도망은 갑니다.
그래서 이게 혹시
한라리까지.
모른다거든요.
그렇죠.
모른다.
혹시 모른다. 하지만 마무리가 되면서 체크 메이트.
들어가자라고 이제 선택을 했다면 초반에 이렇게 빠르게 모여서 교전을 여는 게 맞고 후반을 좀 더 보자.
오.
아니 이게 저희
레니 입에?
네, 이게 레니 입에 들어가네요.
이럴 수가 이럴.
이거 반말사 선수 위치 굉장히 재밌죠.
그렇죠. 어트랙션 들어갔어요. 자, 그리고 이어지는 콤보 연계. 너무 깊게 들어오면 결국에는 알로서 궁극기가 있기 때문에 못 들어가는 겁니다.
그렇죠. 그냥 반말사 선수의 위치가 지금 굉장히 좋아요. 저 위치에 있으면 펠릭스가 진입각을 만들어낼 수가 없습니다.
들어오면 결국에는 게더링 빌드 땡겨지는데
자,
와.
이러면 한번 블링크로 빨아들였고요, 락스.
락스 포지셔닝 너무 좋아요.
슈드를 한번
그런데
켜냈습니다. 다시
결국에
들어오는 실비아.
당신에다가 너무 많이 맞으면
자, 에어본이 너무 잘 들어가게 되면서 자 이거 알론소까지 충분히 잡아낼 수 있는 데몬 드라이브. 자 근데 여기는요. 오,
자, 이거
자,
에스테리.
헤드셋 떨어졌고.
에스테리 이거
내려왔기
태우는
때문에.
자, 이거
푸시,
카메라
빨리
있나요? 카메라 있나요? 카메라
패시브
바로.
가속 경계
근데 갑자기
아래쪽에
대단한
CNJ.
CNJ가 있긴 합니다만은
3초 2초 버니스 1초
이거는
이거 간 것 같은데요.
것 같은데요.
부활이 안 됐어요.
일단 이쪽은 절 생명의 나무를 바라보고 있는 대전 사이버즈인데요. 그 팀을
꿀고구마가 몇 개죠?
거의 뭐 꿀고구마 내전이에요. 지금 보시면.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. Hope you guys had a good one. We are just coming out of Knockout Stage 1. We just finished the entire series. Games 3 and 4 decided which teams were going to move on into Knockout Stage 2. We had 4 teams that'll continue to move on, and 4 teams that unfortunately were eliminated. We'll take a look at which teams actually did move on. We're going to have to take a look at which teams moved on, and also which teams are actually going to be going up against. So, let's take a look at that real quick while we are waiting for the games to begin. Knockout Stage 2, over on the left side, we can see the teams that moved on just now. Freya, Avalanche, and Rump Rebels. They'll be joined alongside Team Specialist, Bracket Buster, Succubus, and Yu Neo Nunchi in another set of 4 to see which of these 8 teams are going to move on into the Knockout Stage 3, which will be happening next Friday. It was a great series, man. Oh, for those of you guys who missed it, you guys missed quite a bit. I will say a couple of these teams definitely started showing up a lot towards the later stages of the game. Team Freya, especially with a huge victory in the final game, were able to climb their way up into first place. A really, really good confidence booster, I would have to say, coming into Knockout Stage 2. Team they played a very, very consistent game. I think Min is going to be the star highlight player throughout the course of the series because he has been playing an insane William. Now, Kaz is missing for a little bit. He's having issues with his headset, so don't worry about him. He will be back in just a moment, so give him like a second or two to get that fixed. But other than that, I mean, I'm really excited for how Knockout Stage 2 is going to go. I think the biggest thing for Knockout Stage 2 specifically is that we have to see whether or not the teams that came up from Knockout Stage 1 can actually handle being up against the teams that are going to be in this stage. After all, these were the teams that ended 6th place in the group stages compared to the 7th and 8th teams that we saw during Knockout Stage 1. Let's take a look at what the character selections are going to look like. The teams 1 through 4 are going to be the ones coming in for Knockout Stage number 2. 5th through 8th is going to be the teams that are going to come in from Knockout Stage 1. Let's take a look at what is going to go through. Nyangchi, looking for the Garnet. It could see that character coming through one more time. It actually worked extremely well during the group stages yesterday. We saw this team actually getting a lot of Garnet executes with the ultimate. If we start seeing more of that in this series, it could be a absolutely fantastic show. So to that, Cecilia being prioritized for Asuna. We're even seeing a Leon coming in. Junbongi will be going that character, the glove version of the Leon. He will be using the vampiric bloodline, as well as the Darko and the Laura to compensate for any additional initiations they need to be looking for. Very excited about how this game is going to go. The characters are locked in. I don't see any bans just yet though. Let's take a look. 2 Darko picks. Do see a Nadine. I do see 2 Nadines, no bans there. 2 Adrianas, no bans there either. I don't think we have a ban going into game number 2, everybody. 2 Lauras. Yep. I don't see any bans. This is going to be an interesting one.
Hello, is my things working? My equipment
Yes! You're
my
alive!
I had to go back to my old headset because my headset broke mid-cast. It's so unfortunate.
No. I can still hear you loud and fine. You're okay though. You're good.
Oh, I'm using a professional mic, but the problem is my headset means I can't hear you, so I'd be interrupting you if I didn't like get this fixed and leave.
Oh, I see. Okay. Can you hear my voice? Is it still good?
You sound beautiful and clear. We're gonna go. Unfortunately, that means hopefully the audio quality should come out fine, but yeah, it's no big deal. I wanted to join in when I actually could hear you, so I didn't just accidentally interject randomly.
You're all good, man. Glad to see you back. The character selections, I'm assuming you were maybe watching it while you were trying to get your audio fixed. We are seeing no bans going into game number 2, so that's going to be a big difference. Alongside no Mai chosen for this game either. That's going to be a fun situation. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 for Knockout Stage 2 has begun. The last series of 4 we're going to be playing for this weekend. And then after that, we're going to see Knockout Stage 3 next weekend on Friday.
What would you like to say about the teams that are coming in from the previous round of the knockouts? We do see, obviously, was performing fantastically on this William composition. Freya electing to actually start off this time with their Jenny comp instead of the Yumin William, I think they were also running William, so William was kind of the flavor of the night, I feel, for the really impactful marksmen, in my opinion. And then we had like these dive styles from Rebels, as we do see cottage out from Macdo. I have to assume this ISO is not long for the world. Trying to get some crafts off. I don't think you're going to be allowed to though, buddy. Unfortunately. Narahara getting caught up by Dong Kong. I don't think anything's going to come out of that. Maybe JBSP is actually going to end up a victim of, I believe that is Team Nunio. No. Team Succubus, right? Running the other Laura.
Do have a couple of Lauras inside of this lobby too. Rump Rebel still going to be running the comp we just saw in Knockout Stage 1. I think most of the teams that are coming in from that stage actually are running something we saw from that team, from these teams during that stage. So it's nothing too surprising for us. Dangkong getting taken dangerously low. Bekdo is just pulled back with the intimidation tactic. He is going to be able to get himself out though. That is the power of the Ekyan, but he doesn't have a dash, and a beautiful blink initiation from PC to follow through on that Ekyan. Well played. He will get taken down, and it's a pretty quiet day number 1 for what it is, right? Only 5 kills across the board. That's pretty low considering what we saw towards the end of Knockout Stage 1.
We did see a lot of aggression. I think part of it might have been the compositions on play, but it's not like these comps are lacking aggression. I feel like there's a decent amount of bruiser characters that are usually going to look for early tempo. Look at the scrap between Gachu and Wako. It does look like the Sanguine Javelin is going to land, and that is going to be a catch-up. Look at this poor Jukai. Just wanted to cook up, and not even on full build yet, actually, surprisingly. I wonder what they're missing, maybe a feather? Not sure what they're looking for.
Maybe, well, yeah, you can find maybe a steel chain too, because I think you can find a steel chain inside of Cemetery. Those are pretty good for some of these tankier amp characters. We'll see later down the road what he actually decided to build. Whereas Team Bracket Buster in a bit of trouble. Team New Neo Nunchi will be able to knock them down. Down goes 2. Reign of the Vampire Queen comes through from Wako. Blink in is beautiful. Down goes 1. Junbong is going to have to completely book it. Same thing for Pise. Team Rump Rebels looking good in Knockout Stage 2 already, with 4 kills on hand at the start of Dight 1.
We are seeing a pretty high tempo coming out. This is what the comp needs, so it is a composition that is a little bit reliant on getting the ball rolling early, because otherwise, if you don't actually one-shot some of these targets, you will get out DPS by these just front-to-back damage, consistent damage comps. We do see Nomuri. Ooh, yeah, you're not getting out of that, Lele. Unfortunately, Darko's intimidation tactic is just too strong of a tool at locking down one target and making sure that they get brought back to their team for the full brunt of whatever damage the team is offering. Bear is looking to get onto Dong Kong. That is a lot of damage coming out from this. Oh my goodness. Blink to follow through, and that is going to be a pick going over to Rump Rebels, already sitting at 5 kills.
Bear is doing insane already, man. These Sua plays are looking good. It's just Knockout Stage 1 and Knockout Stage 2. Rump Rebels is already looking a whole lot more different, despite the fact that they were one of the teams that came up from the lower stage. Really, really well played from Team Rump Rebels. The one thing that I do want to mention, maybe right after this fight, is the fact that Kachu getting some damage done. Min is going to slide straight into a Fury Jab. There is the Burnt to a Crisp. I don't know if it's going to get too much done. Thunderstrike coming through from Isana. He's in a little bit of trouble. The acceptance speech is way too good. Shield from his passive will keep him alive, but the fight is almost already over. Min's going to get taken down in just a moment. Team Freya starting out strong inside of Temple right before the Tree of Life. They should have control over that objective. Whereas in Hotel, a couple of fights happening. It's going to feed into Forest. Jin Hawar taking a whole lot of damage too. Intimidation tactic is actually good enough to knock down Huang. Pretty impressive play coming through from Team Bracket Buster. A lot of damage taken for Cubic. Will he get taken down? No, not really. That's just a crossbow Nadine.
Yeah, without the bow Nadine, you're not actually seeing as much damage coming out from those arrows. JBSP might be possibly getting caught out, but this Rem character is so slippery.
Arahara is still trying. I'm surprised they're going for it, but with that center tag dodged out by JBSP, yeah, they're gonna give up on it. IRM is still too early. It's still too early for a lot of people to try catching up to the IRM, and quite frankly, even in later stages of the game, because the IRM scales similarly to everyone else, it's still really difficult to catch it. If the center tag, then maybe there's a world, because you do get to slow. Outside of that, yeah, you're not chasing it. Good macro decision from the Laura and the Sua to back off.
I do actually kind of like this comp from Nunio Nunchi. It's a very different look for them, I think, compared to the other comps. But I think it enables Macdo a lot more to play this Sidewinder Ekyan that they were almost exclusively playing outside of... Are they playing Camilo? Was it Camilla that came out from Macdo outside? No, it was Luke, right? Was it Luke?
Yeah, I think it was a Luke that they attempted.
It didn't look great last night, but I do think they are setting Macdo up for success. Rem has a lot of catch potential, a lot of CC, allowing Ekion to follow up, and then I think the Priya gives a lot of more safety and still some extra catch potential and movement speed, which is very impactful.
It's good opportunities right now for Mekto too, right? There's nobody in this lobby that is actually threatening the Ekion ban like we saw during the group stages. He's going to be able to play that pick throughout the entire series. That is huge. This is his comfort pick, and we know how much of a difference it can make. But here we go. The initiation is going to come through from Dangkong. He tries to get something done, but the blink is there. Surf's Up is also good too, but the Twilight Heist is insane as a return. Min being tackled over by the Darko. He's got the intimidation tactic, but the damage output is just not there. Knockout goes through, and the full swing is there too. It's a 2-for-0 in favor of Team Succubus. I think this might be it for Team and one of the strongest teams coming in from Knockout Stage 1 has just been obliterated by the hands of one of our teams in Knockout Stage 2. And this is what I wanted to mention. I think the Darko is so good at punishing these initiations that end up failing, and once you do, Darko gets free access to the William, and the fight just goes over the head.
We are seeing a pretty heavy commitment of both the Blink and the Reign of the Vampire Queen before Narahara, but looking for the Blink Twilight Heist. But look, JBSP is still alive for a little bit. Macdo, Exuviation now up, can't turn. Yeah, I was wondering when they were going to look to pull the trigger, but actually the Alpha, whoa, tactical armor, bye-bye, buddy. We are seeing another fight in school between Team BB and Team SPE. I think Bracket Busters are looking like maybe the stronger team to come out of it. I think they might have already ended up with a pick. We are seeing some damage coming out to Asuna, but it does look like Suru is not able to actually pick up the kill on the Susama.
It's unfortunate for these players, man. All over the place, we're seeing very, very small mishaps already accumulating for a lot of these players. Oh, and Asuna is still following through. There is no fire escape for this Adriana. The pull gonna be brought to Asuna instead, but we will see the Adriana fall. That will be Team Specialist taken down. Bracket Buster taking down a team already, and that's gonna be one of their fellow Knockout Stage 2 players. And Team Specialist got no Garnet plays this time around for that team.
This is a lot of terminates coming in for day 2. Remember, this is still part of the time in the game where you can respawn, but I think a lot of teams have kind of overcommitted. I think Specialist was a little more rough because I think there was actually a great chase coming out from Team Bracket, was it Team Bracket Buster?
Yes, no, it was Team Bracket Buster, yep.
Yeah. Asuna was just doing a great job at chasing. I think Team Succubus versus Team though, really overcommitted to the fight, and there was a 3-man Twilight Heist coming out, and if neither team has called in, the team that just gets the better cooldowns out is gonna usually win out, because there's no stat checks, right? Both teams were sitting on 350 credits during the time of the fight, and it was just an ill-advised commitment to the fight that led to them getting wiped.
I do think that we can kind of revisit something that I mentioned earlier on too. The responses from these initiations are absolutely fantastic. If it wasn't for Succubus's Laura actually blinking out of the main combo right after Tempest Hydra, I think that fight could have definitely gone a different way. But because of the blink came out, it allowed the Laura to get that fantastic Twilight Heist. Sly Step also managed to land on, I think it was 2 people, and then the Twilight Heist tag 3. It bought enough time even more for the Leon to get the Surfs up. It displaces people a little bit too much and buys even more time for the Darko to get an angle onto the to the William. I said Theo for William 2 times now, my goodness. And starting from there, the fight just enrolls into havoc. It's no recovery chances coming through for Team because Darko's already on top of the William. You can't stop that as a Shukai. You can negate it for a little bit, but he's already over the wall. He has free access over onto the William. The fight just unraveled at that point. And Team it's not the greatest start in the world, but that's only game number 1. They have to make things up later down the road. Yunha looking for a little bit more. Will actually try to chase down Mekdo of all players. They're trying to get a bit done on the backside, but JBSP just freely eating auto attacks from Wojum. I think that would be the Ekion gone. That's the -300. -200, I apologize. Going towards Team Neo Nunchi. Fantastic play from Team Freya. Fantastic initiation from Yuna actually as well.
Yeah, it's really impressive to see how Freya is kind of really, even though the comp is, I'd say, lower damage, the 1 damage dealer is so hard to actually kill because you have the play dead, you have the divine intervention, and then Nikki does isolate a target really well, and she does have solo potential like the Elena. I think maybe a little less, than the Elena. I think the Elena burst combo is a lot stronger, but with the Amtron, she still is no slouch. And Quebec is taking so much damage to the free at last is already coming out. And yeah, Asuna is just gonna absolutely obliterate it with Numuri. Numuri getting the Wolf Assault auto, and that's just a massive loss in tempo for Team Avalanche. It's gonna be a minus 400 whenever Alele is gonna be able to actually get that call in.
That's a big wake-up call, I think, for Team Avalanche. You can't just freely fight up against Scylla like this. This is one of the reasons why Scylla was just so favored way back in the days, and they might be making a bigger mistake right now too. Alele, 18 seconds left. Asuna can't chase this. That's not good. I think Alele is not going to be able to make it out of this, and even if they do, the timer investment was way too strong. White Lily's going to be invested. That is a gone Elena. Well played from Team Bracket Buster, and it's an even bigger wake-up call now for this team. They can't initiate like this onto a Scylla, especially as an Adriana. You get pulled once, you get close enough for Wilson to start tagging you with some of these damages. Spirit Harvest is so free on Cecilia's nowadays. You get so much value out of that skill nowadays. I'm surprised that even happened to begin with, but again, Avalanche, wake up call. You gotta make sure you're playing well up against Asuna Cecilia. It is a monster when you're playing it in the lobby like this.
That is, I think, something that you should know, but sometimes you gotta need that wake up reminder. And oh, wait, that's a boom. Wow, Nunio Nunchi, disastrous from Hikasi. That's a minus 200 and that's a minus 1 point. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with that. Are they gonna go for the res? She will have 7 seconds left. Maybe it was a misclick or something. Maybe she clicked into a red and after that it was over. Can't tell. Hopefully they'll recover from it. There's the res back onto the Priya. -1, -200. It's only game one. It's only game one. It's okay. Just let's recover from it a little bit again. Nunio Nunchi. This team's been looking pretty good for some of the fights so far. Their burst damage is absolutely nuts. It's just you gotta get the items if you want the burst to continue throughout the course of the game. That -200 and the tempo loss will not help in doing that.
I will say that Nikki's lower damage, but this is actually a pretty heavy amp build on the Nikki. I've always been seeing Nikki's left for the tank, but with the amp drone and full amp, no, she can definitely one-shot the target actually. And I think we were seeing that a little bit earlier, but I think it's gonna be hard in some of these comps because there's a lot more beefy targets. There's some squishies, but we're seeing a little more bruisers as well. We are seeing a fight between Team Bracket Buster and Team Nunio Nunchi, but look at the damage on top of Hikasi already. It's just so much going down immediately to Priya, but Macto's looking to turn, getting on top of Numuri, but look at that great blink intimidation tactic from Jinhao Wo to peel for their Nadine. That was so well played.
Team Bracket Buster is playing out of their minds right now, man. Asuna is doing insane on the Cecilia. Same thing for the Nadine too. They're all playing absurdly well off of one another. You can see the combo as well. Wilson tag onto one. You have a pull attempt, and then even if it doesn't work, you just send the free at last because Spirit Harvest will proc regardless as long as that little initial damage from Wilson was done. And then right afterwards, Nadine just full sends it with the Wolf Assault. There is no response that comes from the other team. I'm loving the play so far from that team right now, and I wouldn't be surprised again if we start seeing this composition continue on later down the road. We have no bans for that team specifically. It's working wonders in game one.
We do have Avalanche electing to pick the Nadine. Maybe another team just decides that the Nadine will be their marksman choice to get a ban. But I don't know if the Nadine is really a problem. It's just the synergy, I think, and the way Bracket Buster is playing the fights. We do see a safe call in on the zone, but now we're seeing a fight over the control of Wickerline. Look at all the ultimates coming out. A great surf's up, but now the Divine Intervention is out. But look at this, Mojam is not getting a lot of damage out, and Dongkong is able to dive. Yona is not looking well for this world as well. Pise able to chase down, and I think this might be a full wipe. Oh, Mojam getting a lucky, very safe, lucky Blast Cone, or rather White Lily outside of the fight. That will be the Wickerline though going to Team Succubus.
This is an example of a team comp that wants to full initiate that actually works out when they do the initiation, right? In Knockout Stage 1, we really didn't see that much, which allowed Team Freya to not be punished for situations like this, but finally they are getting punished for it. Fortunately, Mekto will also fall. That is going to be a kill going in favor of the Sua, Team Rump Rebels, one of our very rare teams in the knockout stages that are doing absurdly well right now too. 8 kills on hand. They are following pretty closely behind Team Bracket Buster. Team Freya, they are are still alive, but falling behind 400 credits is going to be that team. Everybody else, we got 2 teams still alive from Knockout Bracket 1, actually 3, and it might drop down to 2. I may have cursed it, JBSP will fall. New Neo Nunchi going down, and it's going to be into the hands of Team Rump Rebels, although this is awkward. Team Freya looking to jump in on this opportunity. Are they going to look for it? No, Reina the Vampire Queen just used as a disengage tool.
I do like that Wako understanding that in that choke they're not going to want to walk through Reign of the Vampire Queen, so just using it to get the safe disengage and draw movement speed. Really good from Rump Rebels, good recognition. That cooldown is going to be up by the time they get into a next fight, I'd have to assume. Team Succubus looking incredibly strong though, and I gotta say, I think one of the things that you were mentioning with this team that full sends it is there's actually a lot of displacement as well, so the Divine Intervention against Team Succubus from Team Freya is not as high value because you have the Intimidation tactic and the Surge Up from Leon.
Another thing about that too is not even the fact that you can sometimes displace the Charlotte, so you're getting the Divine Intervention in the wrong spot, but you can buy time because that crowd control source could be good, but when the Darko falls down this low early into the fight, it might not be that great. Nemery pumping out the damage, she does end up getting the Nikki down. Mojum gets put into the play dead. Oh, this is devastating for Team Freya. Team Bracket Buster is just on a domination path. Cho's gonna fall down in just a moment. You are never running away from a Darko. Well played to Nemery. Even in the face of despair, he manages to hold his ground, knocks down the Jenny into play dead, and he wins the fight. What a play.
Bracket busting, living up to their name, absolutely killing this first lobby. You have to put them as the favorites to win this lobby at this point. We will see. But Asuna sitting on, oh, again, I think that's a non-Dawn, even though we were talking about the Spirit Harvest. It is now the Chaser and a Prominence, and then the Blood Half Moon, and then Jinho will probably get their last call-in as well. Look, that could be a Blood call-in for them, maybe Red Shoes for the Nadine, and then possibly, maybe, it's Boots. I'm not sure what they're looking for the final slot for the Darko. I assume that there's going to be Red Shoes for the Nadine, unless the teammates really love them. Yeah, it will be the Red Shoes. Oh, no, it might actually be the Taproots coming out. No. Oh, Force Core for the Hermes. Okay, they're not actually electing to use those 600 credits for a VF call-in. It will be the Hermes, and then I assume the Tac skill coming out for the Nadine.
The way that Bracket Buster's been playing, I actually do like the Hermes a lot more. This Darko has been utilized much more as a frontline wall compared to an initiator than anything. The Red Shoes would be better, I think, on the side of Team Succubus. If they were the ones that ran it, I would 100% agree. On the side of Team Bracket Buster, they're not the main priority when it comes to the damage. I like the Hermes call in this case.
I was wondering if the Red Shoes might go over to Nadine because the Nadine has the Blade Boots, or maybe the Taproots, but I think I do really like Hermes on any of these Bruiser characters, especially if you're kind of playing solo frontline on a Bruiser. You do need the safety of that tenacity plus the extra health. It is very high value.
Especially on someone like Darko, right? You always want to be on top of somebody. You got the taser gun already. The resources are already there. The utilities that you're providing to your team is already so high value that running something like a Hermes, you're going to be able to proc it over and over and over. You're just going to be a CC bot. You're going to be the defense shred bot. I like the position that Team Bracket Buster is in. The only problem is Wako can completely obliterate that if he gets a good initiation on, but Team Rump Rebel is not even entertaining that fact. They're going to completely turn around, do a 180 and go towards Police Station instead, where Team Succubus is waiting for them too.
Sometimes this game is just a bit of a horror game. You just check the tab, you hit the tab, and then there's just a jump scare in the items menu, and that's probably what I assume Rump Rebel is looking at. They're just like, wow, these guys are really strong.
That's why they're going to turn tail, go straight into Police Station. This is going to be completely signified to Team Succubus. This is a corner that a lot of people do check. Right? It's a common corner. Make sure you guys check this. Recon drone, whatever you got, you have to check this. Good check. There it is. Yeah, see, recon drone for the corner check. Team Succubus is going to have to back away. But this is a really good temporary zone for this team. There's a lot of walls everywhere. Laura can use the step. You got Leon's with the surf sub. You got Leon's with the cannonballs as well as the waterways. This is going to be tough, I think, for Team Rump Rebels. We do have Narahara also sitting on the Laura, so that's mitigated a little bit. But Wako, once he misses an initiation, it's going to be difficult to get out of. And to be honest with you, even if he gets a good initiation, there's a lot of good ways to disengage from the side of Team Succubus.
I do think actually one of the things is this dive versus dive matchup, Bear can have a lot of value. Look at that, already denied the knockup, but look at the damage on Wacko. The Rain of the Vampire Queen coming up, but the Twilight Heist combo is so strong. And yeah, now Bear should just be able to run over this fight. There's just nothing these bruisers have left in the tank to deal with Asua. Even if Narahara goes down, I'm pretty sure Bear can probably 1v3 this team, honestly. I just think Asua is so strong in this kind of matchup.
This is such a masterclass from Team Rump Rebels. The initiation was beautiful from Wacko. The reactions from the rest of his team trying to push away the Bianca was beautiful. Well played from Rump Rebels. 12 kills on hand is going to be looking for a final zone. 15 kills is what they're looking for. Bracket Buster looking for 17. But on the flip side, it is a stream final zone and a Cecilia has prio on that spot. How the heck do you push past that as a Cecilia, as a Bianca, Laura, and a Sua? Rump Rebels have a rough road ahead.
I do have to say, maybe you give the Unstoppable to the Bianca so she gets the guaranteed Reign of the Vampire Queen off. Cecilia doesn't have a great amount of counterplay to it. The girl in the bubble is acceptable, but it doesn't get you actually out. And so you're gonna have to use a play with us, which means to get yourself out. And that's a lot of commitment. And then you're just made a lot of space for the rest of your team to walk up. And you are not great for creating great peel for your Nadine at that point either.
Look at the mini map, man. Look at how many cameras are just sprawled throughout stream. Team Bracket Busters are ready for this fight. Good damage over onto Narahara. It is an unupgraded chaser, remember. If they didn't change that, then this is a huge amount of damage in favor of Team Bracket Busters. What is the way in? Rump Rebels, that White Lily is available there, but Jinhao are just holding that line, and there's so many squirrel traps down on the ground too. It's double melees with a Bianca. You can't kill these, you just have to fight into it, and is that going to work is the question. Beautiful blink out. The intimidation tactic comes through, but down goes Bear. It's way too early into the fight. It's just not going to work. There's a double guillotine down. It's too easy to the hands of Team Bracket Buster. 17 kills first place, 25 points in hand. GG's.
Fantastically played by Bracket Buster. Just look at how much control they had. It's so hard. You're playing against a dive calm, and then you have all these DG set up. How does the team dive into you? Even if they have the tools, right? They have the Reign of the Vampire Queen to make space. They have the Blink. They have the Unstoppable Shield from Sua. That's not enough. Because they're also still hitting you this whole time. And then there's also just the raw damage threat. And then if you take a misstep, you're eating a double guillotine. Just so fantastically played from start to finish from Team Bracket Buster.
Even if you don't take a misstep, there's a double guillotine. That's the problem, right? When you have so many of them just stacked behind you and you're a team that just wants to receive these kind of initiations and you have everything prepped up behind you, it's not going to be that easy. I think it would have been a bit better maybe if it was a slower walk-in, right? But then you start getting poked up by Cecilia. I think they should have just tried waiting out some of the trap durations. Maybe the side of Team, Bracket Busters didn't have any traps left. I don't know. The teams don't know. I didn't know. The best case scenario is they just wait out all the traps, but at that point, timer becomes an issue, etc., etc., etc. It was just bad, right? We saw earlier in Knockout Stage 1 that final zone of Chapel up against a Theo is absolute hell. Well, in stream up against a Cecilia, it's absolute hell if all you can do is initiate to start any fights.
Yeah, and even if you manage to pick out the Cecilia, there wasn't actually enough space gained from the Reign of the Vampire Queen. It's kind of used just to be able to walk into the final zone. You're not actually denying the Nadine hitting. Like, I feel like Numuri is getting an answer the whole time as well.
One of the biggest problems with the Reign of the Vampire Queen when you use it like that is the fact that the Darko isolated somebody, and typically you like the fact that somebody gets isolated from the rest of their team. Well, your entire team is also isolated from the person who Darko intimidation tacticked. And now the fight's just weird because Darko's really good in 1v1 kind of situations. Again, across the board, it was just not it for Rump Rebels. It's okay though. They had a really, really good game number 1. And I think coming out of Knockout Stage 1, this is a really, really good new look for Team Rump Rebels because they did struggle a little bit during that stage. Right? I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They struggled a little bit, managed to come into Knockout Stage 2 as the 4th place team. I think this kind of performance is what we do want to see for a team that did come up from the previous stage to duke it out and maybe look for a 3rd stage showing. This is a good start.
Yeah, both teams, even second place, had pretty explosive games. It was very, very kill-heavy lobby for the top 2, at least.
I wonder how the score sheet itself is going to look like. Because of the fact that it was so top heavy when it comes to points, it might be a very, very far gap. It might be a canyon between second and third place at this rate.
Absolutely. I feel like there's no doubt about that. Whenever we get the scores to you guys, we will put it up on screen. We're just waiting a little bit.
Game 2, though, we got no bans. That's the big part about game number 2. The fact that we don't have any bans really leaves things out in the open. It gives opportunities for these players to really think about their team composition and say, hey, did it work? Can we run it again? Or do we have to change to something else? And there's no limitations because of the fact that there's no bans. I think that's really important going into it. But let's take a look at the scores because that's also extremely important. Kaz, take it away.
So we have Bracket Buster coming in and busting the bracket, coming in first place with 17 team field kills, 25 points. Rump Rebels with a very explosive game coming in second with 12 field kills, 17 points. And then afterwards, yeah, like you mentioned, Team Succubus, 10 points. Team Neo Nunchi, 6 points. Team Freya, 5 points. Team Avalanche, 1 point. Specialist and both sharing 0 points. It's very, very top heavy right now.
Oh, it's a canyon, my guy. It is an absolute canyon. It can still be made up, though, right? I talked about it in Knockout Stage 1, but it's only Game 1. By the time this series ends, I don't think the score sheet is going to look the same as it was when it comes to the placements. A lot of other teams were showing promise as well. Even if we say the kills were top heavy for the top 2 teams, Team Freya also managed to pick up a okay amount of kills. And I think there was also another team that came in for Knockout Stage 2 that also had a solid amount of kills in game number 1. They just had some unfortunate fights towards the end where recovery is essentially impossible. Things like that will happen. As long as your confidence is there and you know what your composition has to do, I think game 1 was still a success for most of the teams involved.
Yeah, and if it is top heavy, right, it means that there's still opportunities to take that third, fourth, right? That's really important as well. Again, we're not in a checkpoint format, so it doesn't matter how glorious your top 4 looks as long as you're getting that top 4.
That's the big thing, right? We're in the knockout stages, baby. Just because we're in knockout stage 2, the conditions do not change. We're just looking for the top 4 spots. If you can't get there, then you're out. If you can get there, well, we'll see you next week. Get a whole week break. Wow, look at that.
Hopefully, they are playing not for the break, but for the love of the game, though.
The break is going to be an interesting one. We are going to have a patch next week, but we should still be playing on the same patch. That's one of the coolest things I think about this specific setup is that I think if we did go with the original schedule, we would have originally played on the previous patch instead of this one, but I like the fact that we're actually playing on this one. And the reason why is because in this patch that we're playing on right now, which is the current patch that you guys are also playing on the live server, there was a lot of optimizations with the map mechanics. So I love the fact that we're playing on this one, but next week we're going to be playing on the same patch, which is something I like. And then we should be able to get some heads up on what kind of things we'll see in the future because the mid-season patch is coming up and a bunch of things are going to get added, fixed, and changed. That'll all be for Phase 2 though. Let's take a look at game number 2 for Knockout Stage 2 specifically and the character selects on what might happen.
Doesn't look like many deviations coming out for any teams right now. Nunio Nucci electing to put MacDo on. Never mind. MacDo is looking like it's going to be a Mai pivot. We didn't see a lot of Mai in the last game, so I love this comp from Nunio Nucci, by the way. And we are seeing a pivot from Avalanche actually going towards the Alex, maybe? That'd be pretty exciting.
Cubic
is
Succubus
indeed
an Alex player. Huang needs to pick something. There we go. It's a Rozzy. I like this Alex pick. And he's going Amp Drone with it. The reason why I like this over any other Alex versions is that the other Alex versions are much more oriented towards crit. Typically, you run that in order to be able to be that main DPS source. But this time, I think you're buying space for Huang. He's had some stellar performances on some of these micro-intensive characters so far throughout the weekend. I love this version of Alex being paired with the Rozzy.
So I do want to go back to Nunio Nunci's comp because this is actually composition. I don't think they played Mai, but actually the Moldivers has played before. They were testing out. I think it's incredibly strong. So what happens is Tazia is a really unique character in that she actually has so much effective HP and sustain throughout the fight. She really is like a hyper carry mage in the bruiser-esque role, especially when you have a Priya behind her and a Mai. This kind of just facilitates the Tazia to absolutely 1v9. And when I was seeing Wokes on it, the Wokes was the pilot of the Tazia, it looked insane.
You know, funny enough you say that. I'll talk about that in just a moment. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 for Knockout Stage 2 is going to begin. And continuing on that topic, I'm pretty sure that NA picked that composition up from KR because there is another team in KR that actually ran this exact composition ever since like Season 3 in ERM. It's a very, very old classic comp. Somebody in chat actually got it. Blaster is typically the player that would play the Tazia in this situation, but with all the roster changes and things like that, we're not unfortunately going to be able to see Blaster on this character specifically. But you're right, it is a composition that revolves around the Tazia just staying around as long as possible, and you have both the Maya resources as well as the Priya resources to be able to do that. It all really just comes down to JBSP and how well he can pilot this Tazia later down the road. We're going to start to see a lot of heavy item investments on him, like the Black Lotus Shuriken if we ever get to that point. We should, I think, be able to see either the Fencing Mask or the Cotier. That's been an item that Tazias have favored for such a long time in this patch, and they've only wanted that item. You throw Spadas everywhere, you're going to get skill damage in.
Yeah, I mean, the Courtier, I'd have to assume would be the flavor, because you want the Omnivamp when you have so much, like, shielding and healing anyways. I feel like you just want to double down into your ability to last throughout a fight. But either one would be fantastic. We did see, honestly, Team Rump Rebels were grouped up very early in Cemetery, able to get a pick onto Om's Min. And we are seeing Hikasi actually going down to Team Bracket Buster, not able to actually turn around. Unfortunate. I do believe Hikasi is actually a new player from yesterday compared to today for New Neonuchi. Look at the chase from Team Freya. There's a lot of commitment onto Wong, all the Avalanche. But Rossi's actually not that bad if you have some animals to hit your Qs off of, get those dashes. Looks like we'll be able to group all the Cube C. No harm, no foul, no kill going over.
Good stuff about a lot of these teams actually staying grouped up. I don't really see too many teams split apart this time around. For game number 2, it seems like split farming is not going to be the biggest name of the game. We do see a couple players in Team Specialist that are split up. Remember, that is a team that did die extremely early on into game number 1, but split farming is just way too good for some of these teams looking for faster tempos, because if it works well, you can get those force core call-ins at around maybe 30 seconds into day number 2. That is an extremely fast call, and if you're able to get an objective on top of that during the start of day 2, oh, you are going to be accelerated for so much.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see, depending on the tempo of the lobby is a lot slower than anything we've really seen. Who's going to end up on top? That is going to be Cho getting probably caught out. The Divine Intervention to buy some time, but I mean, I had to assume QC is going to be able to take the kill. Yeah, that will be the kill going over to QC. Well played, but why is the Charlotte so far out with the rest of the team?
Well, the rest of the team's coming. Team Freya absolutely wants revenge. It's not going to happen, though. Cubic is going to be running the pen version of the Alex, as I mentioned. It is slightly mixed in with the crit. I think the standard Alex build nowadays is going to run a mix of it, but as I said, it's going to be a bit more prioritized towards the actual damage of the skills more so than the crit auto attacks, because if you're going to be prioritizing that, there is a better option of an augment you can run for the adrenaline instead of the amp drone. It's just good. Whatever you run, it's fine. I just like this version because of the Wazi. But for Huang, it's not going to work out unless it does. Look at this. Wako is just getting toyed around with Huang. Does he win this? Nice blink away. He even gets to execute for the Executioner's bonus. Wako has to blink out. That's full control going into the hands of that team. That is crazy. Rump Rebels losing yet another member means that Bianca has to completely book it.
Yeah, I assume that's why the blink came out for Wako. But honestly, Wako can't win that at that point. They used that many cooldowns. But fantastically played by Huang. Huang's been kind of a highlight reel machine. Kind of a movie maker on some of these characters with the Hisui and the Razi now. Fantastically played. Min already fully stacked on the fastball. You don't want to walk into this, but we do see Kachu actually looking for the engage already. The ultimate is going to come out. Yona, look at the disengage from Min, and then the signature fireball waiting for the Celestial Bless, or the Divine Intervention rather, to go down. And now we're going to be seeing a dive onto Moya, and yeah, Mojang's just not going to be able to pump out enough damage compared to Min, who's been able to auto the whole time. Even though Yona was able to get the ult off, the signature fireball coming out to be able to re-engage. We've been seeing this from Min time and time again. Teams overcommit on the cooldowns, and then Min disengages, and then is just able to get back into the fight almost immediately with the signature fireball. The Divine Intervention wasn't really any value because they just waited until it was down and then had all these baseballs to dash to and pump out massive damage with the fastball.
Min is just reading players like a book, man. It's absolutely insane. JBSP looking for a kill angle on the Leon, but his duck dive is pretty good. Of course, he's gonna be able to get himself super far away. Junbongi keeping himself alive, a lot of transition parts inside of his inventory, but he hasn't been able to call anything just yet. I do wonder what he is looking for. 300 credits on hand, that Leon, not sure. I do know that the permafrost is actually pretty good on Leon still. That's a very low investment transition that gives you a lot of resources because it does have Lich's Grasp on it. But if you're looking for a force core, is it going to be the Tellurian timepiece or will it be the Holy Orders first? We'll have to keep track of that as time moves on. About 20 seconds away from grabbing that with just natural generation.
I've seen both flavors of Leon come out, so
Yeah.
maybe the Tellurian, because I think they're going glove. I think Tellurian might be higher value, but honestly, the Holy Order is also justifiable. I've seen both come out from Leon, so I will be interested in paying attention to the bottom of my screen to see what Succubus elects to go for, but it is a triple Force Code Collins for a lot of these teams. Nunio Nucci also looking for the Force Code Collin for their Tazia. We did see I think it's the Heaven's Door come out for the Priya, but other than that, a lot of these teams are looking for Force Core Collins. It's just, in a competitive Eternal Return, you have enough tempo, you're good enough with the game to farm, too greed for these 350 Collins usually.
This is actually kind of bad for Succubus too, though. They're looking for the buy purchase timing just right now, but they've been thwarted by Team Specialists. I think they were looking for both the Force Core Collins as well as the Alpha that's going to be spawning in archery range, but there was already a team there. Not going to be able to find anything, which means retreating back into school. They're going to look for a call at the beginning of night number 2. Purple box is going to be the priority focus for these two teams on our screen. They do end up getting the freeze over onto Min, but Cubic is already down on the ground. That's not going to be good. The damage just isn't there. The lockdown isn't there. And even if they did get the lockdown on the prio target, the fight was already over. Well played from the side of Team and they're even going to pick up a Lele on top of that. Huge plays for that team. Huang now getting rammed down by Isana. Will not find it. It is becoming very, very heart-wrenching for some of these teams because these fights are going really, really long, but at the same time, it's so clutch for some of these guys staying alive in them.
And we are seeing the Aoyai coming online for the Felix, and oh wait, okay, luckily Quebec has already respawned, so this won't be a full wipe. But this is not good for Team Avalanche. They're so staggered in their timers now. And we are seeing Kachu try to continue the fight with Team Freya. And we do see Yona actually pretty caught out. Isana will definitely be able to catch that out. But now look at this. Rump Rebels is going to be able to engage the Blink, Twilight Assault, Twilight Heist, and then the Reign of the Vampire Queen. Isana's not long for this world. Now Moja, I'm looking. And then another engage coming out into Warehouse. We're seeing a long fight. JBSP probably going to be able to actually win out on this fight because we do see Muri going down. And yeah, this is the power of the composition. You saw the Priya ult create so much space, and they haven't even called in and they won that fight, by the way. And just like to point that out.
The CC rotation from both the Mai and the Priya also stacked really nicely on top of each other because Nemuri was looking for some damage in on towards JBSP, but he got caught with the outer ring of the Echoes of the Earth and then immediately got taunted by the Elena. Can't remember if the order was in that specific order, but either way, that Nadine could not do any damage as soon as the Priya actually propped the ultimate. Well played from Nunio Nunchi, but they're gonna have to fight a little bit more if they want to have this zone completely for free. JBSP will be a bit strong going into this fight. Glacial Shoes activated, so cooldown reduction is good, and their SP generation is going to be fine alongside it. The question is it going to be enough to deal with Team Avalanche's comp? There is a lot of ways to disrupt this Tazia if she just kind of makes a slight misstep. Alex can punish that extremely well, and the Razi can run away from any small missteps in initiation too. Let's see what ends up happening. Freeze is going to pop onto Bekto. He is going to get popped with the Alex. The EM Paper Ouch comes down. What's the damage looking like? Paradiso is not going to be that great, but the Tazia is already gone. This is what I mean. The initiation was a little bit faulty, and Ikasi on the Priya trying to run, but there are so many people on the chase. I don't think she's going to be able to do it. Semtex Bomb is good. The slow comes through. Root and the kill is there, but it doesn't even matter. Nunio Nunchi loses the entire game. For game number 2, the Tazia, Priya, and the Mai. A good attempt, but it will be a loss.
Yeah, the Paradiso going quite wide even after the taunt coming out. That's gonna, or the taunt not really coming out, and that's gonna make it really hard. Good parry from CubeC, but I think you're gonna get chased down. And that is the Where's My Money coming out. And now we're looking at another engage coming out from Team Rump Rebel. It's just I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't know if this is a Campbell sponsored stream, but you keep seeing third party after third party this game. Asuna getting a great turn on Narahara, but there's no way you're gonna get any more than that. I do appreciate the try, but Bracket Buster falling pretty far behind. That's a -400, and they were probably saving up for some VF call-ins because you're playing an Adina and Sella, so that is a pretty disastrous turnout for Team Bracket Buster.
One of the worst feelings in the world, I think, for a lot of these teams is that these third parties are coming right at the end of a fight too. Right, you're just about to recover, you fought a good fight, you've been paying attention for the whole time, your focus is now starting to wane because of the fact that the fight is over, and then immediately another team starts showing up. I think that's kind of one of the worst times for that to happen, because a lot of teams nowadays actually are pretty adept at dealing with third party when they're in the middle of a fight. That is something that I have noticed, especially on the KR side of things, but they still have not yet been able to figure out how to deal with it when the fight is about to end. Not over just yet, but about to end. They've already used all of their resources. They're starting to recover from all the fighting they did. It's too much. It really is. And there's a lot of that in this specific game alone.
We are seeing Dong Kong posturing on that White Lily for the engage. Just waiting for Min maybe to walk up a little further because they're not necessarily in the Blink Twilight Heist range, but now that they've gotten the Recon Drone saved lives, saving Min from a pretty deadly engage, I feel like that would come out. But now, again, Min has been a master at dealing with these dive comps, but oh wow, look at the push away to deny the knockup, and now Min should be able to free hit. Signature Fireball coming out. The surf is actually so good from Min, onto Min. God. Now the exclusive coming out, but Min is just not dying in this fight. Pisa finally being able to get the trade, but I think we should be seeing Team actually being able to win out on this. Isana getting a great blink knockup onto Bangyi, and that is going to be a great clutch coming out from Isana. Min bought so much time, baited so many cooldowns, fantastically played, and then Isana was just able to clean up. Felix's damage is no slouch. He is a consistent damage dealer, especially against a triple melee comp.
I think it was also a really good try from Team Succubus too, right? They didn't let up any pressure up against the William. They managed to get a lot of damage in. It just wasn't enough. On the flip side, Team Avalanche now trying to duke it out up against Team Specialist. Down goes one. Garnet could not even pay attention. No coffin whatsoever. That parry was not in the right direction. Down goes Cubic. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and now it's in favor of Team Specialist. Good attempt over on towards the Garnet, but I think the Alex got a little greedy on that parry direction, went straight in towards yet another Wolf Assault. Will take the fall.
I think is looking really strong in this lobby. Look at the credits, and then they were just able to secure themselves a flare gun. VF Blood Sample going over to like this is gonna be an insanely strong team coming out of this day or night 3 rather into day 4.
You've seen the Blood Sample that was on Team right?
Yes. The Felix is gonna be able to acquire, I assume,
the Spear of Longinus. Yeah, it's interesting too because we were talking about this. I think it was yesterday that we were seeing it in that game where they were at Dock in what I think it was like day 3 or something. Spear of Longinus prio instead of the Chaser priority on the William, which is kind of interesting.
I think they got both online, or maybe because I just did see a Chaser craft. We are seeing the attack skill coming out for Freya. Finally, probably getting the healing wind upgraded, which is a little delayed. But look at ready to go in. Signature Fireball coming out from Min, going pretty wide though, and now this might be a re-engage window for Team Specialist, but do not doubt the damage of this team. Look at how quickly Young G's moving out.
I don't know about this fight, guys. The Nadine is pumping out damage, but Min is on full rampage. He just chunks down a Garnet. By the way, Garnet, remember her passive? Reduce damage on auto attacks? I don't see any reduced damage anywhere. What was that?
I think one of the things about Garnet's passive is it starts to fall off as the autos start to do more. I think early in the game it's insane, but at this point, like those autos are doing probably like what 400, 500, like minus 50 on that does not matter.
Good lord, it's still so funny that a Garnet just got chunked out like that. The Coffin did absolutely nothing for that character in that fight. I think they're going to be a little bit more careful when taking any future fights too. Avalanche now duking it out up against Team Freya. You do have to remember this is a pretty tough comp to fight. There is the acceptance speed, but it doesn't really do anything. Oh, Divine Intervention, not that bad, but Huang sitting out on the outer side of the fight. The health bars are just not looking good. Huang, I don't think that's the time for you to go in. Punched into death. Will get taken down. Alele trying to run. They're trying to build up the gauge, but the third party comes in and down goes Alele. I don't think that's where the Nikki wanted to be at all. That is going to be Yana taken down. Minus 200. It will be the Garnet to knock that down too. Even more time bought before the Nikki can be rezzed back up. I don't think Team Freya are going to be able to do it inside a fire station.
The Charlotte character is making me mad because that was a picture-perfect engage from Avalanche too.
Yes.
The wombo combo into the Dance Macabre, but just getting denied by the Divine Intervention. And now Min's going in with the signature fireball. Jinho Wall is taking a lot of damage from Min. Min is still dashing around, but that is a commitment of the ultimate. And now Asuna, Nemuri, and Jinho Wall are definitely looking towards this. Kachu is on the flank, looking to get the taunt onto Nemuri, but Nemuri's doing a great job blinking out. And now that's a denial of space from Jinho Wall. Really well played, but the intimidation tactic is not coming out. The unstoppable actually coming out from Misana to deny that. Really well played, but look how sectioned off on this. Now Min is trying to turn it on Asuna. But look at this third party. Great of the Vampire Queen is so insane from Wacko. That's gonna be probably Team Bracket Buster going down. Yeah, there's no way for Jinho Wall to get out of this situation.
That's terrible. The third party, again, as I said, as soon as the fight's about to end, right? And you can't recover from this. That is terrible for Team Bracket Buster. They will take the fall. Our first place team is going to take it in night number 4 with 4 kills on hand. It's definitely not a bad performance, but not the way you want to go. Big line secured by Team Freya. They're also going to get all the items off of it. Now this Nikki is extremely strong with the backup damage on the High Noon plus the Red Shoes Jenny. She is probably the strongest you can ever be on this character. Any red transitions from now on, I think, is actually a slight DPS loss unless you get multiples of those, like the Blood Crown and the Blood Ripper combination.
Yes, you are correct. I believe that Blood Ripper is strictly worse than Tellurian. Sometimes they slot it in just because they weren't able to call in the 4 score and they get it from a red box. And I do believe that Photon Launcher is less or more damage than the Blood Crown upgrade. But I think I've heard a lot of debates about that between Jenny players. But also, it's just, why not give the blood to your Jenny, or not Jenny, rather Nikki, because the Nikki is going a very amp-heavy build anyways, so you could probably give a stronger upgrade if you like to go for any red items at this point forward.
Yeah, I think the only times that's ever worth for you to start transitioning anymore from here is if you get them at the same time, but that's pretty rare. Alright, this is a little bit iffy. Nemuri, push to the backside. Never mind, that's not Nemuri, that's Suru. Okay, Adriana, no fire escape. Kachu is still on the chase, but they've made enough distance that I don't think they'll be in any trouble. Remember, chasing a little bit too far can also be the death of you. Adriana needing a bit more time to see if they can group back up with their teammates. Team Specialist is definitely doing a lot better than they did in game number 1, but they do want to start being a little bit more proactive now. 3 kills on hand, they're looking for a bit more.
And I feel like Rump Rebels has just been the benefactor of so many third parties. I feel like they've got to be quite strong. We were talking about but look at Freya, and now look at Rump Rebels. They got to be almost equal. I do think Yona could still use one more transition, but you are seeing Mojang on the double blood, triple gold, true Exodia, I think, true Bis, Jenny. And this comp is really just about Mojang's ability to pump with it. And that's also a full transition, Charlotte, by the way, just in case you're wondering.
What's the last item you would want to go on this Nikki? I don't think you really need the Persona. I mean, you could go for it. You're already full amp anyways. I saw the rest of her items. It's looking extremely solid. You can up to go for that if you want, but look at their credit counts. It's not happening anytime soon.
Maybe the fencing mask. I think maybe Blaze Up might be pretty beneficial. I did see, I think that's what I was seeing from Freya when they got the full build on the Nikki, was the fencing mask, but I might be misremembering. I did also see Blood Crown come out a couple times for her, so it might just depend on whatever they're able to finesse for her.
It's going to take a while, though. Look at their credit counts. It's not good at all. They're much more prioritizing the vision and information they can gather with these credits, more so than anything else. A little bit of poke going down over onto Kachu, not that big of a deal. Bear's just going to immediately back away from it. There is a mobile kiosk that they are hanging around. I don't exactly know what they called from it, but I would have to say something good. Lunar Embrace activated. Wild Walker is also activated for Yona. He is a very tanky Nikki for how much amp she actually has.
So, oh wow. Okay, I don't know about committing the ultimate to the Suwa, but Bear was able to deny that, and now the Reign of the Vampire Queen into the Twilight Heist. That is a lot of ultimates getting blown, but Mojang is still alive. I don't know if Mojang's going to be able to get the healing. No, great sectioning off on the Charlotte, and just a very ill-advised engage from Yona onto Bear. There's too much space. You're always going to be able to unstoppable that. Yona isn't going to be able to catch up to the Suwa before she's able to unstoppable it. Maybe if it's point blank, they might not be able to react in time, but they gave Bear way too much of a window to react and deny that Nikki ultimate engage. And then your team is so sectioned off at that point, you're able to get the Reign of the Vampire Queen and the Twilight Heist onto those squishy targets.
I think the AoE was a little bit too much from the side of teams, not Specialist, but Rump Rump Rebels as well, right? That's the biggest issue with that comp. Even if you try to get yourself away, if you're stuck in the middle of all the AoE, then you'll get caught out with the rest of the AoE. Well played from Team Rump Rebels. It will indirectly lead into the full wipe of Team... How? What?
Did Yona die to the Raven?
No, but that doesn't make any sense because he took damage from... Is that a -1?
How? That was a wild animal, right? That was a wild animal death.
I'm so confused. Okay, I think the KR set is gonna have to figure that one out because I highly doubt that's a -1. That can't be a -1. What did he die to begin with? Even if it was a Raven, he took damage before going into the totem. Was that enough time for him to -1? That's so weird. We'll take a look at that later down the road. I'll see if I can get the numbers out for you guys later on. But for now, we have to focus on the fight up against Team and Specialist. A lot of time are being invested by the members of Team but it's the same thing for Team Specialist as well. Nadine sitting on 18 seconds, 17 seconds now. Team actually has lower timer compared to everybody else, but the fight will now officially begin. Signature Fireball down on the ground. 10 seconds to go for a majority of Team members to pop. They gotta look for something now. They have to. Down goes one. The Garnet will actually get taken down, but instead it's gonna be Min also taken down as well. Yana, Isana, not gonna be able to find anything. Will get pushed away with the explosion shot. Beautiful plays from Team Specialist. Sitting on 7 kills, now looking for 10.
Great recoveries from our 8th and 7th place teams, honestly. Going out 3rd, but 10 kills is a lot, and they were both starting out with 0 kills, so you can only go up from there, and it looks like Specialists might be in contention to win the lobby. But Rump Rebels, you don't have the best peel with the Garnet, and this comp will eat you alive if you isolate your backline even for a second.
The only lucky thing about this is the fact that it is a forced final zone and they have prio before the Adriana does. We saw what happened earlier in some tight corridors with an Adriana. You do not want to deal with that as much as possible. They're going to look for a different angle in on the sentry. I like that. Looking for a lot more of the thinner corridor entries than that one wide one on the northern side of the final zone. We'll see if this Adriana can make things work. A lot of amp damage can be blocked thanks to the work of the Sua. We'll have to see if it will be good and enough for these melee characters and close range initiators to deal with this long range poke from the Adri.
We're seeing a lot of posturing, and honestly, Bear is looking possibly for a flanking goal. I do like this. You want to section off this fight. You don't want to play an honest front to back. Your comp doesn't do well at that. Narahara is posturing for the engage. May the Vampire Queen coming out. Great blink. Look at the damage on Suru. Wait, actually, trading down Youngchi, but that doesn't matter. Wako went down to the ultimate, but that does not matter because Bear and Narahara were able to get on the backline. And the thing is, when you're ulting Wako there, Wako's already got their full damage out. And now you're not actually in the fight to do damage. I actually think the recast of that ultimate ends up isolating your backline even further.
What a great masterclass from Wako. That Reign of the Vampire Queen was exactly what that team needed in order to make things happen. Rump Rebels, 2 games in a row, we are seeing a completely new side of that team. They are making things work. They are proactive. They are getting the damage done. I love to see it. GG's.
Very well played, and they piloted their snowball comp as well as they could. Ended up getting the win out. Very, very well played by Team Rump Rebels.
Yeah, these guys are doing extremely well now in Knockout Stage 2. I can't tell if it's because of the lobby, but this composition that they managed to cook up, it's different than what we saw during the group stages for the most part from this team. It is working out. I guess it's a little bit unfortunate, but I'm a little bit biased towards Sevi, of course, because he is an Ekion player. Not playing Ekion seems to be the right answer for this team. The aggression levels with the Bianca, we've seen Wako pulling off some nutty Raid of the Vampire Queens. The follow-through from everybody else was really good. And even on top of that, I think the split between the members were also incredibly good too. Too many directions that both the Adriana and the Dean has to focus on. It gives an easy opening for Wako to catch those two out of off guard while everyone's focusing on, oh, where's the Sua? Oh, where's the Laura? Nah, here's a Bianca.
Sometimes the most present answer is also the one we think the least about because we have Bear and Narahara also posturing. It's just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, it's nighttime vision too. That's the worst part. Sometimes it really does feel like Eternal Return has earned its horror game tag. For rightful reasons too. If you were playing from the camera perspective of that team, I don't think they were even able to see the Reign of the Vampire Queen until it was slightly late. There were so many EMP drones going around that maybe all the telephotos inside of that little cubby right around the Tree of Life were also disabled. Not entirely sure, but it is a possibility.
And with that, we are going towards our break. We're probably gonna get the scores up in a second. I wonder if the reason we're having a little bit of delay on the score is because of that little Nikki fiasco with the Raven. You have to give the kill to specialist there. I don't think that's fair otherwise, right? Because they basically did all the damage. It's just the Raven just swooped in at the last second. Yeah. And I also don't think it's necessarily fair to give them -1 for that. I don't know.
Yeah, if it's Team Freya getting a -1, they'll have 7. Right now, if we assume that that wasn't a -1, they should have 8 points. But if they have 7, then it will be a -1. Let's take a look at the scores because it is up. Team Freya, they have 11. Okay, then the math is weird. Oh, maybe I didn't count in the placement points. I'll take a look at it during the break, and then I'll give you guys an update on it. Maybe I did my math wrong. Maybe I didn't factor in placement points. Either way, we'll talk about that after the break, too. Let's go over the rest of the score sheet. Rump Rebels with 37 points in first place. Bracket Busters still following extremely close behind with 31. Whereas Team Succubus, Specialist, Freya, and Neo Nunchi, alongside Team Avalanche, are only going to be at a 6-point difference. It's a fight for 3rd and 4th.
And with a fight for 3rd and 4th, that means that it's really anybody's lobby to escape the knockout stage, phase 2, or yeah, stage 2. But you don't really want to be on the bottom side. You really want to be Rump Rebels in Bracket Busters position because they're smooth sailing.
They're smooth sailing all the way into knockout stage 2. Ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 2, which means you know what's coming up. We got ourselves a break. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch because it will be the last time you get to do that this weekend for ERM. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4, the final ones of this weekend.
생존자가 사망했습니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다.
어디 재미있는 일 없을까요? 저만 믿고 따라오세요. 제가 즐겁게 해드릴게요. 함께 하시죠. 금지된 타락의 유혈 속으로. 고통은 한순간이겠지만 안식은 영원할 거예요. 고통을 끝내드릴게요.
도망칠 곳이 없을 때 사람들은 솔직해지자. 숨을 시간이 아닐 텐데 피가 끓지 않나.
벌써 내가 나설 차례인가? 죄다 시시한 애들 뿐이네. 인간은 결국 힘들의 존재야. 그래, 이제 좀 마왕 같아 보여?
이번 경기도 가볍게 금메달을 따주겠어. 이 정도야 가뿐하지. 새로운 재능을 찾은 걸지도 모르겠는걸. 노력은 배신하지 않아. 이게 그 증거다. 이제부터 경기 시작이야. 금메달 리스트를 얕보지 마. 나약한 정신은 버려라. 얼마든지 덤벼라. 자, 내게 덤빌 녀석은 누구지? 그나마 숨이 트이는 곳이군. 내 눈을 피할 생각은 마. 아무리 노력해도 피할 수 없을 거야. 자신 없다면 얼른 루트로 도망치는 게 좋아. 승리의 광경은 이런 거였지.
내 소속? 그런 걸 알아서 뭐하게. 모든 것은 그분의 뜻대로. 빛보다 빠르게. 아, 미안. 다신 안 뽑기로 했었지? 눈에는 눈, 이에는 이. 그건 부족한데? 지범의 갈시! 기억할 수 있다면 모든 것을 기억해 주십시오. 내 눈이 저지른 일들을, 내 손이 저지른 일들을. 손재주는 나쁘지 않답니다. 찢고 가르고 뚫어볼까요? 제가 말끔히 고쳐드릴게요. 환자가 있다면 어디든지 가야겠죠? 움직이시면 안 돼요. 치료할게요. 당신이 죽더라고요. 맥박이 안 잡히네요. 부르셨나요? 병들어 죽는 것보단 나았겠죠. 전 최선을 다했어요.
눈을 뜰 시간이에요. 제가 길잡이가 되어줄게요. 당신이 상상하는 모든 게 현실이 될 거예요. 영원한 행복의 세계로. 당신의 꿈에 날개를 달아줄게요. 현실을 넘어 이상으로 당신들의 모든 것들을 제가 기억하고 있을게요. 절 막으실 건가요? 잘 쉬는 것도 중요해요. 그렇지? 제 날개로는 모두를 품을 순 없었나 봐요. 기다리고 있어줘요. 그 세계에서 새로운 세상을 보여줄게요. 지켜봐 주세요. 모두가 평화로운 세상을 만들어 볼게요.
서큐버스도 살짝 간을 보고 있습니다.
폭주가
근데
꺼졌지만
이건-
금방 또 채울 것 같기는 합니다만
자, 변이곰은 선 넘었다.
자, 근데
이죠?
뭔가 나오긴
먹어야
했어요.
돼요.
자, 이거
니키가 먹었어요. 포스코. 그러면 여기서 이기기까지 해야죠. 아니면 나가던지.
자,
이러면
일단은
니키 품
니키가
안에 포스코.
잡혔고요. 이어서 엠마까지 쫓아갈까요?
자, 죽음의 연기.
자, 놓치기 싫은 서큐버스인 것 같습니다. 어떻게든 일단 니키
자, 이거
이어서
이러면
한번
결국에는 3대2 구도로 갔기 때문에
그렇죠. 스프링 트랩까지 이어지고요. 엠마 잡아내는 대전 하나 CNJ 두 번째 킬 가져가고 이어서 아까 곰에서 나왔던 포스코어까지 챙겨가겠습니다.
이럴 때 중요한 거는 EMP 드론과 한 방의 그 스킬 연계 틈을 놓치지 않고 돌파를 해주는 게 중요한데
자, 일단 큰 피해를 입힌 건 현재 경남
자,
스파클이고요.
이런
자,
빈틈 선수가 어디로 찌르느냐.
그렇죠. 이거 근데 빈트 선수를 오히려 잡으면서 승전보라도 받아야 되는데 안 찍어요.
와.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. Hopefully you guys had a fantastic one. Unfortunately, it is almost time for us to part. We only have 2 more games left for the weekend. It has been an incredible 22 games we have played so far, but we got 2 left to go to determine which 4 teams out of the 8 that we're going to be watching in just a moment will move on into knockout stage 3 that we'll be watching next week. Let's take a look at what the character selections are because it is beginning right now.
So we have no bans. Again, this is a ban-free lobby, which is, sometimes surprising considering how well favored Mai can be. Mai has not been banned, right?
I don't think so in this lobby. No, we had somebody else being banned. There was somebody banned last game. I don't remember who it was, but yeah, no, my ban in this group whatsoever.
And yeah, Nunu Yonuchi is still sticking to the Priya Mai composition. I do think this is fine. I think maybe there's a here if you're not confident on that. But these are both really hard characters for JBSP, and it looks like everybody else is sticking to what they were playing before. I feel like switching between Zahir and Tazi is still like switching between like top 5 hardest characters in the game. So it's like, It's not like you're making it any easier for yourself. I wonder why they elected to switch.
We've seen some really good Zahirs in the group stages, right? For example, Zerojin, even if their team couldn't get like the best results they were probably looking for, they didn't end first place during any of the group stage games they were going. It's a really devastating character if you let this thing just run rampant. If you can snipe down all of your Gandaiva shots, if you can snipe down all of your Narya Nostra shots, bro, this character hurts so much. And I don't know how KR players do it. I feel like they just have a random heat-seeking missile as part of their kit whenever they play this character. It is bonkers. We'll see how it goes for Team Unionchi. They're going to need games like this, especially considering the fact that there's only 2 left for the knockout stages. Game 2 is locked and loaded. Game 3, I apologize, is locked and loaded. Let's see what the results of this one's gonna look like.
This is, and I think Shubi mentioned it before we got on break, this is actually probably the most pivotal game you'll see for this series because of the lobby being so top-sided. It matters that whatever teams are in 3rd through 8th, there's a 6-point margin, right? So whoever actually has a standout performance this game is setting themselves very nicely to play a pretty passive game 4, and you want to look for that because otherwise you're subject to the variance that comes from a BR. And I don't know if you've been seeing this, Shubi, but I've been seeing a lot of letters in my soup tonight.
Yeah, it's filthy. I don't know how these players are still in the correct mental state to be playing this game right now, because if you start seeing things like that happen over and over in your ranked games, dude, I would mental boom instantly. But I guess this is one of the reasons why they're being able to play as a pro team more so than me just playing casual ranked game by myself. they can deal with it. It's just once you start seeing a pattern, you have to recognize the fact that this game is going to be probably one of your quote-unquote last saving graces to have an easier path down into knockout stage 3. This game will matter a lot, whether it's a lot of kills, whether it's good placement points. You are going to have to find and rummage whatever you can. Otherwise, game 4 is going to be extremely difficult to come back from.
I'm actually excited for game 4 though. Obviously game 3, we're in it right now. Because the lobby's so close, this will be a lot, game 4 that a lot of stakes are on the line, unlike the last one. We are seeing the knockout going on from onto Nyongchi. This Garnet is pretty tanky, even in the early game, but not that tanky that you can take 3 melee's just kind of running you down.
Not enough cooldown to rotate through her coffin over and over and over again. Nice early kill for Team Succubus. That's actually going to be the first one of the game. This is an extremely late first kill. We might be able to find our second one, assuming that Alayli gets taken out, but she does end up getting the speed gate. Is the Selena out? It does seem so, with the freeze coming in towards the Mai. Just one thing as well, Cass, before we move on. I promised chat that I would let you guys know after the break that on what happened to Team Freya. So 2 things that I'm going to mention. As Narahara also falls, I don't think that's where you want to TP as a Sua. For Freya, we did have Yona falling down, and it wasn't to a Raven like we were thinking. The fight is going to begin to, I can't finish my train of thought, Bear about to knock down Nemuri. It's not going to happen. Nemuri will keep themselves alive. Bear will get taken down. Going back to the train of thought, Bear and not Bear, but Yona ended up getting taken down to the like the little blast plant, the red one that does damage to animals, a lot of damage, the ones that you typically use to farm the mutant animal hordes. They died to that. That's why the banner showed up at the bottom left, but it didn't count as a -1 to their points. You can see it at the bottom right side of your screen. They have 11. So they're keeping the amount of points. It was not a -1. The kill credit did go over to Team They're okay.
Yeah, I think it was Team Specialists. I don't remember which team was fighting them. But what matters more is that the kills were rightly scored, and Macdo is looking for a great taunt onto Wako. Look at that follow-up burst. You know, Priya's damage is no slouch. I feel like people sleep on it a little bit. Especially, I actually wanted to mention this last game. Priya actually got a huge buff in terms of itemization with the addition of skill amplification percentage as a stat on Pharaoh's artifact. Because Priya is gated from either the Persona or the Astro Helm, she couldn't actually get both skill amp percent and decomp on, or debilitation rather, on her items until this season. So now she can get both debilitation, cataclysm from her weapon, and now also skill amp percent from her item or her arm slot.
It's so big. That's one of the reasons, and even before that too, Priya actually has been a mage for quite a long time. A lot of people still look at her as a support because you don't see too many Priyas around, and we still all have the misconception that she's like the support that we knew her from back when she was released. Nah, that ain't Priya anymore. We should see it in the fight right now. Look at the damage output coming from these mages. It is insane, but he is missing a lot of Gandivas, and the damage output is just kind of low. Gandiva resets aren't that great for JBSP either. He is missing a couple of these crucial skills. There's one Gandiva that lands, it does reset. A couple of those Gandiva stacks are back, but look at this, third party coming in. The Sahir is in a little bit of trouble. Nobody on the side of Team Succubus knows how many resources Team Neo Nunchi has invested, so they will back away. A huge macro play, I think, for this team. They're keeping it safe because they've already gotten the tree.
Meteorite going over is pretty big. I wonder what I assume going to, it's the Heaven's Door, right? The guitar that has Cataclysm. And
yeah, there it is.
Getting caught out, and that's a little unfortunate. Dong Kong doing great, landing a lot of these knockups for themselves. It might take a little bit, and that actually buys time for Hikasi to possibly walk up and look for the third party. There's a lot of chase potential on the team composition. Priya is one of the best at setting up their tanks to chase. And you do see the taunt going out to Pise, but look at that surge, so big! But honestly, the ult coming out, a lot of time bought from Hikasi, but now JBSP pretty caught out, but able to return a lot of the damage with the Godivas. The stacks are not getting reset though. These skill shots are not getting hit.
What a play from Junbongi. That surf sub really saved a lot of time. And you know what? I respect the fact that he actually brought it back because he knew that there was support coming from behind. As Neo Nunchi actually is going to fall, they were walked straight into another team and they had no resources. That is so brutal. Neo Nunchi will get wiped. That is going to cause them to be in 7th place with 1 kill. They're 11 points in right now. Oh, that is terrible. Team Avalanche not looking that bad either. They're still alive at least. 0 kills, but they're alive. New Neo-Nunchi is going to be in a whole heap of trouble going into game number 4. Oh god, this is not a place you want to be at.
You have to have a absolutely baller performance in the last game, but that's a brutal 8th take because it's so early into the game too.
It looks fine. It looked fine. They were actually doing pretty okay down in Beach, but having to deal with, I think it's 3 teams within a time span of maybe 2 minutes is not something that I think even a Zahir, like the new Zahir, can really deal with. His cooldown resets are pretty good, but there are still resources that he needs to play around. It can reset a little bit effectively, but by this point, you're probably out of food, you're out of SP. It's just not going to be good all around. Really rough for New Neo-Nunchi. I guess the alphabet soup still continues. PC looking for a little bit of aggression. There's the third party coming, well, not the third party, but the flank coming in. It's going to be completely squalled by the root coming from the Garnet, and down goes Junbongi. PC is also going to get taken down. Nice attempt from Team Succubus, but it will be a purple box secured and 2 kills in favor of Team Specialist.
Donkong, oh, that's not where you want to end up spawning. And Yangchi's going to get maybe another catch out onto Kachu. Kachu trying to get the White Lily. Will not get it denied, so that should be a safe play. But, look at this. Is Donkong going to see? Nope. Okay. And we are seeing the signature fireball come out from Min. Min dodging out on the dance with Cobra, absolutely gapping Huang in the 1v1. And now just going to be able to pump this Elena full of baseballs, rather. But actually a pretty clutch save coming from Quebec. That's pretty big. Able to return a kill, trade 1 for 1 between Team Avalanche and Team
I was about to say, where's the Alex? But he's right there. I think he was trying to build up the what is it? The chain of thorns. He has the item available in his inventory right now, so a lot of good damage going in. And the amp drone coming in, of course, means that the EMP barrage is going to do quite a bit. Good kill going in favor of Team Avalanche. They will turn the tide in their favor with the 1-for-1 trade, luckily for them, as you mentioned. But it does not put them out of danger just yet because Team Succubus is hanging around this area. Razi will come back up, but the cooldowns on the side of Alex, I think, just came back up. He didn't use any tactical skills, so that's a good part.
And when we're looking at the map, one team being down so early means some of these objectives might go uncontested, but that does not mean this box is going uncontested. Yangchi actually going to be the taxi to get the dive onto Suru. Yona looked really crisp there, I cannot lie.
Bro, again, heat-seeking missile. I get that Dicky sometimes has the point-and-click ultimate that chases everybody all the way to the end of the earth, but heat-seeking missile was Yuna for a few seconds there, and the only heat source that was available in its sights was going to be that Nadine. Well played from Team Freya. That means they're going to have sole control over Uptown. I think there was a purple box dropping in that area too. We have a lot of value putting into day number 3. Pisei looking for a little bit of positioning. Reina the Vampire Queen is not bad. Kachu will get taken down early. Min trying to recover this fight as much as possible, but will get tagged with an Odyssey. Center tag is there. Bear about to get taken down. Yes, it will happen. Min loses the fastball. Norahara misses out on an opportunity to try getting the fight in. Isana is going to pop. Wako about to come back in. Fastball is there, but the windup is good. Min again and again and again. These windups are nuts. Min takes the battle and will win it out up against Romp Rebels. Our first place team will go down in 2nd place. Sorry, not 2nd place, but 7th place.
You gotta wonder why Bear elected to go for the self-res right next to Min, giving a little bit of healing. I think the Laura might have been able to burst, but also, why are we committing to that fight? I feel like you've blown so many cooldowns as the Laura. I think you can take that reset, because Min has been pumping, and they still had the disengage tool to push you back if you try to engage on the William, and that's what we saw, and just getting pumped. But Min is playing out of their mind today.
The thing is, though, the slide step was really good. It's just, wind up is a very, very long cooldown, right? You have to take a look at the Williams level. It's level 16. He's only starting to really put points into wind up now. So seeing the fact that the William invested wind up in the fight, maybe the Laura was thinking that he didn't have it, but he did. I think it was the execution kill onto Bear that actually gave him the cooldown resets for it. Maybe that's what ended up happening. I think it was intentional from Min to walk up exactly at that point. I'm pretty sure he had access to the windup and he knew exactly that's the reason why he was going to be able to win the fights.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of an overcommitment from Team Rump Rebels, but they might be able to pick it up in the next game. They do still have a lot of points and a pretty comfortable lead. I don't think this really puts them out of contention unless they have a disastrous game 4. We are seeing posturing between Team Freya and Team Avalanche. And look at this, Yona is gonna look for the engage on Quebec, but look at this wombo combo. But this, have I seen this movie before? I see a divine intervention breaking out all the engage, but Mojum's on a terrible side of the fight. This time, actually, Avalanche is getting the better end of it. A great follow-up with the Dance Macabre onto the ultimate from Alex and the full combo. Huge burst coming out from Quebec, and again, a great layering from Team Avalanche. And they actually get rewarded this time compared to their fight last time.
Yeah, but Team Avalanche is actually the one that Team Freya seems to be having trouble with dealing up against, because even if the Divine Intervention comes through, we've been talking about how a lot of other teams are able to buy time against this Divine Intervention on the Charlotte. Well, there was a ton of crowd control stacking from Team Avalanche, and I think that was a great setup from Cubic, because the EMP barrage went a little bit wide, but then his dead drop and then double agent combo bought enough time for the Elena to get her ultimate on almost every single target after the Divine Intervention went down. That means the Divine Intervention and vulnerability time was pretty much wasted 100%. So huge play from Cubic. I think that that fight all goes to him, really.
For sure, and I think that the fact that they're able to turn that, because it didn't look great the last time they fought it, but I think maybe a little gap in the layering was made the difference. But now Yona is looking again to Suru. You see the eyes are locked down on the Nadine. The ultimate has not gone out yet, because I think you're really hunting down for Suru. Maybe they could have elected to ult on the Adriana, but we do see the EMP barrage coming out. Twilight Heights coming out. I don't even know who's turning out. The intimidation tactic coming out from PC. Surface up coming from Jongbungi, and it does look like Quebec is gonna have to run away. You will not chase an Alex, so we'll be able to get the res off. It doesn't have enough credits, but that is gonna be the fight going over Team Succubus over Team Avalanche, as we do see this posture between Team Freya and Team Specialist still going out. Yona is still just chasing down. All right, maybe we gotta settle for the Adriana at some point. The damage going off, the burst coming out, crossbow skill. But look at this, Divine Intervention coming out off the play dead, and now Suru is gonna try to kite for their life. Wolf Assault coming out. The totem coming out from Yona and the heal coming out from Cho should be able to deny any potential turn from Suru. Suru is caught out pretty far away from their teammate. I think they'll be able to regroup. Do they have the credits to call him? They will.
There is no crowd control stacking on the side of Team Specialist, right? That's the problem. No hard crowd control on this team, is safe for the roots coming through from the Garnet. You can't stop that. So really well played from Team Freya to find the opportunity. Whereas Team Avalanche, they're in trouble. The backstep is there, but it's not going to be enough. Avalanche will unfortunately fall. Will only pick up 3 points for themselves. So actually, I think they're only 1 point up above Team Neo Nunchi. I think they're the ones now in 8th place. Team Freya has gotten a couple kills. They should be fine in their placements, at least for the time being. Kachu, on the other hand, is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Nice preset from Min with that V-pad. They will be able to get themselves on out.
And now we're looking at the contest over the school zone. It is interesting because I think this is a comp that does play front to back. Okay, but again, we've been talking, this Garnet is not the best. Like, she's good if you are playing strictly front to back, but Team Bracket Buster has potential to pull one in or maybe isolate the Garnet with the intimidation tactic. That can be pretty scary for them.
Exactly. It's going to be an issue maybe in a moment too, right? Trying to fight it out up against Bracket Buster as Garnet could be slightly difficult because of the Darko. We'll see if the Cecilia is going to be that X factor trying to go in up against this fight. Pull is not going to be there. It's a little bit late actually from Asuna, but it does push away everybody on the side of Team Specialist. They're not even going to try attempting the contest on the wick line. Look, they're walking further away in the minimap as well. Really well played from Team Bracket Buster. They're going to have a really solid advantage going into the later stages of the game. A Cecilia with a wick buff is filthy, especially considering the fact that she's already sitting on the chaser. She gets another blood sample and then a meteorite if we want to go for a Tear of the Goddess.
This is going to be an incredibly strong Cecilia, and I assume the Blood Half Moon has to be already online for Numeri, or it's going in online right now, because otherwise you're going to give the VF blood sample over to the Nadine, of course. So that's a Giga Stack team, at least 3 bloods, maybe 4 later on in the game. We do see some posturing between Team Specialist and Team but Suru, Monkey wiring out, understanding that maybe they don't want to engage in this fight just yet. I do think that Kachu is probably looking for the angle. You see in the brush, trying to maybe play with some vision, maybe look for a rat play and get the taunt off. But it is just a lot of damage traded, but not a lot of actual commitment to the fight. And now we do see Team Bracket Buster in the bottom right, or is that Team Succubus? It might have been Team Succubus. And now engaging in this fight is very risky because Team Specialist is in between two teams, as we do see Team Bracket Buster actually looking to engage on Team Freya. Great engage coming out from Jinho. Oh, that was so clean. The knock up into the intimidation tactic, and that Mojang boomed. Did the kill credit go over, or is that a -1?
Yeah, the kill credit does go over. He just died inside the play dead because his movement speed is gated during that. Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. It is what it is. He is going to take the fall. That means at least a Charlotte is going to stay alive, but I don't think that really means much when it's just a Charlotte to slate into the game, right? Once she gets found out, she's just dead.
It's probably the worst character to hope to have a rat, because no mobility abilities, and she's pretty squishy. She has some shields and ultimate, but that's not going to buy much time. And now we're seeing the closing zones. Everybody is insanely strong. If you look at the builds, the Inquisitor full build on the Leon, I assume Peace and Dong Kong are also matching with an insane amount of items. And we've already seen Team Bracket Busters builds. We've seen builds. Maybe a little less of items on the Mai, but the Taproots at least. And then look at that Cicella. That Cicella is a terror.
Same thing for this Adriana too, though. Astrape, it might not be the chaser, but it still does give you access to Spirit Hunter. And in my opinion, right, Adriana is an even better user of the Spirit Hunter, or whatever it's called. Here we go. The fight's going to begin. Darko has absolutely no chances. Intimidation tactic comes out. Jinhao actually lives. Never mind. Okay, there is just a random free at last just coming around. It will do a lot of damage, and a kill is going to be traded out between the two teams. Surprisingly, Peace fell down as well. That's right, never mind. It's a 1-for-2 trade that goes in favor of Team Bracket Buster. They do find out that Peace fell down a little bit late, but it won't really matter. The damage is already done to Team Succubus. They should be able to find out the Charlotte is just hanging around here. 10 seconds left on their timer. Chodo!
And yeah, the combo wasn't even able to get the Divine Intervention off. I think that was a combo into the Bat skill, getting the wall stun. Where is Lumi? Will we be able to see a res coming out for Team Succubus, or are they going to have to play it out as a team of two? Out of all the teams, I think, this team probably has the most potential to make a play. Oh, no, you're not getting that res. Yeah, don't even try. Two teams are camping it, unless you finesse at the very end of Temple. The only way I think they can manage to get this is if a team fight between Team Specialist and Team breaks out. Otherwise, I don't think there's much of a chance. The Lord is going to be bleeding a lot of timer, so it's going to be rough to look for a win condition for even a third party outside of maybe... Yeah, you'd have to pick up some free kills. But look, Team is going to be able to hold this Lumi, and that's going to be... They know that there's 11 available.
Well, they bought it.
They bought it, sending it towards, but they're going to look to pick it up, maybe? No, actually...
Let's see.
They're chasing it. They should have the info. PSH trying to go for a safe call-in. Was able to get the call-in, but look, Team already walking down.
Oh, this is bad.
Gonna be a fight
PC doesn't have time. PC doesn't have time. They gotta fight this now. Chumbongi's at half HP. Is this gonna be a problem? Signature Fireball is gonna go down. Chumbongi actually gets the Surf's up over onto Min. Wait a second, this could be a little bit problematic. Will jump over the wall, but PC's on the chase. He's out 1 second. Now extends it with the kill onto Min. This is devastating for Team Succubus. No, never mind, not for Team Succubus, for Team Kachu's the last one alive on this team. I don't think you're gonna be able to kill the Mai. What a beautiful play from Chumbongi. This Leon is unstoppable. How does he keep finding I don't know how he does it, dude. I'm lost for words. How does he keep finding angles onto Min with this Leon Surf's up, man? It shouldn't be happening.
I gotta respect Pisek. That was such a bold play to secure the kill on Min, because you're on 1 second of timer. If you whiff that, you've probably lost your team the game. So understanding that they were able to get it, but now look how deep they are. They do not have the timer to walk into red, so they're gonna have to take this engagement at some point with Team Bracket Buster and Team Succubus. Team Succubus is incredibly strong, but the damage from Asuna and Nimuri is gonna be so intense because the range advantage is a team of full melees against a team of Cicella and a Nadine. If you don't find an engage angle, and how do you? The space is so tight. I don't know if Jinbongi's gonna be able to pull off another miracle play.
Yeah, 25 seconds. EMP drones have been invested all over the place. Double guillotine is going to be eaten, but now Team Bracket Buster has control over the final zone, and they have a Nadine, guys. This is tough. PSA sitting on 10 seconds. It's going to be delayed even further with the play with us. There's the intimidation tactic pulled out. Surf's up is good. Memory about to fall down. They actually will be able to get it, but a kill is going to be traded out. Kachu acting as an agent, trying to get whatever they can get done. Actually, it's the timer that they're looking for, but there's Jumbongi sitting inside the temp zone. They can't get it. Pop goes the Weasel. What just happened? And another pop. Team Bracket Buster somehow picks up the kill up against Kachu because of the free at last. They get the kill credit and the timer bonus going in their favor. Down goes the members of Team Succubus. 14 kills on hand, but they will end third. Very unfortunate. Team Bracket Buster now, though, looking for their 14th kill. Specialist looking for 6, will file on in and go to the final zone. We got a Nadine versus Nadine in the final zone for game number 3.
And look at Asuna's build going into the finals. And not just the Chaser and the Wretches, but now also the Bikini. How do you put any threat on the Sicella? Even if you had the poke from the Adriana and the Nadine, they can always just try to reset the fight and get that shield back. And yeah, she's also has access to her own shields with the play with us. This is such a deceptively tanky Sicella.
I think with the fire escape and losing that much positioning, this was a slightly misplay from Team Specialist. Because look, now the Darko has free entry over onto the side, and all it has to be is just a complete split play. Although Nemery, he makes a mistake. What was that? He didn't have info on where everyone was, and then Suru just takes advantage of that corner check. Such a good play. Now they have access to the Sicilla with this. The 2v3 is there. Good damage coming out from Asuna. The free at last is going to pop. Damage over onto the Adriana. Is it enough? Yes, it is. What the heck just happened? Asuna, no, he's going to get pulled in back into the coffin. And that is going to be it, I think. Jin Howard is not going to have ever access to this Nadine. He's going to try his best, but of course, with the Garnet sitting up in front, there is no threat. So unfortunate for Team Bracket Buster. They almost had it, but the Sicilla gets taken out by the coffin of all things. Her death is guaranteed. Jin Howard, walk in, my friend. Just die with honor.
Yeah, it's a really good catch from Suru onto Numeri, but you gotta question why then Nadine's looking for the rat play instead of maybe the Darko. But very well played by Team Specialist, able to secure it against Team Bracket Buster. Team Bracket Buster pretty safely gonna get out of the group with this with the second place and with the amount of kills they have. So they're still sitting pretty comfy, but this is definitely a win that they could have secured for themselves.
A little bit unfortunate, but this does again give other opportunities for teams that are not in the top 2 to garner points. I think it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for the other teams in the bottom half, or I should say, at least as of right now, since we don't have the score sheet yet, the bottom 6 to now start going into Final 4 if they didn't do good in this game. Especially, for example, New Neo Nunchi, they are going to struggle in game number 4. We saw really good performances out of the Alex, we saw really good performances out of the Laura, but it might be a bit too late, my friend.
I'm excited to see how these teams lock in and tee up for this last game. This is the last game of the night with us. Thank you guys for watching. I wonder if we're going to see any composition pivots from the teams maybe on the bottom side, because you do need to make a desperation and the Hail Mary, because if you do not make it in the top 4, you are out of Eternal Return Master Season 6 Phase 1.
It might be a fight for 4th place. I'm not going to completely count out that 4th place spot just yet. Maybe 3rd place now might be covered by a team that actually did really good in this one. But saying that, you're right. Game 4, it is going to require an incredible game from any of the teams in the bottom 4 at this stage. It's going to be a rough one, but the opportunity is still there. You have to play your heart out for the last one, and if that means completely changing out your composition, just as you mentioned, Kaz, then that will be the answer you have to go for. Whatever you've been working on isn't working, well, figure out the problem, and you have to go with it. You're not going to get a break this time either, right? You're not going to be able to sub out any of your players. You just got to get what you have and go with it.
You got to make something happen, because otherwise you're looking at a little break. Maybe that's where you recalibrate. Obviously, these teams will be back at some point, but you don't want to end your ERM Season 6 Phase 1 going out in the first couple of knockout stages.
Especially in the first week too. That's the worst feeling in the world. Everybody else gets a break for a week, but you're gonna end it on the first week. It sucks. It really is going to suck, but that is just the way that the format is going to work. We're gonna, every single day that we do this, we're gonna have 8 teams that are gonna be gone, right? Starting from today, and then next week on Friday, we're gonna have another 8 teams that drop. Saturday, same thing, and then the finals, we're gonna have our final 8 teams. It's going to be a rough patch of roads that we're going to have to tread on, Kaz, as we continue to watch the knockout stages, but it just completely cements the fact that the teams that move on from these stages are genuinely the ones that are fighting desperately for their tournament lives and are the ones adapting to these lobbies the best.
And we are going to be getting into the scores, I think. Or yeah, here we go. Finally, or not finally, but rather now we have it for you. I don't want to say it takes a little bit of time to get these calculations, but thank you for waiting. We have Team Bracket Buster in first place with 48 points. Team Rump Rebels with 40 points. Team in second place, Team Succubus in third place with 31 points. Team in fourth place with 27 points. Team Specialist in fifth place with tied with Team actually 27 points. Team Freya at 6 points with 16 points. And Team Avalanche at 7th with 12 points. And then Team Neo Nunchi, unfortunately, at 8th with 11 points. But it's really between Team and Team Specialist, I'd have to assume, for this fourth place.
16 points is make-upable, but you have to really pray as Team Neo Nunchi that and Specialist die really quick with not that many kills, and that's also assuming that Freya and Avalanche also have an off game. But yeah, you're right. I think the real fight between fourth place is going to come down to and Specialist, maybe Team Freya, because we know that with their composition, if they do pop off, that Jenny is nigh unstoppable, and they will pick up kills, right? But the chances are starting to slip away for some of our teams. 6th, 7th, and 8th teams. Freya, as well as Team Avalanche and Neo Nunchi. This may be potentially the last game we do see from these teams in Season 6 for Phase 1. After that, we'll have to see whether or not they come back in Phase number 2. Either way, I think we've just honestly had a really amazing showing from all of the teams that played throughout the course of the weekend, not just the ones from the group stages, but even for the teams that even got knocked out during the knockout stages. Been good series so far. Let's see if we can end it off with a bang, because Game 4 Character Select is now underway.
And we're probably going to see a lot of the same flavors. I don't think teams want to deviate too much, except the teams maybe at the bottom. But whatever you do, make sure, even if you know that you might not be in great contention, go out with a bang, show some heart. It's important. You want to show up. You want to make yourself proud. You want to, if you have any viewers at home, maybe like friends, family supporting you, you want to make sure you're showing the best performance you can for them.
Kasi, considering the Sylvia, are we going to be seeing the Diamond Shard variant, or will we be seeing that Vampiric Bloodline? At the moment, it is going to be the Diamond Shard, however, so it will be a slightly more expensive build, because now you're looking for a Mithril upgrade with the Altair in comparison to the Devil's Marksman with the Meteorite, but nothing is locked in just yet. You can still flip around the tactical skills as well as the augments if you want to. Got 5 more seconds to do it. Everybody else, it is going to be the exact same thing, although Huang is going to pick up the Aiden. Now, I kind of like this. You have a very solid front line with the Elena. You have a lot of interrupts and a lot of crowd control and spacing with Cubic. Aiden should, theoretically, assuming that he plays the fights right, have a lot of leniency and have a lot of freedom to do whatever he wants if he plays alongside his teammates. So I like this pick right now. We'll see if it actually works out. That is really big threat for a lot of these squishy characters that want to rely on continuously kiting. Aiden is really good at just sticking onto people as long as he does his combos right.
We are also seeing Bear pivoting to the Hisui. We've been seeing a lot of Hisui this week. And I think maybe people need a little more time on the character. It can look amazing, but I think in terms of competitive lobbies, it's been struggling to see an immense amount of value, except for maybe Huang's.
It's one of those characters that are really a dice roll on how well they can do. And it's not even just a dice roll on how many items you're going to be able to have, but I talked about this earlier too, right, Kaz? It all really comes down to whether or not the enemy team is able to deal with that Hisui well. A lot of the times that we have seen the Hisui actually do well in these games is when they can't. That's the problem, right? Having to rely on other teams messing up is not exactly the best thing to have as your game plan and your win strategy when you're playing an ERM. These teams and players are here for a reason.
The creme de la creme, and again, Korea is our strongest region in Eternal Return, and these are our best Korean players. So yeah, you need to be playing characters that have agency of your own and do not maybe rely on errors. Obviously, human error is a factor in any esport, any game, but you want to be able to rely on your own playmaking potential, and the character does have the kit to do that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying. I'm a Hisui enthusiast, okay? But I do think there has been a little bit to be desired of the character coming out. And a lot of these melee carries, to be honest, I think obviously we've seen in previous ERM seasons, and this is no different. Front to back is often going to rule king. Bear is looking for the Nichirin cut onto JBSP, but you are not chasing in a rem as a Hisui. That's just not going to happen. And they are going to try to go in. Flash cut coming out, whiffing on that. Tsubame Gaishi coming out. You just don't have the damage at this point. And was not in the execute threshold. Macdo going to get caught out. Now we see Hikasi getting caught out. Nice knockup coming out from Dong Kong. This is going to be a follow-up, and there's just Bouncy House calm, really, when you think about it. You got the Lorena knockups, the Darko knockups, the Leon knockups, the Leon knockbacks. You're just in the, you're just on a trampoline this whole round, or the whole fight. Wacko getting caught out, possibly by Suru. Yeah, this is not going to be a fight that they can get out of. Looking for a taunt on Hanmono, but was not able to get it. And Asuna looking to take the Windstorm out. There's just been a lot of fights. Macdo getting really fast with it. Oh, great. Well, actually, I don't think there was a denial. I think that was actually just Asuna maybe hitting the White Lily a little too close. Did not get enough distance to actually go over the wall. And now Junbongi looking for the knockup. Good White Lily usage from Mojang and Cheo to get out. Now we're going to see, or Cho rather, Cho's going to use the Divine Intervention to enable Yona to go forward. Pisei is going to go down, and it is going to be a disengage. I don't think that we're going to see, oh, maybe actually the Lord will elect to spawn on Junbongi, but I don't think that's the best idea. Dong Kong going down, and that will be the fight going in favor of Team Freya against Team Succubus.
I'm surprised Junbongi was even contemplating staying in that fight. You just abandoned the Darko there, man. It looked a little bit close, but what's the plan even if you do kill the Charlotte, right? The Jenny still has her play dead, so you're not really going to be able to kill her that easily. The Nikki is just going to stall out infinite amount of time up against double dual melee characters. Okay, they're alive, that's fine, but I think the macro play would have just been a little bit better if he was a bit more proactive with this time. Like, for example, take this Raven, you get some free recon drones like you could have used for the time being. All those opportunities just kind of slipping by as Chumbongi is staying around in the fight a little bit longer, maybe reconsidering going back in as soon as he saw the Darko doing slightly good.
It's yeah, I agree. It's a little bit of an overcommitment. We do see Bear looking in, flash cut going wide. It's so unfortunate. Tsubame Gaishi coming out, and now the Divine Intervention, but you actually did get the play dead out. Can you look for the re-engage if you're Bear? You're going to rely on Wako and maybe Nara hard to land some rockets to get the slows. No, Mojang's going to take that passive timer, and that's going to be it for the fight. It does look like Cho is actually on a really bad side of this fight. Do they identify that? Wako looking for the engage. Yona going on to Bear. Bear looking for the flash cut back into Mojang. Going in for the Getsurine slash. Now the flash cut coming out onto Yona to disrupt them rather.
Oh my god.
The clear cut coming out, going a little wide, but the totem is going to go down. Parry will not save you, and that will be at least one pick going on. As we do see Huang trying to win out between Jinhua and the rest of Asuna coming in actually, and yes, the mark was landed. Gonna look to re-engage. The fight goes out. CubeC is maybe gonna be able to get this pick, but is that gonna be a wipe? Wait, oh wait, the parry on the play with us does not come out. Girl with the bubble coming in. CubeC going very low, but Alele's gonna be able to go into onto Asuna. Asuna getting the auto off. Now the spawn from this team is going out. Numeri's probably gonna look to disengage Alele. I don't think you can win out on this, or you don't want to commit to this fight because it's such a risk. Because Huang is still on a respawn timer, will be able to pick up a CubeC, and that will be, I believe, the tree actually going over to Avalanche after the very, very extended fight.
I'm surprised that auto attack did that much. I know it's pretty good at dealing damage, but that much is not what I expected. Asuna unfortunately will fall down as we're going to have Team Freya starting to file on in into Temple. A little bit late though, because we do already have the Tree of Life being picked up by Team Avalanche. They will be able to secure that alongside the additional kill traits they found up against Team Bracket Buster. It's all good though. Bracket Buster was also able to pick up a couple kills on their end. They're really comfortable in first place right now, so any additional points they get, it just means an even less of a chance that they'll ever be even threatened to put behind the 4th place line. Everybody else trying to play catch up against that team. Jinhawar slightly split away from the rest of his team, but all he has to do is just jump over the wall. He will be back together with those guys. Team Freya, as soon as that north side is slightly clear, they're going to start moving their way a little bit more towards the southern side of the map compared to where they were.
I actually noticed this in chat. It is actually a great realization that Team Specials and Team Umbra two of the teams that went 8th in the first game, and they're still
That is true.
in contention for top 4. That's really, really impressive comeback from them. We are seeing a lot of the teams just looking at the farm routes. I'd say not a lot of teams are contesting the same zone, except for maybe Team Avalanche and Team Bracket Buster. But the rest of them, they're all in different areas of the map, which means they're going to get a lot of farm, and this will be probably a pretty accelerated lobby in terms of transitions. Asuna able to land the play with us on a Lele, but that does give the gap close, but actually great intimidation tactic to peel off the Elena. Wong getting a great ult in the but the turn. That was a very hectic fight. I think the free at last did a lot of work though for Asuna there.
This is bad. This is really bad. Look at the positioning. If they managed to get a couple kills against Asuna or at least Nemery, then it would have been super cool. But now the catch out, the pull is there. Cubic's gonna get taken down. Asuna is playing like an absolute monster this series. This Scylla is unkillable, man. But Wilson is just being such a huge threat through all of these fights. It was a great attempt from Team Avalanche, and remember what I mentioned earlier before the game started, those kind of openings that Cubic as well as the Elena is able to provide gives an opportunity for just a random ultimate from the Aiden to get access to the backline, and it was so close. Dissipation did actually lock down both the Nadine and the Cecilia. You saw how low their health bars were, but I think it was a pull timing that was just strangely awkward, and does end up getting the Aiden killed. He will die once again inside a stream. 30-second death timer is not going to be the greatest feeling in the world for Team Avalanche. They're trying to make up the amount of points that they can. Only 2 kills so far. They're at 14 points at the moment.
Yeah, Asuna cheating a little bit. I'm not going to ignore that one. That was a treat and a meteorite drop. Just a free 4 score off Wolves. You'll love to see it if you're Team Bracket Buster, but that's a little bit of dev console, maybe creative mode toggled in for a second there.
For a team like Bracket Buster, do they even need it? Nah, I don't think so, but they are going to get it anyways. The luck favors the best, I guess, in this case. Alele will just drop their entire kit right on top of JBSP. He will get taken down. 30 seconds to go until we are going to hit day number 3, which means the cat will also come back in about 30 seconds. Pretty brutal, I will say, for Team Neo Nunchi. This game needed to be one where they get a massive ton of kills if they earlier started the game, but they aren't able to do it. Look, only 3 kills, there are 14 points too. A long way before they're going to be able to catch up to either team or team specialist, since they also have a decent amount of kills themselves as well. 2 for the side of team and 5 for the side of team specialist.
And honestly, even if you're Rump Rumbles, you do want to try to not avoid your 8th. Like, this is a time where you should try to play as disciplined as possible. But as I say that, there is some posturing. That is 2 stacks of the Iano Strike, so that is access to the flash cut. Wacko going in. They're not able to get any free hits, which means you're denied those Iano Strike stacks, and that's really hard for Hisui to fight like this. And now we're seeing Macdo getting ready for the exuviation, maybe looking for a dive. Cubesy taking a lot of damage. Memory, the free at last has been so valuable from Asuna.
Yeah, last does secure a couple kills, but back over to the fight inside of archery range and school. There's the jump in from the Hisui. Nichiren cut is going to be there. It doesn't really result in anything. Tsubame Gaishi just completely hits nothing. That's a lot of damage in exchange over on the Mekdo though. Backside Narahara should be able to theoretically pick up the kill over on the front side. The fight still continues. Down goes the Ekion. JBSP now getting ran down by the Spy. It may be a cat, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The slow is there. The additional damage is there. There's the follow through. There is the pork chop, followed through with a slightly awkward W, but it's all good because he's going to get back up to Ekion, but it's not going to be enough as everybody from the side of Team Freya starting to file on in. Team Neo Nunchi, I think this honestly might be the last hurrah. If they can't recover from these set of deaths, then the rest of the game is not going to go that well for them either.
It's so funny. I feel like Bear, I think, is the first player, I think, to really identify it. They're really not playing for the Nichiren cut, because against pro players, they just walk out. They've just been using flash cut over and over and over, and it looks really good for them. I actually think this is one of, probably in my opinion, the best Hisui play I've seen so far. The Tsubame Gaishi going very wide and the Nichiren cut going very wide, but their ability to identify that they're struggling to hit it is very important. Don Kong looking to actually go for an engage on Team Specialist while they get that call in, was able to secure that box for themselves. We are seeing Team Neo Nucci still trying to call in their rem. This is their teammate with the most items too, so you really want to get this back online. And look, the story of Avalanche versus Team Bracket Buster strikes again. Alele, are you going to go down to that? Play with that? No, never mind. Freelance does not take them out. But the follow-up, Nemery going very deep though, and Jinho will trying to find Huang. Intimidation tactic to bring them in. That's not going to be enough damage coming out from the Aiden to put any threat onto the Sisela. And now Cubesy gonna try to get the deny on Nemery to get the cooldowns to run away, but that's Team Avalanche taking another loss to Team Bracket Buster.
Another example of Asuna playing like a god. He predicted the parry coming in immediately after the intimidation tactic was over. He didn't use Wilson until after the parry was over. He is just reading people like a book, man. That's one of the reasons why Asuna has been so successful on this character during this series. I can't wait to see more of that. Yona trying to look for a chase down over onto Team New Neo Nunchi. This team is so far behind. Look at the items on this IRM, and that's probably one of the better built better built characters on this roster. Pushed into the right, but it's going to be a third party. Let's see what ends up happening. Team Succubus starting to file on in. Team Freya in a whole heap of trouble, as this is problematic now for Yona. He's going to have to be forced to use his totem. Third party all over the place. Team Freya is just getting split apart and ran down like dogs. What is going on? Yona is going to get taken down too. That's a team wipe over onto Freya. What just happened? It was a team that they've been doing so well with, and now they're just eliminated away from that knockout stage 3 contention. How did that just come to place, man? They were doing so good in the fight. The third party, the sandwich comes in, and the split is just devastating for that team.
And yeah, it's so surprising because New Neo Nunchi looked like they were in dire straits, but I think the posturing just really did not favor Freya, and that's so unfortunate. They're not going to be able to continue in the knockout stage because of that wipe. There's no chance they have enough points. They're already in 6th place. So now, the floor opens up to some other teams though, maybe.
Yeah, I think it really just kind of allows the teams for 4th and 5th right now, and Specialist to think, okay, well, we're in a pretty decent spot. We don't need to worry about the 6th place team could theoretically overtake us when it comes to points. It is going to feel a little bit more comfortable, but I don't know if everybody knows which team has died yet, right? That's the biggest problem. You're not really paying attention to all kinds of stuff. Min, I like the attempt. I like the attempt because if they got the windup off, then it would have been a really big one because they immediately used the smoke screen. There is no counterplay to that, and the stun from windup would have bought enough time for additional baseballs to come through or the signature fireball. Felix was also there with the potential follow through with the Tempest Hydra Wind Scar too.
We are seeing Quebec probably going to be able to finally craft that tactical armor. That is pretty big for the Pen Alex. It's probably, I'd say, one of the bigger spikes. We do see also that is going to be the Hellfire Dawn getting online for Narahara. I cannot imagine how strong Romp Worlds is now. This is a huge spike.
This is honestly their game to lose at this point, right? It's just, if they make a mistake, then they will. Otherwise, it is their game to win. Honestly, Sisela is not bad at dealing with the Haze, but a lot of times Haze will typically win out on getting a good amount of control up against that character for the time being. Rocket launchers, of course, when it comes to mage versus mages, outranging somebody is typically the win condition. Haze rockets are really good at dissuading that Sisela from pushing any further. For now, though, they're not going to be even close to each other. Wickeline is going to be super important, though. Look at how many teams are around. There is the lockdown over onto Asuna. The backside is going to get tempted by the Darko. He is going to use the intimidation tactic out. Does she still have the exclusive? Not at all. Down goes Nemery once again. These Nadines, where are they going in some of these fights?
Yeah, sometimes I feel like their biggest enemies are their E button.
Yeah.
I think sometimes marksman players, they overheat a little bit. I understand you see the line, but you just they see the line against you, you know, like you give them a window where there shouldn't be one and they'll take it. These are the best players. They understand when you've overextended, and I feel like some discipline maybe is sometimes something we could struggle with as any player, but as an esport or any professional, you have to be able to control yourself and control your emotions when the tempo gets a little higher. Alele looking for an engage, but where is the rest of your team? The EMP drone is coming out, sectioning out the fight. Quebec does not really, but the dance recovery is pretty good on Mac though. A lot of damage coming out, but this Akion is not dead. Camel to re-engage with the tactical armor. What is going on in Chapel? This is like the 4th team coming in, and we do see actually Team Rump Rebels coming to the top. It's about to be a 5th party. A, B, C, D, E. What's going on here?
It's a pizza party over here, man. Everybody file on into Chapel. Wako is going to be able to knock down Mekto as well. Team New Neo Nunchi in shambles. Team Avalanche in shambles. Warehouse is about to close. Uptown World Open as well as Doc. These teams are just not in position to take advantage of that. Mekto's going to have to abandon Nikasi. There's the signature fireball straight in to it with the pork chop from the Sylvia. Oh man, that sucks, dude. Mekto, he will still keep himself alive. The cat is alive too. The credit count wise, it's just not looking good. And on top of that, we're going to have Lumi going off into the moon. Look at that. Slightly stepping into Uptown, but after that, it's bye-bye Lumi. You should not be able to get any more reses, especially with 6 other teams alive outside of your own. Team Rump Rebels looking to take advantage of this Wickle line with the haze, but every team is just running away.
Yeah, you don't want to fight a Wickle line haze. It's really obnoxious. Great double knockout coming from JBSP, but yeah, I guess it buys Macdo some time, but Nunio Nucci is definitely out of the running, I think, at this point for any chance to make it out of the And spawning run out to Team Avalanche, yeah, that's a little bit of a low roll, but it really didn't matter because you were never going to be able to get a res anyways, so now Macdo is just trying to play their life. Placement really doesn't matter, you needed enough kills, and so at this point they're just kind of playing just to look cool, but Macdo might be able to turn a little bit onto Quebec. You do have the tactical armor, there could be an auto coming out, and yep, we'll be able to pick up a kill on Quebec, but again, this is just kind of for style points at this point. There's no chance for Team Nunio Nucci to make any comeback at this point. I'm not even being like a doomer, it's just a realistic. You don't have enough credits to call in your teammates, you're playing for placement, and you need to wipe out the whole lobby basically to be able to accelerate yourself from 8th place to 4th place.
Yep, I mentioned earlier that as casters, we do have to be realistic sometimes, right? We joke around a lot when it comes to things, but in situations like this, when teams are facing elimination, you do have to be realistic. 4 seconds left for Bekto, he's got no dashes. Pop goes the Weasel, not even gonna have the respect to do that. As Tankung will be able to knock that down with the Whiplash. There we go. Down goes yet another team. Unio Nunchi gone, Team Freya is gone. We got 6 teams left going into 3 different zones. Cemetery and Dock will be our 2 temp zones, and then our final zone will be Chapel. This is gonna be hell. Dude, of all the zones for it to be final zone, and of all the games for it to be in, it's Chapel final zone and then Dock temp zone. Do you know how annoying these 2 zones are? Here we go, the fight's going to begin. The crowd control stack is good. Cubic cannot pay attention. He's going to get taken down, but the third party is here. The rocket launchers are insane. Jumbongi is going to get taken down too. None of the teams are going to wipe, but they're in shambles. Pise gets found out by now. Team Specialist will be able to knock that one down too. Dankong gets caught out. That's it for Team Succubus. Down they go. Will those 5 points be enough for them to move on into knockout stage 3?
Really comes down to the rest of the lobby, right? We do have Team Specialist and Team still alive. They could maybe possibly both contest it. 27 points to 31 points is not a very big margin. Flashka coming out onto the Lele. That's going to be a wipe onto Team Avalanche coming from Team Rump Rebels. That was one of our teams that wanted to mount a comeback, and now it's just Team Bracket Buster, Team Specialist, Team and Team Rump Rebels. And I think this might actually be, depending on how these fights go, our top 4 teams to come out of this group.
Exactly. Team Avalanche, Team Neo Nunchi, and Team Freya are all gone, which means the only teams that are remaining now are any teams in the top 4 at the moment, right? What do we have? Team Specialist is still alive. Team is also alive. Team Succubus is getting close. They have 36 plus, I think, 2 additional points. So 38 points is the name of their game. And Specialist, with both of those 2 teams still alive, this could turn into a devastating story for Team Succubus if they do end up losing it out like this. Rump Rebels in a pretty solid spot. Bear is pretty well fed. I saw them picking up a blood sample earlier. I think Bear might have Dainsleaf.
That is probably Hisui's best blood upgrade. It's a very measurable stat upgrade. This team is incredibly strong. And Team Specialist really needs to win this fight against Rump Rebels if they want any chance. Same with Team but look at Asuna. Asuna is making so much space with that Wilson. It's so hard. And now even Kachu is taking a lot of damage. Already starting the fight at half HP. And again, these play with uses are just coming out. So much threat. And then look at the fight on with Team Specialist. The Rockets are going a little wide. But now Wako's looking for the engage. Decides not to go in, as we see. And the other side of the fight, the Freya last rather doing so much damage to Team Team going down. And now we're seeing on the other side, Bear is so low. Bear looking to turn, getting the Tsubame Gaiichi off on Yangshi, but that's just not enough. And Team Special will end up winning out on this. This is huge for them because they needed this fight win to give a chance at securing the 4th place for themselves, and I think they just did, actually.
I think they did too. Team might be out. It is a devastating loss for that team, but we are going to have Team most likely fall out of that top 4 contest. Specialists, they've done it. They have finally done it. The result of this game, of course, does not matter for these players. They've gotten enough points. I don't know if the players know it yet, and even if you do, you still want to give it your all. Make sure that you do get into the weekend, or at least finish your weekend with a great game end. And it's looking really likely. I mean, Jinhao, he is missing his Hermes boots at the moment, but how do you push up against... Gosh darn it, man. It's Scylla in Chapel. How do you do this?
I mean, we're looking at how had to deal with it. They didn't. Like, and this is an even worse zone, I think. Yes, the Adriana is really good in this chapel choke point, but look at the space that Asuna demands. Look how far back they are. They're gonna have to look for a white lily play with maybe with Yangshi. I don't understand any other play that they can look for, really.
Oh, even the Adriana can't do too much up against the Scylla either. They have no idea where this Darko is. Gets access to the backline. There's the monkey wire in. Jinhao, he is gonna be forced to use the blink. That's a lot of damage, and the execution comes into the Scylla. What the heck is going on? Oh my goodness, Team Specialist, they're gonna end the night with a banger dub as well. 12 kills, first place. They secure their placement in the top 4. We'll move on into Knockout Stage 3. GG's and congratulations to Team Specialist.
Team Specialist played that really well, and I think it was a little bit of an overcommitment from Jinho Royal in terms of cooldowns. Everything went to Nyangchi, and then Nyangchi got a window. I think the Free at Last brought Asuna into execution range of the Iron Maiden.
Yep.
And you don't really see that come into play that often, but that's actually one of the times where the HP cost of that ultimate ends up costing them the fight.
Yeah, dude, that sucks. And I think it's really funny because the Scylla actually ended up going in Girl in the Bubble. I have to check the replay for this. Actually, let me do that right now. I think she got pulled in while she was in Girl in the Bubble, which can happen, right? Because she's untargetable, but she's still affected by skills that are already placed on her. For example, things like the Ghost Fire, dots from Debilitation, and things like that. It still goes through. So when you get caught by the casket, well, if your health bar goes below the threshold, you're dead. So, yep, I just saw it. It's right there. She went into Girl in the Bubble, and then she got pulled into the casket. So, ooh, that sucks. But it is the way that the game works. So, yeah, again, great jump to Team Specialist. They ended up winning a game to secure their place into Knockout Stage 3. Very tragic for Team We are actually going to lose 3 teams that came up from the knockout stages. So, it's a heavy loss. It really is. But we do have to notice that Team Rump Rebels, what a standout performance compared to Knockout Stage 1, right, Kaz?
I think they did absolutely fantastic, and it's always nice to see comps that are a little spicier, you know, very heavy dive, and even probably, in my opinion, the best Hisui play coming out from Bear.
Mm-hmm. That we've seen throughout the course of the weekend. I think you're right as well.
Really lovely to see. I know chat is pretty big fan of Hisui from what I've been seeing from the temperature checks whenever I'm checking in on chat. I think y'all like Hisui. I think we might see it a little more. Bear and Bum have been playing a little bit, and I think they've been the best ones I've seen so far. And you will see those players continuing into the knockout stage.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was a great series today. I saw a mix between some interesting plays as well as some really quality plays. I think Knockout Stage 2, though, was relatively textbook, right? We saw some small micro misplays here and there, but it wasn't egregious things. It did definitely punish some teams, and that's obvious, especially if you start making some mistakes in this stage of the tournament. You will get heavily punished for it. But it wasn't anything extremely egregious like we saw in previous stages, and I'm hoping that is going to be a good indicator that we are going to start getting into these series where teams are gonna play a lot more textbook style turnover turn, maybe not make as many mistakes. They're going to be used to how the other teams are going to play. So macro control, micro control, it should theoretically be better. I'm hoping that is going to be the case when we start moving on into Knockout Stage 3 and onwards.
I'd love to see it. I think the quality of play is, it's like night and day between what I saw yesterday and what I'm seeing today. So very well played to our teams coming in today. Definitely, even the teams that I thought maybe had some misplays coming in, definitely either watch their VODs or was able to reflect and corrected their mistakes, because I thought the play was a lot more textbook, and that's what I want to see from ERM. I know some people like the Fiesta games, but if you're coming to watch ERM, I want to see quality Eternal Return at all times.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, I cannot wait to see what the results are looking like. I think for the most part, we have an idea of what the top 4 teams are going to be, but I do want that confirmation and how big the difference between 4th and 5th place was. It's one of the things that are going to be a little bit sad for me to watch. Of course, I love all these teams, and I love the fact that we are able to expand the tournament format to accommodate a lot more teams, but there has to come a point where we are going to have to say goodbye to some of them, right? It's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
That's just the name of the game. If you love it, sometimes you gotta play for the love of the game. Sometimes you will acknowledge that you're not always gonna be a winner, but that's sports, that's esports. You're not always the winner on the day, but there's always other chances. So just showing up and making sure that when you can, you are good on the day. And if you have an off day, off week, off season, that's acceptable. That's okay. It's just coming back stronger the next time.
Off the top of my head, by the way, now that we have, with Knockout Stage 2 done, we have gotten rid of, let's see, 4 and 8 teams, right? We started with a total of 32. We are down to 24 total teams now. I think as long as you made it to this point, you're gonna have access to the prize pool, so that's really big. Let's take a look at the score sheet. I'll talk about that in just a moment. The 4 teams that will move on into brackets for Knockout Stage 3 will be Team Bracket Buster, Rump Rebels, Specialist, and Team Succubus. And that means Team Freya, Avalanche, and you, Neo Nunchi, will unfortunately be eliminated from contest. We will not be able to see them in any further stages for the knockouts. Only a 2-point difference, by the way, between Team Succubus and It was an extremely, extremely close lobby.
Very close lobby, but I gotta say, I feel like every team came to play, and we were mentioning it before, and I mentioned it, the level of play definitely leveled up, and I'm glad to see competitive lobbies. That means that these teams can come back stronger, and they can easily be the team to go forward into Knockout Stage 3.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We are done now with the first 2 knockout stages. The left 2 are going to be done. We're going to take a look at Knockout Stage 3, as I said, on Friday. On Friday, though, we're going to go back to our regular schedule that we had on Friday. It will be starting at 5 a.m. Eastern Time and 2 a.m. Pacific Time. So make sure you guys keep the timing on that. And then once we get into Saturday, we're going to run with the same schedule we had today, and same thing for Sunday. It's just that Friday, we need to make sure we accommodate for the players having some kind of personal schedules and things like that. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why we're doing it. So make sure you keep the time. The teams that we'll be playing is Away From Keyboard, UU Gaming, Sungnam Rocks, and BNK Furex. What the hell? That's Stage 3?
Yeah, you got a little bit of a boss gauntlet coming in. A lot of our national teams representatives. I think this is maybe the stage of death. I'll go look at Stage 5, Cartel, Daejeon Cypher's ultimate. Like,
yeah.
I'd be so glad if I was Gyeongyum Sparkle, Mirai Sejong, Affirmation, or GJ Slasher, because you don't have to deal with any of these demon brackets.
Even UU Gaming and Away From Keyboard had stellar performances during their group stages too, man. I'm surprised this is Stage 3. I really am. BNK Furex, of course, they kind of had a little bit of a falter towards the end of the series. We saw that yesterday during Group D. But wow, okay, I cannot wait for next Friday. I'm actually going to have some kind of incentive to go through all my weeks of classes that I'm going to have to do until next week ERM is going to begin. Oh my goodness, I am already, my heart is pumping already. It is thumping like crazy. I cannot wait. And for all of you guys in the chat, I hope that is going to be the exact same thing for you too, because this is unfortunately going to be the end of the first week of Eternal Return Masters Season 6 Phase 1. With the new format, we split the phases into 2 different weeks, and that means the rest of the knockout stages plus the finals that'll be happening on Sunday will all happen next week. Once again, just take a look at this buy screen. We will be starting a couple of hours later than we started today because we are accommodating for the Friday. Maybe players have some work, maybe the players have school or something like that. This is in UTC, but just know this, it'll be 5 a.m. Eastern Time or 2 a.m. Pacific Time right here on the Eternal Return Masters channel for the Knockout Stages 3 and 4.
And I expect to see y'all there. Sometimes it's the early morning grinders, sometimes it's the late night grinders, but I know y'all are always active in the chat. I really do appreciate NA players or the EU players that come in to join us. I know it's a little more taxing to visit the ERM streams, but if you can't make it live, please visit the VODs. We appreciate the support in any way you can show up, because you got to see some really quality Eternal Return when you come to visit the ERM stream.
Starting from Knockout Stage 3, expect some even better games, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a lot of fun next week. But for the time being, that will be it from me and Kaz Cross. And Kaz, unfortunately, this might be the last time I see you for the season as well, unless some kind of small things happen later down the road. Superior, we'll be back to cast next Friday. I had a blast casting with you, man. It's always with you that we get some really weird games, isn't it?
Yeah, I love filling in. I'm glad you guys... I'm seeing some RIP casts, so I appreciate that y'all liked my presence in the stream. You'll see me around in other content for Eternal Return. Don't worry. I appreciate the love, and please send love to Superior whenever whenever he's back. It's always a blast to cast with you, Shuvi. Thanks so much for having me, and I expect to see y'all in the chat next week. And please show up to the VODs and everything if you can't make it to the stream itself.
Indeed, it was a fun time. Make sure you spread the news about what happened during the knockout stages. It was fun. The group stages were also a blast. But outside of that, guys, that will be it. We're just waiting for the KR casters to send it over to the replays. I'm praying to God that you guys aren't going to complain about drops anymore. We've been live for about 5 hours. Surely all of you guys got all of your drops. If not my problem. I feel like that's just how it always goes, isn't it, Kaz?
Sometimes that's life, but I do expect you all to have your drops ready. Also, keep in mind that there's always other opportunities to get your drops. And if Shubi can't spawn them out of nowhere. Sometimes they're just not drops.
I try my best. I keep the stream up as long as possible. With that, ladies and gentlemen, that'll be it from us. Thank you so much for making us a part of your weekend. We will see you guys next weekend for the next set of Eternal Return Masters Season 6. Have yourselves a wonderful Sunday, and we will see you guys next time.
잠시 후 최종 운전지대가 해제됩니다.
어디 재미있는 일 없을까요? 저만 믿고 따라오세요. 제가 즐겁게 해드릴게요. 함께 하시죠. 금지된 타락의 유혈 속으로. 고통은 한순간이겠지만 안식은 영원할 거예요. 고통을 끝내드릴게요.
도망칠 곳이 없을 때 사람들은 솔직해지지. 숨을 시간이 아닐 텐데 피가 끓지 않나.
벌써 내가 나설 차례인가? 죄다 시시한 애들 뿐이네. 인간은 결국 빗물의 존재야. 그래, 이제 좀 마왕 같아 보여?
이번 경기도 가볍게 금메달을 따주겠어. 이 정도야 가뿐하지. 새로운 재능을 찾은 걸지도 모르겠는걸. 노력은 배신하지 않아. 이게 그 증거다. 이제부터 경기 시작이야. 금메달 리스트를 얕보지 마. 나약한 정신은 버려라. 얼마든지 덤벼라. 자, 내게 덤빌 녀석은 누구지? 그나마 숨이 트이는 곳이군. 내 눈을 피할 생각은 마. 아무리 노력해도 피할 수 없을 거야. 자신 없다면 얼른 루트로 도망치는 게 좋아. 승리의 광경은 이런 거였지.
내 소속? 그런 걸 알아서 뭐하게. 모든 것은 그분의 뜻대로. 빛보다 빠르게. 아, 미안. 다신 안 뽑기로 했었지? 눈에는 눈, 이에는 이. 그걸로 부족한데? 지범의 갈시! 기억할 수 있다면 모든 것을 기억해 주십시오. 내 눈이 저지른 일들을, 내 손이 저지른 일들을.